Now, today, we are gonna see, what if YOU was kidnapped and raised by Voldemort? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Zia sat across from the principal of Wakefield High School. She kept her hands in her lap in order to stop herself from fidgeting with them, and sat straight. The principal cleared his throat. She already knew what was coming, but she waited for him to say it out loud. Ms. Rookrell, you are a good history teacher. I want you to know that your abilities have nothing to do with the administration's decision. And I hope that this won't affect your desire to teach in the future. You are our newest and least experienced teacher. Cuts had to be made. I would be happy to write you a letter of recommendation to help in your job search, Principal Devere said. He was smiling an uncomfortable smile down at her. She sighed. So, you're laying me off? She asked, to clarify for him. He hadn't come out and said it exactly. Unfortunately, that is the case, he replied, looking away from her and up at the corner of the ceiling. She nodded slowly. I understand, she said and nodded again. She stood up stiffly and shook his proffered hand. I'll just go clear out my classroom then, she said. She edged out of the principal's office and slunk through the hallways of the school to her classroom. She opened the door and stared around at all the posters on the walls made by her students. She closed the door behind herself and locked it, then walked up to her desk and sat in the chair numbly. The photograph of her mother smiled back at her. Back when Mom still had hair. Back when Mom was still alive and neither of them had a clue that she'd be joining Dad just a year later. I'm sorry Mom. I tried really hard. I graduated early, got a job, and now, I don't know how long my savings will last. If you're watching from somewhere, I miss you. And Dad, keep an eye out for teaching jobs for me, she whispered. It was unlikely a new job would open up anytime soon. Summer break was officially on, and very few schools were hiring. Even fewer were hiring for history teachers. Fewer still wanted one who was still 20 years old and looked young enough to be a student herself. Zia reached forward and turned the photograph face down and looked up at the ceiling to try to blink away the tears that burned in her eyes. A knock came at the door. Then a few loud thumps as someone tugged vigorously on the handle. She ignored it, and stayed sitting in the dark. After several minutes of contemplation, she stood back up and began taking down everything in the room. As she dragged the final box of her things out to her car, Ms. Winters from down the hall caught up to her. Need a hand? The other woman asked. Ms. Winters was in her late 30s and was the second youngest teacher on the staff aside from Zia. They were sort of friends. I got it, it's okay, Zia responded. Ms. Winters rolled her eyes and bent down to hoist up one side of the box. I don't mind. You don't need to do everything yourself, she said as together they stuffed the box into Zia's passenger seat. They crushed the door shut. Zia sighed and walked over to the driver's side door. Well, I guess I'll see you around maybe, she said finally to Ms. Winters. The physics teacher gave her a salute and a wave. I've got your number. I'll text you sometime, she called as Zia swung into her car and turned it on. Zia nodded and waved back, then pulled her car out and headed home. She got back to her tea-in apartment much later than she expected. She stumbled in and looked over at the stove, then the microwave. Then she walked away from her tiny kitchenette and threw herself down onto her bed. She let herself cry then. She'd worked hard in the 3 years since her mom died. She'd been 17 and just graduated high school. She'd gone to the hospital in her cap and gown to show her mom. Those were the last moments of her mom's life. She'd spent every spare minute she had since then trying to make things work. She'd used grants and scholarships to pay for her education, and lived off of the small amount left to her by her mom. She'd been so determined to just survive during those years that once she'd got a job she'd relaxed. Now everything she worked for was gone again. She had no family to fall back on. Few friends. She looked around the room, searching for some way out of her feelings. Her eyes landed on her collection of Harry Potter books stacked on the floor. Her mom had once read them aloud while she and her dad listened raptly every night. After Dad died, They'd continued reading them together as a way to remember him and bond. She walked over and grabbed the stack. Starting with the first book, she spent the next 3 days reading. She allowed herself to be consumed by the story. She hardly slept and didn't bother to change out of her pajamas or brush her hair. On the 4th day, she finally fell asleep. Zia had gone to sleep with books in her bed before. Somehow it never bothered her when they were under her pillow, or tucked down the sides of the bed by the wall. If they poked her during the night, she never knew. Tonight her bed was strewn with all 7 Harry Potter books, except the 6th, which was spread open slightly over her face, but mostly over her neck. It was 4 in the morning. She was sound asleep. Dreams of Horcruxes, of Tom Riddle's past, and the question of what Tom may have been like if his mother had been alive to raise him invaded her dreams, and when she woke up, it felt like she was still in the dream. The air was thick with the sounds of old car horns, and as she opened her eyes she saw that she was surrounded by a crowd of people. Men in suits and what appeared to be newsboy hats, women in dresses with nylons, kitten heels, and light coats, all peered curiously down as she blinked up into the sunlight. It was a moment before she was sufficiently alert to hear what they were saying. She's okay. Must have just passed out. How did she get here? Is she from the circus? Look at those clothes. And that hair. Zia sat up, and reached one hand up to touch her hair surreptitiously. Where am I? Some of the crowd laughed nervously, others walked away, seemingly satisfied that she was at least alive, if not completely present of mind. A man walked up, holding out a hand to help her up. She took it. London, he said simply, pulling her to her feet. London. She looked around, now taking in the carefully combed and parted hair of the men. And the expertly coiffed women, the pearls and handbags. She was pretty sure even Londoners didn't dress like this. At least, not anymore. What year exactly? She questioned uneasily, looking beyond the crowd to the old-fashioned cars and buses flooding the street beyond. 1927, the man replied with a chuckle. Zia froze. That couldn't be possible. This had to be some kind of prank played on her because she was a history teacher. She decided maybe it would be best to play along for now. Her mind scanned through her knowledge of history. After World War, the Great War. Yes, he said with a nod. She nearly sank back down to the ground, but instead looked around at the other women, although the crowd was rapidly dissipating. She studied their outfits and hair more thoroughly. It all seemed very historically accurate. Nobody would pay this much money just to kidnap and prank a laid-off high school teacher. She looked down at herself, wearing flannel pajama bottoms and an oversized t-shirt. It was severely out of place amidst all the smartly dressed women around her. She was sure she was dreaming, but decided to pinch herself anyways, surreptitious. Squeezing a fold of skin on the back of her arm. It hurt. Impossible. The man looked down at her. He was also wearing a suit, but no cap, and he looked more like a kindly grandfather than anything else. Are you all right? The old gentleman asked gently. I'm not quite sure. Well, why don't I take you home to my wife? I'm sure she'll fix you up with a good meal. You don't look like you're from here. My name is Charlie Dawkins. The old man looked at her expectantly, apparently waiting for an acceptance of the invitation, his hand held out in a friendly manner. She studied his face suspiciously at first, searching for any sign of nefarious intentions. He seemed genuine. I'm Zia. Nice to meet you, Mr. Dawkins. I would love to meet your wife. Thank you for the offer. She shook his hand. He nodded, and led her through the streets, him winding through the crowds and her following, making sure to avoid things on the ground with her bare feet. It must have been an odd sight, an old man being followed by a girl who looked so very bizarre, and she tried to ignore the stares from others passing by. The more her feet hurt, the more she realized this wasn't a dream. But nor was she entirely sure that it was a prank either. To pull off something this elaborate, the pranksters would have needed to kidnap her. Then they would have needed to hire a bunch of British actors, crafted an elaborate large-scale set. Then top it all off by outfitting them all properly. Who would go that far? I rather enjoy walking, although I do take the bus to get home. It isn't too far, but it's far enough that walking wouldn't be advisable. Especially with your bare feet there, he explained, not looking back at her, intent on weaving his way through the crowds. She turned a little red, embarrassed. but unsure how she could have done anything differently, decided that it was what it was and let it go. Mr. Dawkins didn't seem to mind, so neither would she. My wife's name is Mary. She will be so excited to have a young person in the house. She loves an excuse to cook more food than we need. Zia nodded, although he probably couldn't see it, and continued to follow him. She will fuss over you a lot, I'm sure. So you'd best be prepared for that. They walked past an imposing building, and as she read the name on the plaque, she stopped dead in front of it. She knew what orphanage this was. This was the place where Tom Riddle had been born. Suddenly, she was seized by a sudden impulse and started for the gate. Mr. Dawkins looked at her. Where are you going, Zia? He asked. There may be a child here that I need to see, she replied. He looked at her in surprise. Yours? He asked. Not mine, but I think this is what she said. I think this is the place. Mr. Dawkins, who appeared to be surprisingly flexible in his plans, as well as kindly, if the events of the past few minutes were any reflection of his character, followed her in. She moved to the front desk. Excuse me, but do you have a child here by the name of Tom Riddle? She asked the woman at the front desk. As in the book description, the place was very clean, and the children she could see playing looked well fed and well taken care of. But the place was a little austere. The woman looked at her curiously. Yes, we have a child with just that name. Would you like to see him? She asked. Please. The woman disappeared for a moment, then brought out an adorable, but somehow serious-looking 1-year-old. This is Tom. Zia gazed at the child, who just stared at her, unsmiling. And she knew, somehow, she was in the world of Harry Potter. Well, not quite. Before Harry Potter, somehow, she'd stumbled into the wizarding world, or at least the muggle side of it. She stared at the small child who stared right back. Tom Riddle, future Voldemort. As a baby, she stepped back. If she interfered, it could change the timeline. She was a history teacher. It wasn't the first time she'd thought about how one change in one person's life might mess up an entire future. But it might also make a better future. She stepped forward. The small boy was still staring at her. His face was cherubic, despite the expressionlessness of it. He was just a child. And maybe, just maybe, if someone cared about him enough, good things could come from it. She had to at least try. I would like to adopt him. Both the woman and Mr. Dawkins looked to her, faces clearly registering their shock, but Mr. Dawkins seemed more adept at dealing with unexpected situations, and quickly recovered. The woman looked at her. How old are you? She asked. 20. Are you married? I am not. The woman nodded as if this settled the matter. We do not adopt out children to women who are unmarried, much less a woman so young. The woman stared at her, apparently taking in her outfit for the first time, and Zia saw the resolve deepen in the lady's eyes. The only exceptions would be for family. Zia looked evenly into the woman's eyes, and told the biggest lie she had ever spoken in her entire life. I am his aunt. My sister was his mother. The woman stared at her, dumbfounded. Zia continued. My sister, Miro, mentioned the name of a street near here in her last letter to me, and that she was going to have a baby soon. Our father Marvolo is gone. This is my nephew. The woman blinked, apparently unable to counter this information. Zia was prepared with more information if the situation became difficult, but Mr. Dawkins stepped forward now, tears apparent in his eyes. Any fees that need to be paid, I will take care of, he said. Zia looked at him. The reuniting of a family is worth any cost. My wife and I lost a son in the war. What we wouldn't have given to have him come home, he explained, his eyes still teary. Zia put her hand on his shoulder, patting it a little awkwardly. Mr. Dawkins, I can't let you do that, she said. You will let me do this, I want to. And call me Papa Charlie. A receptionist. Next thing she knew, the name, Zia Gaunt, was signed to official documents stating that she now had full custody of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom himself seemed somehow aware that something was taking place, but his 1-year-old mind didn't seem to know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. He was a very quiet child, and as the matron handed him over to Zia, along with the few things that apparently belonged to him, his face remained perfectly expressionless. Mr. Dawkins, or Papa Charlie as he was now insisting she call him, helped her out with everything. He signed as a witness, and then paid any fees that came up. And you will still be coming home for dinner, right? Papa Charlie asked, although it was more of a statement than a question. Zia nodded, and he again took the lead, Althaug. Now he walked slower to compensate for the additional weight of Tom and the meager bag of belongings that the orphanage had handed to her, the former being carried by Zia and the latter being carried by a somehow more energetic Charlie Dawkins. They continued on for a little while, finally coming up to bus stop. I'll get your ticket, and we'll be off, Mr. Dawkins said. He talked to the driver, then they both boarded. Zia's arms wrapped around her nephew. She wasn't sure she trusted the safety of the old-fashioned bus, but it was the only option, since newer buses hadn't been invented yet. After about 20 minutes or so, the bus pulled to a stop, and Mr. Dawkins led her out into a quaint little house which she smiled at this a picket fence and a little garden. Mary, he called, I brought you a surprise. A plump old lady with a bun of gray-streaked light brown hair came flying out of the house, saw Zia and little Tom, and immediately set her course for her new surprise. The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling. And who might this young lady be? She asked. I'm Zia Gaunt, Zia began, then had the air crushed out of her with a hug, although the woman was careful not to squeal. The 1-year-old placidly staring at her. And who might this young fellow be? She asked, easily observing that the 1-year-old was a boy. This is Tom Riddle, my nephew. Zia explained. Somehow the lie came easily, even though she had never really lied before because it made her uncomfortable. She was calm and sure that this was what she wanted to do, even though she realized that she had taken an immensely difficult task upon herself. Or rather, 2 difficult tasks, because she considered raising a child and that child potentially being mass murderer Lord Voldemort 2 separate problems entirely. The closest thing she had ever come to raising a child was her job as a caregiver for autistic children, and she wondered if that would be enough to go on. New parents were beginners too though, and she took comfort in the idea that many firstborn and only children turned out very well. Mary was attempting to get Tom to smile, and failing dismally in the attempt. Well dear, let's get you into the house. We still have some toys somewhere, maybe Tom would like to play with them. At this she turned to her husband and gave him a look that clearly expressed her desire for him to find the toys, then continued. I'm sure I've got something you can wear, and then you can help me with dinner. I'm sure Charlie would love to keep an eye on Tom while we cook. Oh, this is so exciting. And with that, Mary Dawkins steered Zia into the house and quickly had her outfitted in a dress, nylons, shoes, and then put her to work chopping potatoes. Papa Charlie located the box of toys, and Tom proceeded to pick up each one and examine it with his chubby little fingers, as if trying to figure out which ones he approved of and which ones he deemed unworthy of playtime. Charlie seemed to find this amusing rather than strange, which Zia was grateful for. Soon the meal was finished, and in the space of time that it took to prepare and cook the dinner, the Dawkins couple figured out that Zia was alone, had no family, and no job. Mary had heard about her husband's insistence that he be called Papa Charlie, and urged Zia to call her Nana Mary. Zia felt guilty for being such a surprise guest, not to mention that she had no idea of half the things going on in the world, but it was hard not to feel comfortable around Papa Charlie and Nana Mary. Zia, Mr. Dawkins began, having finished his portion of mashed carrots. I'd like to offer you a job at my office. We're in desperate need of a hard-working receptionist, and you seem like a bright girl. You would be paid well, and we would help set you and Tom up in a nice apartment of your own. What do you think? Zia wasn't sure what to say. Mr. Dawkins, she began. Papa Charlie. That is extremely kind of you, but you've already done so much, and… Oh nonsense. You accept his offer, Zia, Mary urged. Then she leaned over and whispered conspiratorially, and besides, this way we will be able to visit your Tom. He is so sweet. Zia looked over at Tom, who was sitting in a makeshift high chair at the table, staring at some mashed carrots that he seemed to consider a questionable source of nutrients. Sweet wouldn't have been exactly the word she would use for him. But maybe that was her knowledge of his very unsweet potential future. Thinking of how unfair that judgment was to place on a 1-year-old, she remembered what her mother had told her once. Don't look at who someone is, but who they can be. If you treat them like they're already the person they could be, they're more likely to truly become that person. She looked back at Tom. I will take the job. Thank you very much, Papa Charlie. And you, Nana Mary. First word. Zia worked as a receptionist for several hours every day except Sunday for Papa Charlie, who turned out to be a doctor. Sometimes she left little Tom with Nana Mary, but usually he was allowed into the office with her. The nurses and other doctors had grown fond of him, because although he never smiled, he really was quite adorable. He would generally sit on the floor behind the desk on a quilted blanket, his little face focused intently on whatever toy he happened to pick for that day, as if he was trying to discover its secrets. He had also grown attached to a little stuffed snake that he carried with him to any new environment, which Zia thought was slightly ominous but also cute. He was always extremely quiet, never making noise unless he wanted something. Today was one of the days when Tom was with Nana Mary. These days always put her on edge, because when Tom wasn't with her, she had no way of knowing what behaviors he was exhibiting, or whether he had started showing signs of his magical ancestry yet. She was interrupted by these thoughts by the ring of the phone. May I speak to Zia please? Nana Mary's voice came over the phone. Nana Mary, what's going on? Is Tom okay? Zia felt panicked, not sure what to think at the unexpected phone call. She had never I've a call from Nana Mary at the office before. Usually she just received updates when she went to pick Tom up. Nothing is wrong, only a little strange dear. Tom just said his first words, Nana Mary explained. Zia felt her face crinkle in confusion. Words. Nana Mary laughed. Yes, words. Tom asked me today where you were. Zia sat back in her chair, the phone cord uncurling slightly as she did so. What exactly did he say? Quote, he said, and I quote, where is Auntie? A simple sentence. Seems like he was saving up all those sounds until the time when he would be able to communicate with them. Nana Mary explained. Zia sat there, silent for a moment. What did you tell him? I told him you were at the office with Papa Charlie. And guess what he said? Zia nearly fell off of her chair. He replied. She asked weakly, thinking that maybe this really was too much for her to handle. Oh yes, he told me, take me there. So if it's all right with you, I think I will bring him over. Yes, of course. If that's what he wants. Make sure you bring his blanket to sit on and his snake. Nana Mary chuckled. Tom is a clever boy. Yes, that he is, Zia replied. Well, we will be here as soon as we can. Goodbye Zia. Goodbye Nana Mary. Zia waited until she heard the click of the receiver on the other end of the line before hanging up the phone on her own end. She could feel herself shaking a little. Tom was already using sentences. He wasn't even 18 months old yet. She sank back against the chair, rubbing her forehead. She knew from reading the books that Tom was only talented and clever when it came to magic, but she hadn't expected something like this. Going from complete silence to basic but structurally correct sentences, she was fairly sure that this wasn't normal behavior for a child. Then again, Tom wasn't a normal child. Maybe she should have expected it. Several phone calls to schedule appointments, and patience for actual appointments later, the door opened and Nana Mary came in, holding Tom and carrying his travel bag over one shoulder. The boy's eyes scanned the room, silently taking in the other people seated around the waiting room. His arms wrapped around his stuffed snake. Then he turned towards Zia, his mouth puckering into a frown. She smiled tentatively. Tom, she asked. The people in the waiting room were all busy either talking quietly to each other or reading the newspapers and magazines provided, but Zia could tell that many of them were paying close attention to the newcomer. It was a normal human reaction. Auntie, why do you leave me? Tom asked plainly. He tugged on Nana Mary's sleeve and pointed towards Zia. She could see heads actually turn in either her direction or his now, and she supposed that anybody would be interested in a child who could already form sentences like that. He tilted his head to the side, reading her face intently. Auntie has to work, honey. She replied. His frown deepened. You bring me sometimes, he countered. She bit her lip, not sure how to reply to that. Nana Mary looked torn between the urge to either laugh or cry, her face pinched into an expression somewhere in between. Well, I thought that it might be nice for you to have more toys to play with, and Nana Mary can play with you at her house. When you're with me here I can't do that, sweetheart, she tried to explain. And Nana Mary can take you out with her so you can get some nice fresh air. Tom shook his head. No, I don't like when you aren't there. The waiting room guests had dropped their pretenses now, and the newspapers and magazines had slowly worked their ways down as people stopped paying attention to them. But don't you like being with Nana Mary? He paused, clearly considering his answer. Yes, but I don't like when you aren't there. Zia thought for a moment. How about we have you spend time with Nana in the mornings on the days when you'd normally be there all day, then when you walk to maybe she could bring you over here during the lunch break. Then you can have my full attention, she answered. He thought about this proposal, then nodded his agreement. Acceptable, Tom answered, with an air of finality. She smiled, and he tugged on Nana Mary's sleeve, pointing at Zia. Obviously picking up the hint, Nana Mary took him over to his aunt, at which time he reached his chubby fingers out for her. She took him from Mary and sat him on her lap. She had almost forgotten just how small he was, how young he was, because of the conversation they had just had. The waiting room's occupants seemed to collectively sigh, and turn back to their reading, and Nana Mary took a seat in a chair close to the front desk, pulling out some knitting. Zia returned to her work, somehow feeling relieved. Perhaps this outward sign of attachment meant that he really was able to form a bond with people. She glanced down at him, and smiled as she recognized the familiar green of his stuffed snake held tightly to his chest. She wondered if he had named it Smiles, Steps, and Special Skills. Zia was worried about Tom. Despite his apparent attachment to her, he was still as serious as before. People would come into the office, and if Tom was sitting on her lap, they would lean down and try to coax a smile out, but he would simply stare at them. He had been offered candy, and simply looked down on it with disdain. If he was praised he would blink slowly, as if assessing the validity of the praise based on the one giving it, but nothing seemed to affect him. She didn't know what to do. She laid in bed, staring at the patterns in the apartment ceiling, trying to figure out how to crack the boy's stoic attitude. She wondered when he may have first smiled in the book, but since that information wasn't provided, it was mostly guesswork. She knew he had smiled. Harry described the wild happiness that seemed to distort the young Voldemort's features when he was particularly satisfied with something. Or the cruel smile he took when hurting someone, things that she didn't want to picture the little boy sleeping in the other room doing. Yet it was evidence that he had to have smiled at some point. She fell asleep trying to connect dots that weren't provided. Zia was conscious. Her eyes were still closed, but her body was on high alert, muscles tensed. It was clear that the room was still dark. And there was movement on her bed. Cracking open one eye and turning her head as little as possible, she saw a pair of dark eyes staring at her. She couldn't remember how she got off the bed. But the next second the light was on, and she saw that the eyes belonged to Tom, who had somehow gotten onto her bed. She had no idea how that was possible. There was no way he could reach high enough to climb. And he had never walked or gotten out of his crib before. Hand over her racing heart, she looked at him sternly. Tom Marvolo Riddle, what are you doing on my bed? At what time is it? She checked the clock on the opposite wall. At 3:30 in the morning. I don't like being by myself in the dark, he said, looking up at her. You don't like? She cut herself off. Young man, I thought I was sharing my bed with a rat. Quote, but I don't have whiskers or fur or a tail, auntie, he explained, pointing out the obvious. He said this with such a matter-of-fact tone, and such a serious face, that she couldn't help it. She started to laugh. It was just too strange of a situation to handle in any other way. He stared at her blankly as she descended into a fit of hearty chortles. Then slowly, miraculously, the corners of his mouth turned up. Auntie, he asked. Those corners were twitching now, as if trying to fight off something foreign and unwanted. Why are you laughing? Because you are just so straightforward, she said. He let out a sound that sounded like a tiny hiccup, and she realized that at the start of a giggle. Zia walked over and sat down on the bed. Tom looked up, a pleased little smile showing his baby teeth to her, and made a couple more of the tiny hiccuping noises. After a few minutes, She had calmed down sufficiently to be able to talk seriously again. "Tom, how did you get in here? And up onto my bed?" She eyed him suspiciously. He looked down a little, the smile gone. "I climbed out of my crib, then I walked here." She raised an eyebrow. "And onto my bed," she prompted. "I don't know. I wanted to be there, and then I was." Zia took a deep breath. She had known this would come eventually. Little Tom was, after all, a descendant of a witch, and obviously would grow up to be an extremely powerful wizard. "Am I bad?" Zia shook her head. "No, Tom, you aren't bad. If you came in here because you were scared, I'm okay with that. And I'm not ups that you can't explain how you got up there. You just have some skills that a lot of people don't have. Most children don't learn as quickly as you do. Did you know that?" She asked him. He shook his head. "Is that why people stare at me sometimes?" He looked up at her curiously. Zia's lips quirked into a little smile. "No, they stare because you're cute," she said, tickling him a little. He emitted his little laughing sounds as she did so, and she had to admit that even though it was quiet and restrained, hearing his laugh was worth the scare from earlier. Then she sat him down across from her. "So you walked in here?" she asked. "Yes." Zia feigned hurt, placing her hands over her heart. "Your first steps, and I wasn't there to see them. I can do it again if you want," he offered. She pretended to think about this for a moment, looking at him as if trying to decide if she was too hurt to let him redeem himself. "Okay then, I guess I will have to live with that," she told him, and placed him on the floor on his feet. He teetered for a fraction of a second, then did a proud little walk around the room. Zia applauded his efforts and he treated her to a half smile, then he popped back on the bed next to her. Skipping the whole climbing business that would normally be necessary. She looked at him. "Tom, I don't mind if you use your special skills here with me, but you shouldn't use them when other people can see. Like I said, most people can't do those things, and some people aren't very accepting of people who can. Only me, okay? Not even Nana Mary and Papa Charlie." "Not even Nana Mary and Papa Charlie," she confirmed. "Now, if I put you back in your crib, will you stay there, or will you come back in and give me a rat scare again?" He looked up at her seriously. "I told you, I don't have whiskers or fur or a tail, so it wouldn't be a rat scare. It would be a Tom scare." She fought back the urge to laugh again, and patted the side of the bed that she didn't use. "Okay, well, if I'm going to avoid another Tom scare tonight, you'd better stay. But I don't want you sleeping here every night, okay?" "Okay, Auntie," he agreed, and settled himself comfortably on the bed, his chubby little arms sticking out of the top of the blanket. Zia stood up and turned off the light, then went back to bed herself. In the morning, she noticed that his stuffed snake had joined them on the bed. The park. It was a Sunday, and since Zia had the day off of work, she had decided to take Tom to the park. It was cold and the park was covered in a thick blanket of snow, but he didn't seem to mind as long as he was fully covered in his thick snow coat and pants, wearing the green scarf Nana Mary had knitted for him, and had his fuzzy earmuffs on. She herself was sitting on a bench bundled up in a similar outfit, right down to the nearly matching green scarf that Nana Mary had created at Tom's request. Tom had insisted upon everyone wearing specifically a green scarf, although he didn't want them all to have the same shade of green as him. He was merrily crunching through some especially deep snowdrifts when she heard a thwack, and saw a snowball break on his back. Zia stood up, worried, as she watched him pause, then slowly straighten, drawing himself up to his full, although still very small, height. There was laughter as a group of older children came into view, none of them noticing the furious frowning face of their target as they pelted him with more snowballs. Tom, who was only a couple weeks away from turning 2, was obviously not amused. Zia took an uncertain step forward, but Tom turned towards her, still moving slowly, as if trying very hard to stay calm. This kind of thing had never happened to him before. "Auntie, I'm sorry," he said simply. Then he turned to face the other children. Zia watched, half mesmerized and half horrified, as the snowballs that were en route to his little body seemed to slow, pause, and then pelt back towards their originators. It took a bit for his attackers to realize that every snowball they threw somehow neglected to hit its intended target and instead boomeranged back to hit them. Zia could not help but be impressed. Tom's aim was impeccable. Many of the snowballs had chunked into ice and thudded one after another in the exact same place as the ones before. The older kids finally seemed to figure out the general idea of what was going on, and ceased fire. Then they all turned to run away from the small child, who was putting up a much better fight than they could have expected. One of them looked back at Tom, yelling, "I'm going to tell my mum about you, you little freak. You'll be sorry." This was the breaking point. As Zia was running forward, Tom was suddenly no longer in the direction of where she was running, but standing directly in front of the other boy, looking coldly up at him. "And what would your mother think if I told her you attacked a little child like me?" he said menacingly. "Do you think she would even believe you in the first place?" The other boy, who had skidded to a stop to avoid hitting Tom, opened and closed his mouth silently, then shook his head. Tom looked straight into the boy's eyes. "Go," he commanded, and the boy took off after the others. It was then that Zia reached him, and he looked up at her, traces of the anger still on his face. "Tom, come sit with me," she said quietly, holding out her hand. He took it, hanging his head, obviously aware that she was not pleased. She led him over to the park bench and sat him down to face her. He kept his head down. "What are you feeling right now?" she asked him. He seemed surprised at this question and looked up at her. "Well," she prompted, "I am feeling sad because you are sad," he answered. She nodded slowly. "And what were you feeling when those boys were throwing snowballs at you?" "I don't know," he said. She considered this for a moment. "Let's try to find some good words to describe it. Did your muscles feel tight, like they were a rubber band when you pull it?" He nodded. "Did you feel more warm than normal?" "Yes." "Did it hurt when the snowball hit you?" "Yes." "Did you feel like it wasn't fair that so many of them were hitting you with snowballs and they were bigger than you?" "Yes." "Did you want them to hurt too?" A pause, as if he didn't want to say it because he was afraid of what she would think. "Yes." She patted him on the back. "Tom, that is normal. Most people feel that way when things happen to them that aren't fair and that they don't like," she explained. He looked curious. "They do." "Yes, they do." He looked relieved. "However, just because somebody does something to you doesn't mean that you should do something back. Do you know how to tell if a decision is a good one or a bad one? If it follows the rules. Like when you say it is bedtime." She shook her head. "No. Here's the secret." He leaned forward, so she could whisper it into his ear. Tom liked secrets. He was always eager to learn new ones. If it is going to hurt someone, it is a bad decision. If it is going to help someone, it is a good decision. That makes sense. "But what if somebody makes a bad decision to hurt me?" he asked. "Then you need to choose whether you are going to make a bad decision, or a good one. Your decision has nothing to do with theirs. Your decision has to do with you. Will you try to make good decisions?" She asked him. "I will try," he responded, his little face becoming determined. "One more thing," she began. "You did something else that wasn't good. Remember when you promised you wouldn't use your special skills in front of other people?" "I said sorry for that," he exclaimed. "I said sorry before I did it. In advance." "Yes, you did, but that doesn't make it better." He hung his head again. "I won't do it again," he whispered. She considered him for a moment. "Do you want to know when it would be okay with me if you did? Because there are some times." He scooted forward, eyes excited. "Yes," he exclaimed. "When it would be a good choice." "You mean when it would help someone?" "Yes. I would still want you to be careful, and try not to let other people see it though, okay?" "Okay. Can I have a hug?" she asked him. He was thoughtful, then he consented and gave her a hug. "Let's go home and get some hot chocolate." They both stood up, and he put his mitten-encased hand in hers and they left. As she watched him sipping his hot chocolate out of a small mug she had found for him, his hot chocolate was actually cooler than hers to avoid burning his mouth. She thought about the events of the day. She felt like she had gotten a glimpse at the park of the Tom Riddle that had become Lord Voldemort, and she didn't like it. What had scared her most was not the part where he had used his magic to redirect all the snowballs. It was when he was threatening the other boy, and the look on his face as he had done so. To her, it had seemed out of character. The Tom she knew wasn't the kind of child who would grow up to be a sadistic mass murderer, and she wanted to keep it that way. He looked up at her, a little chocolate mustache on his upper lip. I know it was a bad decision, but wasn't it funny when they were getting hit with their own snowballs? He asked hesitantly. She laughed. Yes, it was. He smiled, and returned to drinking his hot cocoa. She sighed, wondering how many days would be like this, and if she would ever stop worrying about him. Probably not. Holidays. This is a quick author's note. Thank you to everyone who has read my story so far. I am really excited to read all the comments and would like you to know that I do read them. It's very encouraging to get such positive feedback. Thank you also to those who have favorited and liked it. I wanted to try something new with the story of Tom and Zia, and I'm glad it's being received so well. I'm enjoying writing this, and I hope it's as enjoyable to read. Thank you, and on to the chapter. Pneuma. The fire snapped cheerfully in the hearth, warming up the sitting room in Nana Mary and Papa Charlie's little home. Tom and Papa Charlie were both on the ground, meticulously as an almost 2-year-old can get, constructing a model train set to go around the base of the Christmas tree that filled one corner of the room. Nana Mary and Zia were discussing Christmas Day menu plans, debating over whether they wanted breakfast on to include sausage or bacon, of which they had both. The rest of the menu had been complete and the refrigerator was well stocked for the next day. Dinner tonight had been delicious, but they had made sure to keep it simple in preparation for all the food tomorrow. Zia was keeping an eye on the two excited boys as the train set gradually made its way around the tree, Tom's little face intent on laying track in just the right way. Tom seemed excited for the holidays, and she hoped that he wouldn't be disappointed at the small gifts she got for him. Although they lived comfortably enough, there still wasn't a lot of money. She knew that Mary and Charlie got him some nice that she just couldn't afford anything fancy. Especially with his birthday coming up so soon after. She had spent a lot of time arranging everything for his birthday present, and she knew that he would like it, but the Christmas presents she had been able to afford weren't as exciting. Several gifts were already under the tree, but the rest would go under after Tom was in bed. Glancing over at the clock, then over at the now completed train, she stood up. Nana Mary, also noticing the time, stood with her. Tom, it's time for bed, she called. He pushed himself up to his feet and walked over to her, in his little striped flannel pajamas. Now, he asked. Papa Charlie got up now too, and ruffled Tom's hair. You've got to go to bed now so Santa Claus can come, he remarked. Tom looked up at him, eyes wide. Are you sure he will know we are here and not back at our apartment? He questioned, worried. Papa Charlie smiled down at him. Of course, Santa has been doing this for a long time. He has a very good system, he told the anxious child. Tom nodded and Zia reached down and picked him up, carrying him into the spare bedroom. Nana Mary had outfitted the room with a small bed next to the large one, complete with a little green bedspread. Since it was Tom's favorite color, it was pointless to put him in a crib, and he had expressed his desire to sleep in a bed like his aunt, so Tom now slept in his own bed in their apartment. Auntie, I hope you like my present tomorrow, he said after he was tucked in. I made it, he added. She bent down and kissed his forehead. I know I will love it, especially if you made it. With that he closed his eyes, and she switched the light off before closing the door. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie were waiting back in the other room. They had all agreed to wait 1 hour before setting out the rest of the presents from Santa under the tree. Papa Charlie smiled as she walked in, and Nana Mary's eyes twinkled at her. It's nice to have a family again, he said, and Nana Mary nodded her agreement. After our son died, the house felt so lonely during the holidays. He was our only child. You and Tom bring life back into the house, Nana Mary told her gently. Zia shook her head. I don't know what I would have done without both of you. I wouldn't have found Tom or at least been able to take care of him without all the help that you two have provided, she explained. Family is important for everyone, said Nana Mary. They were all silent for a moment. Then they began a conversation about the plans for next day. This carried them until it was time to place the other presents under the tree. And soon everybody was in bed. Zia listened to the sound of Tom's breathing, smiling at how worried he had been over Santa's ability to find him, then fell asleep. She felt a little poke on her arm. Then another one. It felt like early morning, but she didn't want to open her eyes. "Auntie," came a semi-frantic whisper. "Auntie, get up. It's Christmas." "Okay, I'm coming," she mumbled, opening her eyes and blinking slowly so her eyes could adjust. Tom's excited face came into view, as he tugged on her hand to get her up. "Come on. Hurry up." He ran over and grabbed her bathrobe, holding it up for her. She took it, put it on and saw that her slippers were already positioned on the floor. She smiled at Tom's excitement, and stood up, letting him tug her into the sitting room. He pulled her to the tree, pointing out the new presents from Santa, then over to the stockings, which were now filled. Papa Charlie was right, he did. "No," he said, "of course I was right. I've been around long enough to know about how Santa works, you see." Papa Charlie's voice sounded almost as excited as Tom's. Zia turned to watch as Papa Charlie and Nana Mary both entered the room, smiling merrily. "We'll open stockings now, then have breakfast. After breakfast we can work on the rest of the gifts," Nana Mary said, sitting down on one of the couches with her husband. "Tom first, since you're the youngest." Tom ran to his stocking, unhooked it from its place on the mantel, and brought it over, sitting on the floor in front of Zia. He reached into the stocking and pulled out a TTLE bundle of candy canes tied together with a green ribbon, smiling up at them all excitedly. Mary nodded encouragingly, and he continued to pull various treats out until the stocking was empty and he was surrounded by things like fruit, Christmas fudge, and peppermint bark. Then, in order of age, the rest of them went through their stockings, pulling out things similar to his. After this, they went in to eat breakfast. It had sausage and bacon. They decided to use both and traipsed back into the sitting room. They opened their gifts in turns, one person at a time. Zia received a new coat from Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Tom a new pair of snow boots and an umbrella for rain. Zia gave Tom a pair of green crocheted mittens to match his scarf, a tie for Papa Charlie, and a new stirring on for Nana Mary since she always said she needed more. From Santa came a variety of wind-up toys for Tom. Zia enjoyed watching each of them open their gifts. She had always liked to watch others open up presents just to see how happy they looked. They quickly got through all the presents when Tom got up and ran to the back bedroom, then came back with a little package. "Here," he said, handing it to Zia. She remembered what he had said the night before about making her a present and she was curious as to what he could have made her. "Should I open it now?" she asked him. "Yes," he exclaimed enthusiastically. "Open it." She opened the outer wrapping and then removed several layers of tissue paper to find what was nestled inside. She took it out of the tissue paper with trembling fingers. It was a necklace with a large wooden charm with a coiled snake carved onto the front. The carving looked difficult and intricate, but she didn't want to think about him holding a carving tool in his chubby little hands. He leaned forward to whisper into her ear, "I used my special skills to do it. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie think I bought it with saved up money." She instantly felt relieved. Then, she noticed something and turned the necklace to the side. It was a locket, a heavy locket with a snake on the front. Immediately, her stomach knotted itself up. "Open it," he urged. She did and saw a tiny picture of him inside, and written in tiny letters, "To Auntie Zia, love Tom." She looked down at him, and saw that his round face was anxious, as if he wasn't sure that she liked it or not. "Auntie, do you like it?" "I love it." She smiled down at him and he gave her a hug. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie were smiling too. "It's a snake," he said excitedly. Zia smiled. His birthday gift would be perfect. Birthday. Author's note again. Hey guys, I'm sorry the updates have been getting slow. I'll give you a little explanation to go with my apology, college. I promise I'm not going to quit this story until it's done. But now you know that when updates are slow in coming, it's because I've been brain fried from homework. This chapter has a little bit of a twist, and just so you guys know, sometimes the story writes itself. So even I didn't see this one coming. Again, thank you for all the positive reviews, I read all of them. And I am so glad you guys are enjoying the story. Enjoy. Pneuma. It was Tom's birthday, and he was turning 2. It was also New Year's Eve, so London was busy with people looking for various things to help celebrate the event. Zia wove in and out of passers-by, as she traveled through the streets of London, turning down one street then another. Tom was with Nana Mary and Papa Charlie so that she could pick up his birthday present. She almost walked right by a bookshop when something in the window caught her eye. Smiling, she walked inside the shop. "May I see your book on snakes, please?" she asked the elderly man at the front desk. He eyed her curiously through his spectacles, and she could tell he was wondering what she wanted it for, but he got up and pulled the book from the window. Returning, he handed it to her so she could inspect it. The book was new and well bound. She opened it and flipped through the chapters, looking at the various illustrations and skimming the bits of information found there. Deeming it satisfactory, she asked, "How much?" The man pursed his lips slightly, and she could almost see the gears working in his head as he calculated a price. £2, he responded. Zia opened her purse and rifled through it for several seconds, triumphantly pulled out the £2, and handed them to the old man. He took them and then wrapped the book in brown paper, tied it up with string, and handed it to her. "Thank you," she told him, and left the store. The book wasn't Tom's big present, but she thought he might like having a new choice for their bedtime reading. Zia had a very small collection of books at their apartment, comprised mainly of old books from Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Sometimes she would get a newspaper and bring that home to read if there were any articles she thought he might like. They read every evening. He would climb onto her lap. She would hold the book in front of both of them, and then she would read out loud as he looked at the pages. This would be his first new book, as all of the others were used and tattered. She continued her quest through the streets and found the place she was looking for. A little bell tinkled as she walked in and up to the front counter. The clerk here was a younger man, and he already knew what she was there for. She had made arrangements and paid for it in advance. He walked back and very carefully picked up the gift, bringing it up to the counter. She bent down a little and gazed at it, hoped that this was a good decision, and then stood straight again. "Can you cover it with something so I can take it on the bus?" she asked the man. "Of course," he smiled, knowing why she would ask him that. Moments later, the gift was ready. She put the package that was the book on her arm using the string tied around it as an anchor, and then with both hands balanced the other gift carefully against her to shield it from the cold outside, thanked the man, and walked to the bus stop. When the bus arrived, she got on and balanced the gift on her lap, being careful not to let it be jostled as the bus moved. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie already knew what it was, and she was glad. Nana Mary had been all right with its temporary presence in their cottage. It would be relocated to the apartment at the end of the day. When she finally arrived back at their home, Papa Charlie walked to meet her at the gate and took the larger gift carefully from her, and then they both walked into the house. Tom ran forward to his aunt and looked up at her eagerly. "Is it time yet, Auntie Zia?" he asked, his eyes bright with anticipation. He had somehow deduced that this present was the big one of the year. Better than any of the gifts he had received for Christmas, and he had been asking every day. Sometimes she forgot that he was only 2 since he acted so much older than his age. But she saw no reason to treat him as if he was younger than he acted, as she felt that it would be an insult to his intelligence. Zia smiled back down at him. "It is indeed time, Tom," she told him. "You need to go sit down so you can open them up, all right?" He ran to the big armchair close to the fire and sat in it. She placed the book onto his lap first, and watched as he opened it. Tom was not the kind of child to rip the wrapping off, so they sat there as he carefully nudged the string off, then unfolded the paper. "A new book," he exclaimed, picking up the heavy volume with a small amount of effort. He looked at it, then up at Zia. "What is it about?" "It's about snakes, Tom. I thought it might be nice to have something new to read at bedtime," she answered. He nodded and placed it gently down on the small table next to the chair. Papa Charlie then stepped forward with the big present. This present was a bit too large for Tom's lap, so Papa Charlie placed it on the floor for him to uncover. Tom sat behind it and pulled off the covering. His eyes grew wide as he stared at it, and Zia felt like she might pop open from nerves, now fervently wishing she had picked something else. Anything else. Inside the glass tank, which was still warm from being held against her, was coiled a small yellow snake. Tom's mouth was open a little bit, and his head snapped up to meet hers. "It's a real one, isn't it, Auntie?" he said. It was not a question. "Yes, Tom. You will have to take very good care of it. I bought everything it needs for now, like the warmer for the tank and the little bowls for its water. But it will need food," she told him. He looked back at it. The snake raised its head and looked at Tom through the glass. She knew it was looking at him. She didn't know how she knew, but she knew. Nana Mary smiled at how enthralled Tom looked, then announced that she would be starting dinner. Papa Charlie followed her, and Zia moved to where Tom was and sat next to him on the floor. "Auntie," he whispered, turning to look at her. "Auntie, it's talking to me." "I know, Tom. I knew it would. It's one of your special skills," she whispered back to him. "What is it saying?" Then she stopped speaking. She stopped moving. She leaned closer to the glass, feeling her stomach drop. The snake's head was turned towards her now. "Why don't you listen for yourself, Zia? Tom isn't the only one here who can understand me, is he?" Zia turned her head slowly and found Tom looking back at her. They both stared at each other. "Auntie, why didn't you tell me you had special skill too?" Tom whispered, speaking in Parseltongue. She found herself unable to speak. The snake spoke for her. She didn't know the talk. Zia was moving around the kitchen in the apartment, pulling ingredients from various cabinets to put dinner together. Tom was sitting at the kitchen table, watching the yellow snake twining itself in and out of his fingers. Zia glanced over at him. "Tom, can you get the frying pan for me?" He waved his free hand at the cupboard and the door opened. Then the frying pan sailed down from the highest shelf and came to rest on the counter next to her. This was a normal occurrence in the apartment, since the highest shelves were too tall for her to reach without a chair or reaching with precarious balance on tiptoe. Tom seemed to enjoy any opportunity she gave him to use his special skills, so she asked him for help often. "Did you figure out a name yet?" she asked him. He looked up, his plump little face turning towards her. "Auntie," he said slowly, "you talk to her too. I know you do because I hear you at night. You already know, don't you?" She tried to hide a smile, but did not succeed. Tom's mouth quirked, mirroring hers. "You caught me," she said, now pulling out mixing bowls and stirring spoons. "It's Hanavi, right?" He nodded his affirmation. Then his forehead wrinkled into a frown as he looked at her. "Why doesn't Hanavi know her family?" he asked quietly. "She says she doesn't remember them." Zia looked at him, and she could tell he was really bothered by this. Putting down the measuring cup she was filling with flour, he crossed the kitchen and sat across from him. "Tom, snake families work different from human families. You remember from your snake book how they are born from eggs, right?" "Yes. Well, when their moms are ready to lay the eggs, they find a nice hole, and they go in there and lay those eggs. But snake moms don't stay with the eggs, they leave after they lay the eggs. When the eggs hatch, the little baby snakes come out and learn how to fend for themselves," she explained. "What about their fathers?" he asked. "Their fathers don't know that their mothers are going to lay the eggs. Snakes don't stay together," she said. Tom's frown deepened. "Am I a snake, Auntie?" he whispered. She got up and crouched down next to him, looking into his eyes seriously. "Tom, why would you think that? My mother didn't stay with me. And my father didn't know, did he?" he said. It was not a question. Zia scooped Tom up and set him on her lap. Hanavi was still twined between his fingers, but her head was raised inquisitively, listening for the answer just as intently as Tom was. "No, sweetheart, your father didn't know. But your mother, I am sure, would have stayed with you if she had not died." He looked pained. She had already told him about his mother, but it was still hard for him to cope with the idea that she hadn't been able to stay alive for him. "But humans, we make families. I'm your family, aren't I?" "You are," he replied. "And Nana Mary and Papa Charlie, they may not be blood related to us, but aren't they your family?" "Yes." Zia then turned her attention to the snake. "And Hanavi is family too, isn't she?" Zia spoke in Parseltongue. The snake turned its head to Tom, waiting for his answer. "Yes, she is," he said. Zia could tell that he was beginning to feel better. "Families are all different, Tom. Hanavi is a snake, and we are humans, but there are things about everyone that are alike. Hanavi's snake family may not have been around her, but we adopted her. Just like I adopted you. When people take care of each other and make each other happy, that is a kind of family, don't you think so? She continued. I know so, he replied. His wrinkled forehead had relaxed and the frown was gone. He looked relieved, and she wondered how long he had been thinking about this. It pained her to think about how he would have felt in the orphanage, alone, asking himself these same questions but with nobody there for him. Then he looked up at her, and she could tell he was ready to ask another question. Auntie, if you have special skills too, why don't you ever use them? Hanavi said you had them. But you didn't even know. How did you even know I had them? This was a question she knew would come up eventually, but she hadn't known it would be so soon. She had to lie again, and she wasn't sure how to do it. But she would try. Well, your mother had special skills. Our whole family did, and all of our ancestors. I didn't spend very much time with them because nobody could see any special skills in me when I was your age. They sent me to live somewhere else most of the time, she told him. Tom's face crinkled back into a frown. Why would they do that? He asked, clearly indignant for her. Do you know what another word for special skills is? She asked him. He shook his head. It's magic. Your mothers and my family didn't like people who can't do magic. People like Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Tom's face grew more indignant. That's a bad reason to dislike somebody, he said firmly. Yes, it is. A very bad reason, she agreed with him. But there are some people who have magic who think that way. They think that they are better than people who can't do it. They even think that they are better than people who have magic that have parents who don't. Well, hey, don't know Nana Mary and Papa Charlie, he said, as if that settled the matter. Zia smiled. No, they don't. And they don't get to eat the crickets from Nana Mary's garden. Hanavi added. Zia was surprised by the snake's remark, but pleased that it was backing her up. Speaking of eating, I should go finish making our dinner, she said, and set Tom back onto his chair. Auntie, I like our family, he told her. I do too, Tom. We've got a good one, she replied. That night, after making sure Tom was asleep, Zia took Hanavi out of her tank and went to sit on the couch. The yellow snake twisted herself around Zia's hand. Eyes on her. Hanavi, how did you know I had magic when I had no idea? And why didn't they ever show up before? The snake blinked. I knew you had them when I first saw you through the glass of the tank. I can tell when a human can speak my language, and they can only do that if they can do magic. As for not showing up, I can't really say. Even now, though, the only thing I've ever done that was magical was talk to you. The only thing you've ever tried was talking to me, Zia. I have no training. Neither does Tom, and he manages it just fine. Why don't you try? The snake pointed with her tail to the book on the kitchen table. Zia had been reading about how snakes hatching out of their eggs to Tom that evening. Zia bit her lip and turned to face it, concentrating on it. Willing it to move toward her. Nothing. She stared harder at it. Nothing. She frowned, focusing all her attention on it. Then, something. Slowly, shakily, the book rose. Then just as slowly, just as shakily, it moved through the air, falling finally next to her. Practice makes perfect. The alley. Where are we going, Auntie? Tom asked, his hand tightly held in Zia's, skipping along next to her. The air was chilly that day, and both of them wore coats and gloves. Zia was scanning buildings, looking from place to place, searching. Shopping, if I can find the place, she replied. Quote, if you see a little pub called The Leaky Cauldron, that's where we need to go. Why? He asked. She smiled down at him as they walked. Tom had started reading out loud to her a month before. She knew that it was going to happen before other children, and she really hadn't been surprised when he sat on her lap one evening and began reading to her about snakes shedding their skin. Then he began to ask her about everything. He wanted to know why the moon changed shapes, why Hanavi didn't eat bread, why Zia didn't behave like other women sometimes, and he wanted to know about magic. The questions about magic were the kind Zia couldn't answer when he asked them, but she was determined to find him answers. Because if we go there, we can get some books that they don't sell in the bookshops we are used to, she answered. What kinds of books? Zia squeezed his hand gently. Books about magic. His eyes lit up immediately, and she watched with amusement as his eyes darted from place to place, looking for the place where the promised books would be. He was always excited to learn more about magic, and she couldn't blame him. The world of Harry Potter had fascinated her since she was a child, and here she was, walking through London with little Tom Riddle clinging to her hand, looking for the leaky cauldron. It was strange to her in many ways, but in other ways it was as if she fit in perfectly, like she was supposed to be there. They turned the corner, and both she and Tom let out a soft gasp. "There it is, Auntie," Tom whispered, pointing covertly to the shabby-looking pub. He tugged her hand a little, impatient to get there. She allowed him to gently pull her along the street, and pressed her lips together over a smile at his intense determination to get there as fast as possible. They reached the door and she bent down and picked him up, balancing him against one hip as she opened the door. The room was dimly lit, and there were wizards and witches scattered across the room, sitting at various tables. A few hushed conversations were punctuated by a couple loud ones, but nobody paid any attention to the two newcomers. She walked up to the counter. "May I speak to Tom?" she asked. Little Tom turned his head questioningly to her, then to the man who approached them. He looked like he still had all his teeth, but his hair was certainly thinning. "That's me," he said, holding out his hand for her to shake. Zia took it and shook hands with him, noticing the brief look of irritation on her Tom's face. "What can I do for you? We need to get into Diagon Alley, but I don't have a wand. Also, if there is a place where I can change Muggle money, could you give me directions?" she asked, realizing that she wasn't quite sure how this was done. The barman nodded and took them through to the back and then into the alleyway. Pulling out his own wand, he tapped the brick and the wall melted away to reveal a bright street crammed with shops. "You can exchange Muggle money in that building there," he said, pointing to the imposing marble building that she was sure was Gringotts. "And, after you do that, you may want to get yourself a new wand." "Did yours break?" "I was never fortunate enough to get one," she responded firmly, but politely. He looked confused, but didn't press the issue. "Thank you very much for your help," she said, smiling. He smiled back at her, and then went back to the leaky cauldron. "All right, let's go get some money," she said to the child whose fingers were fisted around parts of her dress. She noted that they looked out of place walking along the street in their Muggle clothes while the other people passing them wore robes of various colors. "Muggles are the people who don't have magic, right?" Tom asked, waiting for Zia to verify this. "Yes, they are," she confirmed. They reached the building and she saw the goblins standing on either side of the door. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." Tom read the words quietly from the poem engraved into the doors, speaking into Zia's ear. She felt her skin prickle as the goblins scrutinized them with shrewd eyes, never looking away until they were inside the bank. She held Tom closer to her protectively, and walked over to one of the desks, looking warily at the goblin behind it. "I'm here to exchange Muggle money," she stated, pulling out a purse full of money she had been saving up. The goblin nodded and took the purse, counting out the coins and bills, then replaced the contents with some coins. It was a quick transaction, and he was glad for that because the bank made her feel uneasy. They left quickly and moved back into the light of the street. She looked down at Tom, who was staring back at the goblins guarding the door, in a similar way to how they were staring at him. "Are you ready to explore?" she asked him. He pulled his eyes away from the goblins and looked up at her instead. "Yep, where first?" he asked, and he could see the deep interest and enthusiasm apparent on his face. He was looking from place to place so fast she wondered if he would get whiplash. "Flourish and Blots, it's the bookstore. There," he pointed, identifying it. Zia smiled and walked to the bookshop with him. It was a cozy shop, with various intriguing displays, wizard wars of the 18th century, and spells for the stressed, ing others, and a little table featuring quills of all kinds, various colors of ink, and parchment. She walked to the front desk, and rang the little bell for the bookkeeper. "May I help you?" A smart L.Y. dressed witch in deep purple robes appeared from behind a set of bookshelves asked. I'm looking for a simple book about magical theory, one about magical creatures, and a basic spell book. Zia told her, if there are any stories for children that would be wonderful too. The witch nodded and disappeared for a few seconds, then returned with a small stack of books. I recommend these, she said, holding out the stack. Zia looked through them and smiled at some of the titles she recognized. She looked up at the witch and nodded. These are perfect, I'll buy them. Thank you very much for your help, you knew exactly where to go. She told her. The witch beamed at the praise, and bustled off behind the counter with the books, added up the prices, and Zia paid for them. The witch waved at them as they left and Tom, to Zia's mild surprise, waved back at her. Zia and Tom proceeded to visit any shop that looked interesting, and Zia bought a couple different kinds of wizard candy for them to try back home. Tom looked as if he had gone to a theme park. I think it's time we left for home, she said after a few hours of wandering from shop to shop. Tom frowned. No, Auntie, you still need to get one thing. Did you forget? And what thing would that be, Tom? We've got a lot of things to get home with us already, she told him. He sighed exasperatedly, as if she was missing the most crucial part of the entire trip. You heard what the barkeeper man said, right? Which part? Auntie, you still need a wand. Quote, wands and names. Zia bit her lip, standing in front of Ollivander's wand shop. Arguments chasing each other in her mind as to whether she should get one or not. She'd never had formal training, obviously, and most likely wouldn't ever get it due to her age. Her entire DGE of magic thus far was limited to what she knew from the original Harry Potter books. She didn't know if it was a good idea to have a wand or not, especially if she had no idea how to use it, but Tom was insistent. He pinched her shoulder gently. Go in, Tom. I'm not sure if she began, but the disapproving frown crossing his little face clearly stated that she was going to do it or he would consider the day wasted. Be brave, Auntie, he encouraged. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door. A soft tinkle from a bell signified their arrival. The shop was slightly dusty, and true the book was filled with stacks of boxes that were thin and tailored, Zia was sure, to the size of the wands inside. A man appeared suddenly, surprising them both. I am Mr. Ollivander. You're here for a wand, I presume. And it's your first, he observed, seemingly taking note of her age but not appearing very surprised at her lack of a wand. She nodded, having momentarily lost the ability to speak. Tom was gazing interestedly at Mr. Ollivander, with occasional glances around the shop. Well, we will have to try them out, let's get to business, he said. Your wand, arm. Zia set Tom down and put out her right arm. A measuring tape was produced and began measuring her while Ollivander bustled around the shop pulling various boxes off of shelves. She wondered if the measurements had anything to do with the wand. And also how the boxes stayed in stacks as he pulled various boxes right out of the middle of the columns. He came back and set the pile of wand boxes in front of her carefully. Tom was sitting on a little stool, watching the proceedings with fascination. Mr. Ollivander would pull out a wand, hand it to Zia, and she would wave it. Wand after wand, and nothing was happening. Zia was feeling discouraged, but Ollivander seemed to be getting more and more excited with every failed attempt. She would work through one pile of boxes only to find another pile replacing it. Finally, after another unsuccessful attempt, she looked down to find that there were no more wands on the desk. She stared at the empty desk, wondering if it was possible that she had tried every wand in the shop. Mr. Ollivander cleared his throat and she looked up at him. His eyes were gleaming with a kind of bright happy madness. You're a tricky one. Very unusual, but I think perhaps the time has come. He said more to himself than to her, and he disappeared into the recesses of the shop. It took more time for Ollivander to come back with the wand than for the previous wands. He was holding the box gingerly, almost reverently, as he walked back to where she was standing. Try this, he whispered excitedly, opening the box and holding the wand out to her. She took it from him and waved it. Sparks shot from the tip of the wand, and Mr. Ollivander's face was illuminated in the sparkling light. He looked extremely pleased. That's the one, then. Oh, and what an interesting connection. When I made that wand, well, I didn't know if it would ever be sold, really. Strange combination, you see. Strange combination. Tom asked from his spot on the stool. Ollivander looked at him, then back at Zia. Elder and unicorn hair, 12.5 inches, surprisingly swishy, he responded. Powerful, very powerful, but loyal to its first master. And it is so very rare to match a wand with elder wood. Such contrast in one wand. You must be a very unusual sort of person. Very unusual. He was eyeing her more interestedly than he had when she had first walked into the shop, as if the world had given him some kind of happy present. He placed the wand back into the box, and she gave him 11 galleons for it. She noticed that it was more expensive than Harry's had been in the book, and wondered if it was because she was older or if it was the strange nature of the wand. Tom stood, and she picked him up, waked out onto the street, then they left the alley through the leaky cauldron. As they left, Tom the barman walked up to shake her hand once more. Hope to see you again, he said to Zia, smiling. Thank you, I'm sure you will, Zia replied, and she noticed again the fleeting pained expression on the child's face. They exited through the front door of the pub and re-entered the Muggle world they were used to, now carrying a copious number of bags and packages, and the thin box that contained her wand. Tom tugged on her dress, and she recognized this as a sign that he wanted to walk now. She set him down, and he curled his fingers around her right little finger, since the majority of her hand was holding some of the bags. They walked in silence until the bus stopped, then got on and sat down, surrounding themselves in a sea of magical purchases. Auntie, Tom began hesitantly. Zia looked down at him. Auntie, that man had my name. And you smiled at him, he said, his face pulled into a pout. You let him shake your hand. Quote, I did, Zia answered, looking at him. Why is that a terrible thing, Tom? Because it's my name, and I don't like that he has it. Zia nodded slowly, understanding what he was saying. So you want your name to be unique, am I right? She asked him. Yes, he answered emphatically. Should we pick you a new one then? He considered this. Like what? Well, perhaps Pookie, or Smagdoodle, she offered, coming up with the most un-Tom-like names she could think of. He wrinkled his nose. No thank you, he said. She ruffled his hair. Tom, do you want to know the trick to having a unique name? She asked him. He nodded, looking up at her. Well, your name is Tom. And that other man's name is Tom. But you are different. Different personalities, different appearances, different minds. You have the same name, it's true. But what you make of that name, that is what makes it unique. She said. What do you mean, what I make of that name? He asked her, looking puzzled. What kind of person you grow up to be will change the meaning of your name. It is vastly different from any other Tom out there. When you grow up, I hope that you will attach to your name the intelligence you have, the passion you have for learning more, your curiosity, and your goodness. When people know you, or hear your name, they will think of those things. They will think of the way you behave, the way you smile, the way you treat other people. Those are all parts of your name, she explained. Tom was silent, and she could tell he was processing this in his head, dissecting it and taking it in. I like that. I want to make my name, he said. I want to make it mine. Zia smiled. You're already starting on it. School. Come out and show me Tom. Zia called through the door of the fitting room. Zia was taking Tom shopping for some new clothes, and Tom Dee insisted that she sit outside of the fitting room door while he tried on the clothes. She wasn't quite sure why he was so adamant about it, since he was only 4 years old, but there were a lot of things that Tom did that other children didn't. Birthdays and holidays had come and gone, and as she sat waiting for him to emerge she realized that she had been taking care of him for 3 years. During those years, she had continued working as a secretary for Papa Charlie's office and took Tom to various places when they had a little extra money so that he could learn more about the world. Occasionally they made small trips to Diagon Alley, because she felt that it was important for both of them to learn about the magical world. Yet Tom was learning at a much faster pace than the average child. And she felt that it was time for him to attend a Muggle primary school. How is this? Tom's voice interrupted her thoughts and she examined his clothes. It looks nice, you did a good job putting it all on, she informed him. He smiled for a moment, then his face darkened and she received a suspicious look. Why are you getting me new clothes? Because you need them, she replied. His eyes narrowed. Tell the whole truth, Auntie, she sighed. He always knew when she wasn't telling him everything. I've enrolled you in the primary school close to where we live. I want you to learn how to do some of the basic things they teach there, Zia explained. Tom's lower lip poked out in a pout. But I don't want to learn those things. I'd rather stay home with you. Tom, you know that I went to Muggle schools when I was little, don't you? She asked him. I never thought of that, he said. She could tell that he was rearranging priorities in his mind now. Sometimes she found it strange how easily they could read each other. But she guessed that it was because of how often they were around each other. When does it start? She bit her lip apprehensively. Tomorrow. His eyes flashed. Tomorrow. You didn't even warn me. Auntie, that's too soon. I refuse. I refuse to go, he said stubbornly. She sighed. Tom, you know that we don't have a lot of money. I want to start saving now or when you need to go to school to study magic, and to do that I have to keep working. I can't teach you everything that I'd like you to know by then with how much I work. There isn't enough time in the day for me to do all that. I know that you're ready to go to school, I know that you're a quick learner. She told him. He shook his head. No, you didn't tell me until now, that's inconsiderate. Zia patted the spot next to her, indicating that Tom should sit there. He slowly walked over and climbed onto the seat. Tom, I know it is short notice, and I apologize for not telling you earlier. I wasn't actually sure when it started. And I only barely enrolled you a couple days ago. But what I said is true. I would not have done this if I didn't think you were ready. I want you to learn what you can while I'm working during the days, and I will come and get you when school is done. We don't have a lot of money and I cannot afford to stay home and give you the education you deserve to keep up with your level of intelligence. I'm only one person. Tom stared at the wall, completely still and silent. He was processing her words, and she could tell he was still upset. After what seemed like an eternity, he touched her hand. You'll come get me every single day. And take me in the mornings. Of course, she replied. And in the evenings we will read and practice our magic. Definitely. And you'll still take me places on Sundays when we can. Holidays too, she laughed. Of course, Tom. Just because you're at school learning doesn't mean we're not going to see each other every day. Okay, I will go. And I will make you proud of me, I promise. He told her resolutely. Zia smiled. Now let's finish getting you those clothes. Tom stood at the door and watched his aunt leave. Then reluctantly turned into the classroom. Aunt Zia had been greeted by an older woman, who had introduced herself as his teacher, Mrs. Parker. Looking around, he took note of the other children already in the room. Then Mrs. Parker directed him to his seat, which was identified by a folded piece of paper with his name written on it neatly. Auntie Zia had gotten him new clothes and school supplies the day before. And although he had promised her he would go and do well, he still didn't like it. A girl sat next to him. I'm May, she said excitedly. Tom, he replied simply. Nice to meet you, is it your first day? Yes, you look younger than me. I'm 6. How old are you? She asked him. He was slightly annoyed with her questions, but answered anyways. 4. After a few more questions, May finally went quiet because Mrs. Parker began class, for which Tom was grateful since her questions annoyed him. He sat there quietly and calmly even though the rest of the children were fidgeting. He listened intently when the teacher spoke. He did his work when it was given to him. Then it was time to play. Tom walked to the building blocks, and began construction of the castle he had in the books his auntie bought from Diagon Alley. 2 other boys moved next to him, and blocked his way. You don't have a dad, do you? One of them asked. Tom frowned, said nothing, and tried to move around the boys to his block castle. You don't even have a proper mum, we saw. You're raised by your aunt. What happened? Too ugly for your real parents. Bet they took a look at you and dropped you as soon as they could. The other boy said. Tom felt his face grow hot, and glared at the boys now. Get out of my way. The boys laughed. You're younger, and you're smaller. I'd like to see you try to make me, the boy said. I'll repeat myself once. Get out of my way, Tom said softly. His voice was icy, and his hands were balled into fists. The boy who had spoken last cracked his knuckles. And your aunt, ugliest creature I've ever seen. I'm not even sure it's female. It does resemble you, though, he continued. Tom saw red. Don't insult my auntie. The phone rang at the office, and Zia picked it up, bringing it to her ear. This is Mr. Tanner, principal of South London Primary School. May I speak to Zia Gaunt? Came a voice over the phone. This is she, Zia replied, wondering if she had messed up some of the enrollment forms. Your nephew is Tom Riddle, isn't he? Yes, he is. May I ask why you are calling? There's been some trouble at school. The principal's office. Zia had to take the bus to get to the school from the doctor's office. Papa Charlie and his associates had given her permission to get off work early for the day due to the nature of the circumstances. She got off at the closest bus stop, walked briskly to the school, and headed straight for the principal's office where she had been invited to learn about what happened. She knocked on the door, and Mr. Tanner's voice indicated that she should enter. She walked in to find Tom sitting in a chair on one side of the room, and two boys in chairs on the other side of the room, next to who she assumed were their mothers. The two other women glared at her as she entered, their eyes clearly suspicious and accusing. The principal looked up from some papers on his desk as she entered, and waved a hand to an empty chair by Tom. Zia sat. What happened? Zia asked calmly, although she didn't feel nearly as calm as she sounded. She was trying to think of all the different things that could have happened. Ned and wondering what she would do about each scenario she came up with. Tom looked up at her, his face expressionless except for a hint of sullen anger she could see turning the corners of his mouth down slightly and the almost dangerous flash in his eyes. She shook her head. No, very slightly, and she knew he understood that he was not to speak unless it was absolutely necessary. Your son seems to have been involved in some kind of scuffle with these two boys, Mr. Tanner said. Zia looked directly at him, her face impassive. My nephew, you mean? What kind of scuffle? The principal's eyebrows pushed together, as if he wasn't sure how to explain, but one of the other boys spoke up. That little freak somehow put us in a cage made of the building blocks he was using. I'm not sure how, but I know it was him. He's creepy. Maybe he's some kind of demon, the boy said, pointing a finger at Tom. Zia raised her eyebrows, and the principal seemed to have regained his confidence. Don't you think that is a little unreasonable? Danny, the principal asked the boy. Danny's eyes narrowed. He did it. I know it was him, the other boy said. Zia turned to face the boys. Why do you think it was Tom? Would there perhaps be a reason that you are blaming my nephew for this? Did something happen that might cause you to think that he would feel the need to do something like this, assuming that it's possible? She asked the boys. Neither of them said anything, and Zia watched with a small amount of satisfaction as they squirmed uncomfortably. She knew then that something had indeed happened to provoke Tom's actions. She had no doubt that their story about the blocks was completely plausible, excluding the demon accusations, but she was less interested in what had happened and more concerned with why it had happened. She sat patiently, eyes moving slowly from one boy's face to the other, making it clear that she expected answers, but they stayed quiet. Why don't you ask your nephew why he did it? One of the women asked icily. Zia could tell that the two women saw her as inferior to them for whatever reason, and was determined to keep her ground. She turned her gaze to the woman who had spoken. Because I'd like to know the side of the story from your children's perspectives. Obviously they feel certain that whatever happened was caused by my nephew. However, if I have gauged the scenario accurately, there is no proof behind those accusations. If they feel that there was a motive, I would like to know, in their words, what it might have been. The woman, who appeared as if she was planning to argue while Zia was explaining her reasons, closed her mouth, and instead chose to glare at Zia. Zia turned back to the two boys. So, what happened? It might be better if you told me now. Because I have time to sit and wait for your answers, but I doubt that you two would like to remain here for any longer than necessary. One of them looked at his friend, then back at Zia. We were talking to him, he said. About his family. And what about this conversation do you think could have made him upset enough to do something to you? I don't know. Zia raised her eyebrows, and looked directly at the boy in a way that she could tell made him uncomfortable. I think you do know, because if you didn't know then you wouldn't be so sure that it was Tom. The child seemed to be hypnotized by her steady gaze, and the answer came out with difficulty as if extracted against his will. We told him that his parents didn't want him and that was why you were raising him, the boy began. Zia frowned, and the boy continued hastily, but it's the truth. That's why children are raised by other people, their own parents don't want them. Is there anything else that was said? We made fun of you. I see. Thank you for telling me, she told him, and looked up at the two women standing behind their children. Now doesn't this make a bit more sense? The women looked furious, but the principal seemed to be engaged in a struggle between his mind and his face as he attempted to look neutral but couldn't keep the amusement from creeping into his expression as he began to speak. Considering the circumstances, I think it might be best to have the boys apologize to one another and then let them go home. I expect that you will discuss this with your children, and when they arrive at school tomorrow, they will meet with me individually to talk about what they learned from you. Is this agreeable? He asked. It sounds good to me, Zia answered. The other two women agreed. Tom looked at the two boys. I am sorry that I was unable to stay calm while you insulted me and my family. In the future I will try harder to do so, he told them with a small smile, holding his hand out to shake. Zia looked over at the principal and he seemed close to laughter now, but fighting it diligently. The boy who had confessed came up first. I'm sorry I said those things to you, he grumbled, and shook Tom's hand, and the other boy repeated him. Then the two women and their children swept from the office. Mr. Tanner came out from behind his desk and held his hand out for Zia to shake. You handled yourself well, I'm impressed. Parents usually don't care to know why something happened, usually they just want to see someone punished so they can get on with their day, he told her. My goal is to help Tom learn from his mistakes, not simply be punished for them, and I felt that since those two boys were involved perhaps I could at least help them recognize their mistake even if I can't help them learn from it myself, Zia replied. From what I see, you've done it very well, he said, and then bent down to Tom's level. Young man, your teacher told me about your work in class today. She is very impressed. I hope that you will be able to continue your good work. The principal then shook Tom's hand and walked them to the door. Zia walked with Tom to the bus, and then when it arrived they both got on and she sat him across from her. So, what's this about a cage of blocks? She asked him quietly. He looked at her. It wasn't a cage, it was a jail. They were being bad, Auntie. And bad people go to jail. Advanced. Hello everyone. I'm so glad I was finally able to get to another chapter of this story. I hope you are all as excited as I am to see where the story is headed next. Hopefully it doesn't disappoint. Also, I'd like to invite you all to look for small allusions I've put into different chapters that connect with the original Harry Potter story regarding Tom Riddle's past. They may not be in every chapter, but some of the chapters have little hints of it added in. If you've noticed any little connections before now, I hope it's added a little bit of fun into the reading experience. I find myself doing quite a bit of research for parts of the story, and I thought it would be interesting to throw extra bits of it in. As always, enjoy. I'll be getting the next chapter out sooner, I promise. Pneuma. There were no more incidents at school for Tom, and that made Zia happy, but he didn't seem to enjoy it. When he would bring home projects he had done in class, they were all done perfectly, but he was never enthusiastic about them. This continued for a few weeks, until his teacher Mrs. Parker called. At first, Zia was worried that something had happened again, but Mrs. Parker instead asked to meet with her after school. Thus Zia found herself sitting at a table outside, watching Tom play on the school's playground, and listening to what Mrs. Parker was saying about Tom's school habits. He didn't seem to like playing with the other children, and he was always done with his work more quickly than the rest of the class. Samati. Means during playtime there will be others, although they're usually much older than he is, and he's always polite to them and is sure to treat them nicely, but for the most part, I think he really prefers doing things on his own. His work is always done quickly, but it is never sloppy and I've never found anything incorrect. I think that he is too advanced for the class, Mrs. Parker told Zia. Maybe it would be a good idea to talk with Mr. Tanner about putting him into a higher level class. He seems bored with the work we do in my class. What class do you think he'd fit into best? Zia asked Mrs. Parker. Personally, I think he could handle work at least 2 or 3 levels above this one. 2 or 3 levels, are you sure about that? Zia asked her, surprised at the answer. Mrs. Parker smiled rather sheepishly. I've been giving him some alternate assignments, just to test his ability level. Honestly, he could probably handle higher than that, but so far I've only given him up to 3 levels above the current. He did them all easily. I'm not sure what I can do if he stays in my class, he is extremely bright. They both looked over at Tom, who was working determinedly on something in the sandbox. Yes, he is, Zia agreed. Tom stood and walked over to them. Auntie, will you look? He asked Zia, tugging on her sleeve until she stood. Of course, Zia answered. Mrs. Parker watched, looking interested, as Tom pulled Zia over to the sandbox. Do you like it? It was a large sand sculpture of a dragon, complete with a gust of fire created out of leaves. He leaned in to whisper quietly. It's a Catalonian fireball, see the wing shape there, and the angle of the snout. I do like it, Tom, it's very well done. Did you base that off of the image in our magical creature book? Yep, he said, looking pleased. Zia smiled at him. Mrs. Parker and I were talking about something and I would like for you to come talk with us. I know coming to school wasn't your choice, but I want it to be something you gain from. She has an idea, but before I do anything about it I'd like to know what you want. Tom looked at her and nodded. Okay. They both walked back to where Mrs. Parker was sitting, and Tom sat on Zia's lap. Mrs. Parker, would you like to talk to Tom about what we were just discussing? Zia asked. Mrs. Parker's eyes were twinkling. Of course, she answered, looking very seriously at Tom. Tom, you don't seem to be enjoying my class. Do you feel like the work is too easy? Tom looked up at Zia, with an expression that was plainly asking whether he should lie politely or tell the truth. Be honest, Zia encouraged. She won't mind. It's really easy. I don't feel like it does anything, he said simply. He narrowed his eyes a little bit then, studying the teacher. But you have been giving me some things to do that are different from the other kids. I think because the work is supposed to be more advanced, right? It's still easy though, he added. Mrs. Parker looked surprised, and then laughed merrily. You caught me, she told him. I was giving you those assignments to see where you may feel more comfortable as a learner. I think probably the 6th year would be the best fit if there was a possibility of changing classes. I've looked at some of the books for them, and that work seems a little more challenging, Tom informed her. Mrs. Parker's jaw dropped. You, what? Well, the 5th year wouldn't work because I help them with their homework during recess sometimes, that's still too easy. Zia was pressing her lips together firmly, to keep from laughing at the expression on Mrs. Parker's face. It was clear that the teacher wasn't used to this side of Tom's personality. To be fair, if Zia didn't know Tom the way she did, it would be a shock to hear a 4-year-old calmly explaining his own mental capacity to a teacher for her too. Yet it was still amusing to watch how other people, who weren't used to it, dealt with his unusual intelligence level. Is that so? Mrs. Parker asked Tom. It is. So if you were talking about this, then you must know a way that I could move to a higher class. Tom asked. All business. Mrs. Parker looked at Zia, as if seeking out some kind of island of normalcy, but when Zia simply smiled at her, continued to speak directly to Tom. There is. You would have to ask your aunt to help you appeal the situation to Mr. Tanner. There would be some evaluations done of your skill levels, then you would either be approved to move up, or you would stay in my class, Mrs. Parker explained. Auntie, can we do it? Tom asked, looking up at Zia. Is that what you want to do? Zia asked him. Yes, you wanted me to come here to learn, and I can't do that very well in a class that is too easy for me. That is a very good way to make your decision, Tom. Of course we will do our best, Zia said, smiling. Mrs. Parker stood. Well, that's all I wanted to talk to you about, and I hope it works out for you, she said, holding her hand out for Zia to shake. The woman looked a little dazed, but mostly like she wanted to get away from them and back to people with more age-appropriate intelligence levels as fast as possible. Zia stood, set Tom down on his feet, and shook her hand. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Mrs. Parker. You are welcome, Mrs. Parker said, as Tom went to clean the leaves out of the sandbox. He really opens up in front of you. Children often gather courage when their parents are near. Pity he doesn't have a father. It would be so good for him to have a male role model too. And you don't have anybody special. Zia took a step back from her, frowning slightly. I have a lot of people who are special to me, but none of them is a love interest, if that is what you mean, Zia said quietly. Oh goodness. I didn't mean to upset you, dear. It's quite all right that you don't. The war took a lot of good young men from us. There aren't enough to go around now, Mrs. Parker said hastily. Well, I hope that things go well for you and Tom. Don't forget that we don't have school next week. Enjoy the break. With those words, Mrs. Parker turned around and hurried away. Tom walked back to Zia right as Mrs. Parker turned the corner, and looked at the expression on his aunt's face. Auntie Zia, are you okay? You don't look so good, he said, holding her hand. Zia looked down and worked a smile onto her face. I'm okay, Tom, it's nothing, she said. His face pinched into a frown, but he didn't push it. Let's go home then, Auntie, he said, and they walked out of the schoolyard into the bus. That night, when Tom was asleep, Zia sat on the couch in their front room with Hanavi the snake twined around her fingers. Hanavi, does he wonder about his father? He does, but it's only natural for a child who doesn't know his to do so, isn't it? Today his teacher said something to me, about how he could use a good male role model. Well, there's Papa Charlie, isn't there? He's like a grandfather to Tom. He's family, and a good man. Yes, but a more immediate one. She asked me if I had someone special. Like a boyfriend, you know. Should I be doing that? This never bothered you before, and Tom has turned out better than many children who have both of their birth parents raising them. But if he wonders about his father, Zia, Tom is a good boy, and you are a good parent. What this woman said really hit something in you, and I think you need to look at yourself and figure out why. There is something else though, Hanavi. What? I know who his father is. I thought you might, but I was never certain. And I know where he lives. You know where I have the next week off work, since Tom doesn't have school. Papa Charlie and Nana Mary said they'd like to have him stay with them overnight sometime, they miss him. I think that maybe. You can't be thinking what I think you're thinking, Zia. I'm going to go meet Tom Riddle Sr. Zia smiled grimly. If only just to show how inadequate the man would have been as a parent, I think I'd like to know. Even if it's just to see how glad I am my Tom never ended up being raised by his real father. Little Hangleton, we are so excited to have Tom stay with us for the next couple days, don't you worry about a thing. Nana Mary told Zia, her wrinkled round face beaming happily. It's been too long since we've gotten him all to ourselves. We've planned out a bunch of fun activities. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll be fine. Nana told me she's making my favorites to eat, and Papa is going to teach me how to ride a horse, Tom said earnestly. Zia raised her eyebrows, and turned to look at Papa Charlie. Is that so? She asked him, doing her best to look stern. Papa Charlie chuckled. He'll be fine, Zia. You have fun with your free time. He told her. She smiled. I'll do my best, Papa Charlie. Thank you both, she said, hugging first Papa Charlie, then Nana Mary. And you be on your best behavior, she told Tom. He grinned. I always am, Auntie. He reached his short arms up for a hug, and she knelt and gave him a brief squeeze. I'll be here to get you in 2 days, okay? I'll call you in the evenings to say goodnight. Okay, he said. And I'll keep an eye on him too, of course, Hanavi hissed softly from the tank sitting on the table. Zia turned her head and nodded briefly, to show Hanavi that she had heard and that she was grateful, then left. She returned to the apartment, and dialed a number on the phone, while at the same time crossing off things on a checklist and going over the contents of her suitcase. Dresses, check. Hats, stockings, shoes, check, check, check. Hello. This is Arnold Halse, barkeeper of the Hanged Man. How can I help you? Hello, sir. I was wondering if the Hanged Man also functions as an inn, or if there is somewhere else I could stay in Little Hangleton. Zia asked the man over the phone, still looking over the suitcase. We've got rooms. When do you need one? Are there any open for tonight and tomorrow night? She asked. There are. Would you be needing one? I would indeed. Price: 9 shillings per night, the man said. All right. Please have a room reserved for this night and the next under the name. Zia paused, realizing that giving Gaunt as her last name would probably not be a very good idea in the town where the actual Gaunts came from. The name? The man asked impatiently. Dursley, she blurted, then made a face to herself. Of all the names to pull from the top of her head, the worst Muggle name out there had to be the first. Zia Dursley, she said more calmly. All right, Mrs. Dursley, shall I expect you for this evening? It's Miss, and yes you shall. Thank you very much, sir, she said, finding it disconcerting and slightly revolting to hear herself referred to as Mrs. Dursley. Having it as a fake last name was bad enough. There was no way she was going to pretend that she was married to one. Not at all, Arnold Hulse responded, and then hung up. Zia put the phone back onto the cradle, and went over the list one more time. Certain that she had everything, she closed up her suitcase, got her purse, and was almost out the door before she turned back and walked back to her room, slipping her wand into the purse as she came back out. She had learned a lot of the spells in the beginning books she bought. Assuming that since she was over 17 the Ministry of Magic could find no reason to keep her from practicing just because she hadn't gone to Hogwarts. Every evening she would devote 1 or 2 hours to practicing magic with and without the Elder and Unicorn Hair wand. She hoped she would not need magic on the trip, but with the potential proximity of hostile wizards to where she was going, Zia didn't feel comfortable leaving her wand behind. She surveyed the apartment one more time, then picked up the suitcase, exited, locked the door, and waited for the bus, which she would ride to the train station. Then take the train the rest of the way. Hours later, Zia stepped off the train into the town of Little Hangleton. It was evening, and since it was still light out, Zia could see a group of teenagers kicking around a ball in a field nearby. Frank, pass it here, one of the boys yelled. Zia's head snapped over to watch the boys, her eyes focusing in on the one with the ball. Come on Bryce, pass it, another boy yelled. She watched as Frank Bryce kicked the ball to his friend, and pressed a hand over her mouth, feeling sick. She was seeing the youthful face of a man she only knew from the books as an elderly, war-torn gardener who was killed by the child she was working so hard to protect and raise as her own. A girl laughed as the boy shot the ball toward the space between 2 large rocks and missed. Ah, shut up. Zia turned her face away from the group, willing herself to keep it together. It does not have to end that way, she told herself. If I can raise him right, if I can do this, then it doesn't have to end with that boy being used to make a Horcrux and fed to a giant snake. If I do this right, I can change that boy's future. She had known what kinds of things Tom had done as Voldemort, but for the first time she felt the reality of what he could become if she failed. I will not fail, she said out loud. I will not. She lifted her head and straightened herself, and walked into town, her eyes finally finding the Hanged Man. She crossed the street, entered the pub, and walked to the counter. As Arnold Hulse here, a man wearing an apron and wiping out a beer mug with a cloth walked up to her. That's me, are you Miss Dursley? He asked. Yes I am. I have a room reserved. We talked about this over the phone. We did, hold on. He walked to the register. And she paid for the 2 nights, and then he handed her a key, took her suitcase, and led her through a door and up a set of stairs. That's the one, room 16, he said, setting her suitcase in front of the door. Thank you Mr. Hulse, she said, and unlocked the door, then pulled the suitcase inside, and locked herself into the room. I hope this isn't a mistake, she whispered. Senior. Zia woke up later than usual, blinking slowly to adjust her eyes to the light. Sleep had evaded her in the little inn the previous night as she stared at the ceiling in attempt to put together something to say to the man who had abandoned his wife and unborn son. It was even more difficult since she was raising the child he hadn't wanted. In the end she had dropped to sleep, with no more ideas than she had started the night with, but in the daylight she felt like she didn't care how exactly it went with Tom Riddle Sr., good or bad. Either way, her little Tom was hers. She reached for her wand and ran her thumb along the handle slowly. If things went wrong, a simple memory charm would fix everything. Zia got ready quickly, and stopped for breakfast in the pub. "Mr. Hulse, could you give me directions to the Riddle house?" she asked the barman as he took her plate. Several heads turned towards her, most of them the faces of older people from the town, and she could tell from their expressions that the Riddles were not well liked, and that she was going to be discussed as soon as she left the room. "It's the biggest in the town. You go straight down the main road, it will be on your left. You can't miss it," the barkeeper told her. "Thank you very much," she said, paying for the meal. Arnold Hulse said nothing, just took the money and smiled in an almost encouraging way. But not quite succeeding. Zia left and soon realized that she probably hadn't needed the directions after all. A little ways past the small clutter of buildings that marked the center of the town and the Riddle house became glaringly obvious against the green hillside. Large, imposing, and scrupulously well kept, the house was nothing like the picture she had in her mind from the books. This must be what the house looked like in the state it was meant to have, and she was, against her will, impressed. Even the grounds were immaculate. Zia dug her teeth into her bottom lip to keep from feeling anxious, and walked down the road until she reached the gate to the house. She took a deep breath, pushed it open, and marched to the door. 3 sharp raps with the silver-handled door knocker and a man appeared. Opening it, "We don't buy from peddlers," he said stiffly. He was dressed in a plain suit, and looked down his nose at her. He wasn't particularly handsome, so she awesome. That he was probably not the person she was looking for. "Good thing I'm not selling anything then. May I speak to Tom Riddle?" She waited in the doorway, doing her best to reflect the same level of coolness. "Neither have the time to speak to strangers who wandered this way from the streets." The man appeared unruffled by her presence. He moved to shut the door, but she edged her foot into the doorway. "I would like to speak with Tom Riddle Jr. I can wait. Does he take appointments?" "Either he finds time eventually, or I make it for him," Zia replied, smiling plastically at the man. "I'll call the police if you threaten anybody in this house," the doorman warned. Through the opening in the door, Zia watched as a young man walked into her line of sight. "Alfred, do you know where my good coat is?" the young man asked, apparently not noticing the open door. "Sir, I believe it was hanging on the back of one of the dining room chairs," the doorman said, turning away from Zia. This action brought her into the young man's line of vision. She watched as his right eyebrow quirked up. She saw her Tom in his features, and knew instantly that this was Tom Riddle Sr. He couldn't be more than his mid-20s, which did not match up to what she'd pictured. However, he was just as handsome as described. Sharp cheekbones, dark eyes, wavy hair. She did her best not to scowl. "Excuse me, Alfred, but would you mind fixing something for me to eat in the kitchen?" he said, motioning for the butler or doorman or whatever position Alfred filled to move aside. Then he stepped into Alfred's former spot at the doorway. "Hello, I'm Tom Riddle. May I ask why you are blocking the doorway to my house?" he murmured smoothly, extending his hand. Zia eyed it with a jolt of slight revulsion, but shook it all the same. "Actually, I have something that I would like to discuss with you, Mr. Riddle," she said. He sighed casually. "Oh, and why would you assume that I have time to see someone who randomly appeared on my doorstep? No matter how nice looking they might be. I don't assume that you have time right now, but I can wait until you do. I had no other way of contacting you, so here I am," Zia replied. The man was indeed handsome, probably the most attractive man she had ever met, but his snobbish attitude killed it completely. He smiled patronizingly at her. "What if I never have time?" He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the door frame, looking down at her. "Either you give me a very good reason to have time, or you will leave," he told her. Zia's eyes narrowed. Her nerves were wound tight already, and his attitude pushed her past her snapping point. She pulled her wand out and flashed it in his direction. His eyes widened and his focus narrowed in on it. "Do you recognize what this is?" She twirled the wand between her fingers as she spoke until it pointed towards his chest, and noted with immense satisfaction that his eyes followed its progress warily. "I'll call the police," he said firmly, but she could hear the tremor of fear in his voice. She shrugged. "What makes you think you'd have time for that when you're using it to talk to me? If you know what this is, You should also know that calling the police would be pointless, she answered. She slid the wand back into its place at her side and crossed her own arms. I just want to talk. Either you have time now or later. But I'm not going to leave town until we discuss some things. He raked his fingers back through his hair, then after a long pause he sighed heavily. Come in, Tom said grudgingly, opening the door wider so that she could walk through it and into the house. I'd prefer somewhere private, Zia told him. Of course, follow me. He walked through the house and into what looked like a small library. Sitting in one large chair, he motioned for her to sit in the other. Why are you here? I'd like to talk to you about something that happened during your absence. Tom looked like he was about to be sick, and she noticed that his eyes were on her purse, where he knew her wand was stored. You know, if you'd just been polite, I wouldn't have pulled out my wand. But I came for a purpose and I intend to follow through. You're just like her, getting what you want with magic. He spat the last word, rather than through any real merit. You wouldn't have let me in if I hadn't. And I promise you that if you'd like I can make you forget this conversation once we are done with it. I can even get rid of the memories of that time if you want. Anyways, were you made aware that she was pregnant? Yes, but everything that woman did was full of lies and deceit. Why would that be any different than anything else she ever did to get me? I know about the love potion. I'm not a complete idiot. I know my own feelings. Why do you ask? Well, I'm currently raising your son. So I just wanted to know if you were aware of the possibility of his existence, Zia said nonchalantly. Like father. Tom Riddle's mouth opened a fraction, his eyes widened, and his mouth worked soundlessly until he found his voice. My son. I have a son. Yes, he's actually named after you. Tom. Named after me. Tom Riddle Sr. murmured to himself, covering his face with his hands. Zia sat across from him quietly, understanding that he needed time to process this information. After what seemed like much too long, he looked back up, tugging on the ends of his hair. Does he know about me? He's aware that he has a father, obviously. He knows very little about his mother, other than that she died giving birth to him, and that she had magic. At the last few words Tom's mouth tightened. Does my son have magic? Zia's own mouth pulled down into a frown. She didn't like the way the man talked about her Tom. He does. He is extremely gifted. Tom Riddle's face contorted. Gifted? I call that cursed. It's clear that he doesn't get his intelligence or his skills from you. Zia retorted defensively. Zhu his looks, which don't last forever anyways. Well, how would you feel about magic if you'd been forced into being part of the creation of a child by someone you didn't like, didn't love? And who ruined your life? He stood now, his anger rising. Do you know the disgrace of it? Do you know what it is like to feel dirtied like that? My reputation, my former fiancé, the approval of my parents, gone. Wrecked. Everything was destroyed by that woman's selfish use of her magic. You can't expect me to feel any joy over this. I didn't expect you to. I just wanted to know what you were like. I wanted to meet the man that my child thinks about, wonders about, and wishes he knew. Zia said quietly, I've heard enough. I feel no guilt raising Tom without knowing his father. I am sorry for what happened to you, but I think it's for the best that you weren't aware. She pulled out her wand and pointed it at his forehead. You won't remember this, any of it. He looked at her, and she was surprised at the anguished expression on his face. Don't, he said simply. She lowered her wand. Why not? How do you know about all of this? What part do you play? Tom asked. I am your son's aunt. Zia said. Tom raised one eyebrow, and sat back in the chair again. Impossible. That family only had one son and one daughter, neither quite right in the head, and the father wasn't right in the head either. And they were all, how do I put this, hideous. You bear no resemblance to any of them. I repeat my question. How do you know about this? Zia was silent, trying to think of an answer when she had none. Tom was more intelligent than she gave him credit for, and she realized that she would need to be very careful with what she said. I was illegitimate, and then did not display any sort of magic when I was young. Did you ever wonder where the mother was? Tom scrutinized her face. I don't think that's true, but if that is the answer you wish to use, I will agree to play along. He said slowly. Agree to play along. When I wipe your memory, you won't have any recollection of me at all. MMHMM. And what if your nephew decides to find his father and finds out that his aunt is a fake? How do you think that would work out? Tom Riddle Sr.'s mouth was twisted into a semi-triumphant smile. Zia's eyes narrowed as she looked at him, and she realized grudgingly that he had a valid point. What do you want? You wouldn't be doing this if you didn't want something. Tom's face broke into a completely triumphant smile now. Retribution. What do you mean? What is your name? He asked her. Zia didn't understand why it mattered, but she did understand that if she didn't answer, there could be consequences. Zia Gaunt. Age, 24. He raised both eyebrows. You are 24. You don't look older than late teens, he said, examining her. Zia knew this already. She hadn't aged very much physically for the 4 years since she had become Tom's aunt. And even before then she had always looked young for her age. I am 24. You can choose to believe that or not, but there it is. He looked at her thoughtfully. Not a bad age. What does age have to do with anything? Zia was beginning to feel uneasy at the direction the conversation was going. Nothing about her mattered in this situation. I don't want it to look like I'm pursuing someone much younger than I am, he said calmly, folding his fingers together in a slightly business-like gesture. What are you talking about? I'm 26, you know. Only 2 years older than you. Very much acceptable, you see. I don't see. You're not bad to look at either. Unlike my captor, he continued. What is this? Why are you analyzing me like this? Retribution. An eye for an eye. Although I think you have it better than I did. I'm at least not bad to look at. Tom Riddle Sr. was smiling, but there was no hint of joy there. Only 4 years of built-up anger. Zia stood up. I don't know what you're planning exactly, but I'm not going to go along with it. What happened to you was terrible, but I wasn't involved. There's no reason to punish me for it. So, I'll modify everything. You won't remember me, you won't remember her. You won't remember magic. She reached to pull out her wand, and realized that it was not there. Looking up, she saw Tom twirling it in his fingers, looking interestedly at it. What would happen if I break this? Zia froze, and her body went numb with cold horror. She could not speak. She was average-sized, maybe bigger than some of the twig-thin women of this era. But definitely not strong enough to overpower a fully grown man. Not without help. Ah, I thought so. That would be a problem, wouldn't it? I could get a new one. But there wouldn't be a way of erasing my memory, would there? I could simply find my son and tell him the truth before you get the chance. How do you think he would take it? I should have wiped your memory when I had the chance, but I took pity on you. Will you hear out my proposition? Depending on how you answer, you could get your wand back. Fine, Zia said grudgingly. Sit down, the man said, pointing back to the chair. Zia sat, crossing her arms. Angry. You are raising my son. I am his father. You said he wants to know his father. I don't think he would want to know you. No interruptions. Anyway, I see one very good solution to this whole issue, and it would even include retribution for me, he continued, pausing and looking at her, giving silent permission for her to speak. Zia saw in the man what she was trying desperately to prevent her Tom from becoming, and felt sick. What solution is that? Marry me. History. Tom Riddle Sr. watched the strange girl shift uncomfortably, studying amusedly as her face pulled into an expression of mingled horror and shock. The girl who claimed she was raising the son he had never wanted, at least never wanted with the person that had brought the boy into the world. He'd had a fiancée once after all. It still turned his stomach when he thought about how Merope had forced his emotions to twist into the strange kind of infatuation that led to his disgrace. His torture. He never wanted to experience it again. He rubbed the handle of the girl's wand slowly with his thumb. He had never wanted to see one of those again either. Retribution. He would force this girl to marry him just as he had been forced into marriage. Let his son's surrogate mother experience what the child's biological mother had forced him into. You think this is retribution. But it only makes you worse than her. Worse than Merope, the girl Zia said quietly. Tom's hand clenched the wand tighter at the mention of the woman's name out loud. How so? He asked, holding back his anger under a facade of calm. She did it because she thought she loved you. All she wanted was love. You saw her family. You made that clear when you exposed my lie. Did you watch the way they treated her? All she wanted was to be free and to be loved by somebody that she really cared for. What she did was wrong. There's no arguing that, and the pain and the suffering you experienced because of it should never have happened. Zia looked down at her shoes. He watched her face carefully in the next few moments. She looked pained. Then her face set into a determined expression. She took a deep breath and looked up directly into his eyes. But you have no reason for this other than to hurt someone else. You don't even know what happened to her. You never bothered to see if she was lying or not about being pregnant. Tom frowned. The way this girl spoke to him, it was like a parent reprimanding a misbehaving child. He didn't like that what she was saying made sense. Well then, enlighten me. What happened to that woman? After you left, she gave up magic. I don't think she wanted to be reminded of one more thing that you despised in her. She gave up her will to live, sold all her possessions that may have had even a slight value, and barely kept herself alive long enough to have your son. Her dying words, I know them because of what the head of the orphanage he was in told me, were that she hoped he looked like you. Zia's gaze continued to sink into his eyes, and Tom felt uncomfortable under the penetrating gaze she turned onto him. It felt like he girl was seeing through him into his soul, and the slight turn down at the corners of her mouth showed him that she didn't like what she saw there. She got her dying wish. He does look like you. How do I know you aren't lying to me? He asked her, grasping for something that would ease the uneasy guilt he felt. He knew though, that the girl wasn't lying. Her eyes reflected nothing but truth as she gazed into his. You've lied about your relation to my son. I did lie about that. The orphanage wouldn't let me have him unless I was family because I'm not married. They didn't know his mother. They didn't know where she came from, but he had your name. I told them I was her sister. She was more untraceable. The explanation the girl gave did nothing to ease his guilt, simply increased it. Her dishonesty was more valid than he had wanted it to be. He had wanted her response to make him hate her, to make it easy for him to hurt her. Why do all this for a child you weren't related to? This question made the girl look back down at the ground, and her reply came slowly and so quietly he had to lean forward to hear it. I don't want him to have the future he would have had if he did not have someone to love him. I don't want him to become a monster. I love him as if he was my own son, and I will do anything to protect him from that fate. The answer fascinated Tom. What do you mean by monster? And how could you know? You don't need to know the answers to either question, the girl said, face still turned to her feet. Tom turned this over in his head, turned the conversation over in his head, trying to find something in it that he could hate her for, something to fuel his anger, something to justify his actions. He was unable to find anything but guilt and disgust with himself. The girl was simply a good person. He realized that even her magic wasn't reason enough to force her to suffer. She was not a substitute for the woman who had ruined his life. Why did you come here? He asked her, now curious as to why she would bother to find him if she knew his past and the story behind his son. He was dissatisfied with her previous answer. I told you. Tom thinks about his father. He sees the other children who have their fathers and he wonders about his own, and why he doesn't have one with him. It hurts me to watch him wonder like that, so I wanted to meet you to see what you were like. Tom understood, but sensed that there had been another reason. What other reasons did you have? She looked up at him, and he saw that her mouth was set determinedly. Her eyes flashed. I wanted to know if he was missing something by not knowing you. If I was making a mistake. What did you decide? He wondered if he truly wanted to hear what she said next. It's better for him not to. Your attitude, the way you treat other people, no child should be raised looking up to someone like you. The people in the town, none of them like you or your family. Proud, selfish, condescending, all of you. You are not the kind of man my child deserves in a father, she said steadily, even though he saw her eyes dart to her wand. She was brave enough to tell him the truth, but he knew that she was also worried that his reaction would harm her. Or more likely, he thought to himself, his son. You hate me, don't you, Zia Gaunt? He spoke the words slowly, making the Sentence a statement instead of a question. She was silent for an almost unbearably long time before she spoke. I could hate you. It would be easy. But mostly I feel disappointment, pity, a little relief. Relief. I know I am doing a better job than you would have. He did it before he could think. Zia watched as in one move Tom Riddle Sr. stood, turned her wand, and held it out to her, waiting patiently for her to take it. She stared at him hesitantly, wondering if this was some kind of trap, but his eyes were fixed on the ground, so she couldn't read him. She reached out tentatively, then when she saw that he wouldn't pull away, snatched it out of his hand. Do what you want, he told her. What? She said, confused. Wipe my memories, or leave me the way I am, do whatever you want. Whatever you think is right. Zia stood there staring at him. He looked up into her eyes. I won't harm you, or my son. You have that promise. Her mouth fell open slightly, and his lips turned up at the corners, showing slight amusement at the expression he saw on her face. It wasn't the same cruel kind of smile as before, and she wondered who exactly Merope had fallen in love with. If you leave me the way I am, though, I have one request. What request is that? Zia was apprehensive, wondering what it could be this time. Come visit me again. Check my progress. I will be a better man. But like I said, do what you think is right. She hesitated, and looked him in the eye. Honesty and sincerity. She turned around and walked to the door of the little room, opened it, and walked down the hallway to the front door. He followed her, pulling the door open before she could. I'll be around, she said easily, and left the Riddle house. Black forecast. Zia turned the conversation between her and Tom Riddle Sr. over and over in her mind as she sat on the train. She examined it from every angle she could think of in an effort to make sure she hadn't missed something, hadn't overlooked a vital hint that Riddle was lying and planned to do something to harm her family. She could find nothing, no matter how many times she went over it, and decided to give the man the benefit of the doubt. If something went wrong, there was always the memory charm route, and she would have more time to learn how to induce selective memory loss. The train ride back to London went by seemingly faster than the ride going to Little Hangleton had felt to her. She missed her Tom and the family they had pulled together. The train pulled into the station and she exited it with her luggage and decided not to go straight back to Nana Mary and Papa Charlie's home. Instead, she took the set of streets that led to the Leaky Cauldron. Zia pulled her wand out and tapped the brick that would open the way to Diagon Alley. Waited as the bricks swirled out of the way, and stepped into the street. She walked down the street to Flourish and Blots, entered the bookstore, and wandered its now familiar shelves. Zia and Tom visited the bookstores on Diagon Alley more than any other stores there. He loved to learn about the magical world he belonged to, and Zia had to rely heavily on books to help her answer his questions. Tom loved when she would bring a book home to read with him. Smiling to herself, she walked to the section devoted to magical history, and pulled out some of the more interesting titles. She was just settling into a chair by a little table to inspect each one and determine which would be that day's buy when a group of people entered the shop. Regulus, someone called. Zia twitched. It couldn't be Sirius' brother. The time period was completely off, but that didn't stop the name's familiarity from piquing her curiosity. She surreptitiously turned her head in the direction of the new group. They all looked to be around her age, but she didn't know which one was Regulus. She went over the characteristics of the black family that seemed to run trend in the books. Dark hair and eyes, attractive, somewhat arrogant. Regulus black. One of the men turned in the direction of the shout. What? The man retorted. Zia studied him. He fit the physical descriptions well enough. And the way he carried himself screamed self-importance. She wrinkled her nose and looked back to her pile of books. Another man walked up to the group, and Zia recognized him as one of the store assistants. Fancy seeing you all in a book shop. What are you doing here? Obviously to see the places to cross off the list of potential work locations, Regulus replied. You've never worked a day in your life, you don't need to. The store assistant said to Regulus. True, but that doesn't mean I can't come visit to alleviate your boredom. It must be awful working in this place. What kind of people do you get in here? Regulus asked. Zia kept her eyes locked on the book she was looking at without seeing any of the words. This Regulus seemed like a completely spoiled brat. Usually it will either be students looking for school books, adults looking for self-help books, or old people looking for books because they are old and it's the only thing left for them to do, the assistant told him. Zia decided that she didn't want to stay for the rest of the conversation and made a quick decision. She walked up to the register and rang the little bell for assistance. The assistant pulled himself away from his friends and walked over to help her. Interested in history? He asked. I read to my nephew. How old? I'd guess 9 or 10. He is 4. And you read history books to the kid? The assistant asked, sounding incredulous. I read all kinds of books to him. Your nephew must have no childhood, came Regulus' voice from behind her. Zia paid for her book and stuck it into her bag. And you have no adulthood. From what I've heard, maybe you should learn to read, it could help you get one, Zia said snappishly. She wasn't in the mood to be patient with comments like that. Her patience had been used up dealing with Tom Riddle Sr. She pushed past the group to the door and walked towards her next destination, the sweets shop. You guys have fun without me, I'll meet up with you later. She heard Regulus tell the group. Where do you think you're going? Regulus asked, catching up to her. To buy some candy. Any other problems with the way I live my life, other than my desire to have an intelligent child, that you'd like to share with me? You're too uptight, especially for your age. I'm 25, you can't be older than me, he said, matching pace beside her. Zia narrowed her eyes, wondering to herself whether or not she had turned into some kind of magnet for annoying arrogant people. Although it's good that you're going to buy candy. Why don't you get back to your friends? You're irritating me. Regulus laughed. Irritating you? If I told you that I could pay for every book in that bookstore, along with every piece of candy in the shop and a lot more than that combined, would I still be irritating? Yes. He seemed slightly taken aback by this answer, as if he hadn't been expecting such a quick terse reply, and so was silent for a moment. Let me help you carry your things. Looks like you've got short trips worth of stuff in these bags, he said. I do, and no, you may not touch my belongings. He fell silent for another brief space. Why are you dressed like a muggle? You're not a mudblood, are you? He said the last part with contempt. Go clean your filthy mouth. Zia was almost to the door of the sweet shop when Regulus blocked her way. You are? He asked, frowning. Does it matter? I have no problems with anybody of muggle descent, and I have friends who are muggles. I find your language offensive, your attitude pathetic, and you as a whole nauseating. Please leave me alone. You have friends who are muggles. Seriously? Yes, now get out of my way. He didn't budge. What are they like? His voice was suddenly curious, and low as if to keep other people from hearing him. Just like wizards but without the magic. Honestly, it's not like they are a foreign species. They speak the same languages as we do, have the same anatomy. Get over it. Can I meet them? Only don't tell anybody. My family would kill me. Excuse me. This was something Zia had not been expecting. I've never been allowed to talk with actual muggles. So I was just thinking maybe I could meet the ones you know. Why on earth would someone like you want to do that? Pureblood supremacy family, am I right? Yes, but that doesn't mean I can't do what I want on my own time. They don't have to know. And I'm curious. Zia looked him in the eye firmly, and he looked back unflinchingly. Honest curiosity. She contemplated this. I will take you into the muggle world. But I'm not going to let you near my friends and family. I don't trust you with them. But we can start slow. Do you understand? Yes. If you do something that hurts them in any way, you don't want to know what I will do to you. Is this clear? Yes. Then you're going to have to get muggle clothes. Seeing stars. Author's note. This chapter will have perspective change in it. So when you see a dividing line later on, that will signify that the perspective is shifting. Also, for those of you wondering about a Regulus Black before his time, this Regulus Black is actually Regulus Black I. Sirius, brother from the books, was Regulus Arcturus Black, a later member of the Black family with the same first name. Trivia. Regulus I's brother's name was Arcturus. The Regulus from this story was born in 1906. So he does fit into the time period. I try to do research on various pieces of history according to the canonical Harry Potter literature and also what I know from Pottermore to help with accuracy. I don't always get it right, I'm sure, but I try. Anyways, thank you to everyone who reads my story. It is one of my favorite things to see how many people enjoy it. I also love reading your reviews. They can make my day. I hope you enjoy the chapter. It's quite a bit longer than my usual chapters, so I hope you'll be able to bear with it. Thank you again for all your support. Pneuma. Zia had to show Regulus where the money exchange office was so he could change his galleons for pounds, after explaining to him that the large gold coins would not be accepted in Muggle shops. Then they left Diagon Alley, Regulus carrying her larger luggage and she directing him towards a small shop that sold men's clothing where she often bought Tom's clothes. Eyeing his Rob's nervously and wondering how the shopkeeper would react to the strange clothing, she pushed open the door and motioned for Regulus to go into the shop. Welcome back, Miss Gaunt. Who is accompanying you today? The shopkeeper looked expectantly at Zia, waiting for the name of what he must have seen as a very strange man. Zia tried to suppress a smile as she watched the shopkeeper's battle to maintain an aura of professionalism despite the unusually dressed person next to her. This is Mr. Black, Zia told him. Regulus was starting at the man with more curiosity evident on his face than the shopkeeper's. She surreptitiously jabbed him in the back using her knuckles with the hope that he would pull himself back together. With difficulty, he did. Regulus Black, good to meet you, Regulus said, and to Zia's slight surprise, he offered his hand to the storekeeper. The storekeeper shook his hand. What are you here for today, Mr. Black? I'm here for some mug, a new outfit, Regulus replied. The salesman nodded, obviously prepared for the request, and set to work taking a few measurements and then moving from one rack to the next, scooping up pants, shirts, jackets, and finally a hat. Try these on, let's see how they look, he said, putting the clothes on a rack in a fitting room and pushing Regulus inside. It was a while before Regulus emerged, at last looking like he belonged in the Muggle world. How is the fit? The worker asked. Regulus looked at Zia, as if asking her whether it worked or not. He seemed unused to the kinds of clothes he was wearing. Zia nodded. It fits well. I'd like to buy these, he said. All right, go back in and change back and I will total your purchases for you. Actually, he would like to wear this out of the store, if that is all right, Zia told the shopkeeper. The salesman eyed the robes hanging in the closet, and then looked back at her. Of course, he said. As soon as the clothes were paid for, Zia had to help Regulus work with the money. They exited the shop and walked to the bus stop. Sitting down on the bench, Zia patted the spot next to her and Regulus sat there. These clothes are quite strange, he said casually. You'll get used to them. How was it meeting your first real Muggle? Zia asked him. He seemed normal. I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised if he had a wand somewhere in that shop, Regulus replied. He was tarring at his hand as if waiting for it to develop a rash or something. So it wasn't so bad. Not at all. All right then, I'll give you one more hour today, but after that I'm going back to my family. Zia shifted her packages around. She'd been carrying them with her the whole time, and they hadn't become any less heavy. Regulus watched her rearrange the stacks to keep them all balanced, then rolled his eyes and stood. He looked around, then pulled her in the direction of an empty alleyway nearby. You're a witch, for goodness sake, Zia. Use your magic, he said exasperatedly as he pulled out his wand. She kept her eyes on it suspiciously, but all he did was flick it 3 times in the direction of her packages. They shuddered for one moment, then shrank down to pocket size. She caught hem in her hands, then looked over at him. How exactly am I supposed to get these back to their original form? She asked as she deposited them into her purse. He looked at her incredulously. You don't know how to do an enlargement charm. He goggled at her with such an expression of shock that it was almost comical. She pursed her lips and stalked out of the alley, irritated. I was never properly trained, she grumbled when he easily caught up to her. It's none of your business, like the majority of my life. Anyways, do you want the extra hour or do you plan to keep pestering me? He held his hands up and shook his head. I didn't mean any offense. Okay then, well I suppose I'll take you to an ice cream shop then, she said, then looked over at him. I expect that you'll put my pack just right before I get on the bus for home. Of course, She walked through the streets toward a local ice cream parlor that was usually fairly busy. There would be enough people to observe without looking strange doing so. And it was the best she could come up with on short notice. He followed her, gaping at nearly everyone they passed, head swiveling around like a kid in an amusement park. To compensate for his bizarre behavior, she did her best to look as normal as possible. It did remind her a little of the beginning. She was fairly sure she'd watched everything around her the same way. Hay arrived at the ice cream shop and walked to the counter. She ordered a basic sundae, and he followed suit. Then they sat down at a table in the corner. She poked at her ice cream with the spoon, atching him to ensure he wouldn't do anything harmful. It felt almost like letting a lion loose in a herd of unsuspecting zebra. She had no idea how he would react. Are those two courting? Regulus A. Sked under his breath as he nodded toward two teenagers sharing an ice cream. Zia glanced over at them then back to him. Probably. But that group is just friends who came here. He surreptitiously pointed at a group with his spoon. Looks like it. Fascinating. It's just like wizards really. The ice cream is a little different, but still tastes good enough, he commented as he put another spoonful in his mouth. She kept herself from rolling her eyes. I told you there was really no other difference than magic. How else do you think people could fall in love and then have children? Muggles aren't a different species. She sat back and watched him. I was raised as a muggle. His eyes widened and he stared at her, and she noticed that he physically leaned away as far as the chair allowed. Some things were too ingrained to change so quickly, it seemed. So you were a muggle born, he corrected himself this time before the full word slipped out. Basically. They stared at each other across the table. Zia sized him up. This was an even bigger threat than Tom Riddle Sr. had been. There was no chance of her winning a duel with this man, not with wands. She supposed she could fight the muggle way, but she didn't know if that would be enough. She wasn't sure what he was doing while he studied her, but she wanted to be prepared for whatever happened. After a few tense moments, he relaxed. She followed suit, but only slightly. I wouldn't have known, he said quietly, fiddling with the hem of his suit jacket. If you hadn't told me I wouldn't have known. Isn't it that way with every muggle born? If you didn't know their name, if you didn't recognize that their family wasn't one you recognized, would you ever be able to tell the difference on sight alone? She leaned forward and subtly gestured towards all of the muggles seated around them, laughing, talking, just living in the world. Even them. If they were all dressed in robes and in the leaky cauldron. Would you know? He looked around at everyone there, taking it all in again. No. Zia nodded. They finished their ice cream in silence. She wasn't sure what he was thinking about exactly, but she hoped he had it was something in the right direction. People were just people, magic or not. She placed her hands on the table, lifted herself off the seat, and stood. Your hour is up, so I'll be going. She dug into her pocket and held out the tiny packages. I'll need your help with these. He looked down at her hand then nodded. Right, let's go somewhere else for that. They exited the shop and he too her hand and tugged her into a deep alcove along the street. Nobody would see them there. He gestured for her to place the packages on the ground, then waved his wand and restored them to their usual size. She stacked them carefully, to ensure that she could carry them all without dropping them. He helped steady them as she balanced them against her side. Well, good luck with everything I guess, she said, not really sure what exactly she was supposed to say at this point. She turned away and walked in the direction she knew the nearest bus stop was. Yet again he caught up to her easily. It was becoming quite frustrating. The way he continued to do that. Can we do this again? Do what? Can you bring me to other muggle places? Show me other things. He looked at her hopefully. She considered him for a few moments. I guess, if I make time, maybe. Maybe. He looked away as a woman bustled past them on the street. Zia sighed and stopped walking. Meet me at the Leaky Cauldron in 2 weeks. Saturday. Around 2 in the afternoon. He nodded. I'll be there. Bring your muggle clothes. He looked down at his ensemble as if he'd forgotten he was wearing it, then looked back up at her. Got it. I'm taking time away from my family, who I care about more than anything, to do this for you. So, don't make this a waste of my time, she finished, scrutinizing him. He flinched slightly at her words. Then held his head up and straightened his shoulders. I won't. Good. 2 weeks later, in the leaky cauldron, Zia shifted nervously in a chair at a heavy wood table. Tom the barman had brought over a small glass of butterbeer for her and she was sipping it slowly as she waited. It was 10 minutes past 2. She wondered if he'd forgotten, or if he'd decided that muggles really were scum after all. She would wait a little longer though. She took another sip of butterbeer, then nearly jumped when a finger tapped her shoulder. She looked back and saw Regulus standing there, looking at her expectantly. She finished the butterbeer in 2 gulps, then stood. They studied each other again. She was in her muggle attire as usual. She didn't own robes, saw very little point in it just for basic excursions into the magical world. She still worked and lived in the muggle world. She'd had to take part of the day off, in fact, just to accommodate this. Papa Charlie had been more than willing to give her the half day. And Nana Mary was excited that she was finally making friends her own age. She hadn't told them anything about Regulus other than that she was meeting a friend. They didn't even know that he was a he. She did not want to put any ideas of a relationship into either of their heads. This was strictly, well, she wasn't sure exactly what it was. They weren't even really friends. It was more like she was a teacher again, except now she was taking an adult on an educational field trip instead of a pack of students. The amount of watching she did was no different though. She figured one wizard supremacist raised wizard was about the equivalent of a class of middle schoolers when it came to potential chaos. Where are we going today? Regulus asked in a low voice as they exited the leaky cauldron and emerged on the street. She motioned towards an empty alley a few buildings away, then at his clothes instead of answering. He blinked and hurried away. The N emerged minutes later fully dressed in his muggle clothes. She hoped he'd used magic to do it instead of just changing there. She decided she wouldn't ask. She didn't want to know. We are going to see a movie, she told him when he waited in front of her. He stared at her blankly. It's like a moving portrait. Except it's a load of people and it tells a story. And they don't talk back to you. You just watch them talk to each other. Quote, that sounds strange, but I'm game to give it a try, he said looking over at her again. She stalked down one road, then another, until they reached the cinema. There was already a line outside for people to purchase their tickets. She stepped to the back of it and Regulus followed. He walked stiffly, like he wasn't sure exactly what to do surrounded by so many muggles. Relax, she hissed at him. He looked embarrassed and she noticed that from then on he was careful to keep relaxing his muscles any time he started to look nervous. She wondered if maybe she shouldn't have said anything. She didn't realize he was so nervous about something as simple as watching a movie. After they purchased their tickets, she glanced over and noticed that there was a vendor outside the theater selling popcorn. Let's get some and take it in with us. She pointed out the popcorn vendor. The popcorn was cheap, which she was grateful for because she didn't have much money to spend. Then they entered the theater and found a place to sit. Regulus tensed up immediately when another moviegoer sat next to him. She nudged him with her elbow, and he looked down at her. She was surprised to see that his eyes were wide with what seemed like fear. Are you going to be able to handle this? She whispered as quietly as she could while he could still hear her. He was plastered against the side of his seat closest to her and looked away embarrassedly. He took a breath and edged back toward the middle. I'll be fine. Yes, you will. Just watch the movie, okay? Don't think about it, she whispered back. He nodded, but she noticed that he was still gripping the sides of the chair with white fingertips. She suppressed a sigh and relaxed in her chair, waiting for the film to start. It was in black and white of course, but there was sound for which she was grateful. She was so focused on whether or not Regulus was coping well that she was only half paying attention to it. When the movie ended, she waited in her seat while the others filtered out of the theater, then she stood. Regulus stood too, and followed her out of the theater. They walked silently through the city until Zia found a park she liked to go to, and sat on a free bench. He sat at the other end of it, but turned to face her. That was different, but I enjoyed it, he said, sounding like he wasn't sure how he felt about that. Well, you survived, she chuckled. He flushed, and looked away from her. She raised one eyebrow. It wasn't that bad, was it? No. Do you need my help getting back to the leaky cauldron? She watched him shift uncomfortably on the bench, then was surprised when he caught her hand. No, but I want to keep doing this. I feel like there's a lot that my family didn't teach me that I want to learn. He looked up at her, and she saw that all traces of his confidence that she'd seen the first time they'd met in Diagon Alley were gone. This was someone who was being forced to re-evaluate his beliefs, and he didn't like what he was finding. It's healthy to learn new things, she replied. It helps people grow. From then on, every 2 weeks on Saturday afternoons, they met at the leaky cauldron to go do basic Muggle activities. He relaxed more and more over time, and started to actually interact with the Muggles around him. Small talk in lines, smiling and nodding at those they passed at a local fair, complimenting the food in a restaurant. As he grew more relaxed and open, she worried less about what he might do. She was fairly certain that he was enjoying not just the rebellion against his family's belief system, but also just being around people who had no reason to pretend with. It must be liberating to be in a place with no preconceived ideas about who he was supposed to be based on his family name. An entire year later, she prepared to meet him for their usual Muggle field trip. Except this time it would be different. So you're going to bring this gentleman back to meet us? Nana Mary squealed excitedly. She clapped her hands with glee. Zia tried not to groan. The immediate conclusion that Nana Mary and Papa Charlie had jumped to was that Zia and Regulus were, as he would put it, courting. They were not. They were, however, friends now. Yes, she replied, as she tied back her hair. His family is not very family-like. I thought maybe if he spent time with ours it might be a good experience. Just be ready. She stepped through the door, and was about to set off toward the bus stop when Tom's tiny arms wrapped around her legs. She bent down and gave him a hug. This man is a wizard, right? Tom asked in a quiet voice. Zia smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the one I've been teaching about people with no magic, she replied to him. She ruffled his hair and he smiled a little. A wizard. You have a friend who is a wizard. I have so many questions. Tom let go of her and skipped back into the house where Nana Mary was already scrubbing potatoes for dinner like a woman on a mission. Zia watched him enter the house, waited for the door to close, then set off. She was still nervous about all of this. Regulus may be doing well in the Muggle world, but it was different letting him meet people who meant so much to her. She refused to let anything happen to them. She didn't care who it was, she would not tolerate that. She couldn't. When she arrived at the leaky cauldron, Regulus was already there. It was later in the day than their usual meeting time. Usually she was there first, but it seemed the later hour was easier for him to show up on time at. She was so nervous that it took her several moments to gather her courage and cross the pub to where he sat. He turned to look at her and gave her a casual smile. Then held up a mug of butterbeer towards her. She took it, rubbing her thumb over the handle nervously, and sat down. You feel comfortable with everything now, correct? She asked. They never specifically said what it was they did anywhere in the wizarding world. Too many people knew who he was. Too many questions could result in damaging answers. Yes, why? He finished his own glass of some kind of fizzing glowing drink. And stood. She set her mug down, untouched. He looked at her suspiciously, but didn't comment on it as he followed her out of the pub and into Muggle London. When they'd gone down several streets and stopped at a bus station, she paused. He waited patiently, clearly expecting something. I'm taking you to meet some people who are very important to me. My nephew Tom is a wizard, so he obviously isn't unfamiliar with magic. We're going to have dinner in the home of an older Muggle couple, and I consider them part of my family. The man's name is Charlie, and his wife is Mary. But Tom and I call them Papa Charlie and Nana Mary. If you do anything to harm them, or set a bad example for my nephew, I will ensure that you are never able to reproduce. Regulus nodded solemnly. I understand. From the way you talk about your nephew, it almost sounds like a mother talking about a son instead of an aunt talking about her nephew. Are you too close? I've been raising Tom since he was a year old. Of course we are close. Zia shifted uncomfortably, disliking how unexpectedly Insightful Regulus was. She'd avoided talking about her family for the most part. His Thayer died after childbirth and he doesn't know his father. Oh. Regulus was silent during the wait for the bus, and on the bus ride. Zia was always amused by his reaction to riding the bus. It was clear that even now he wasn't used to that means of transportation. Mostly they walked. Now he gripped the seat as if clinging to life, and seemed immensely relieved when the bus stopped and Zia stood to exit. Still not used to the Muggle bus? She asked him, her lips twitching to keep from smiling. Yes. I'm always afraid it will give way at any moment. I could tell. Anyways, the house is just a bit farther. See that place with the white fence? Zia pointed at Nana Mary and Papa Charlie's house. I see. Lead on then, Regulus said, gesturing for her to take charge. They reached the gate and immediately the door to the house flew open and Tom sprinted across the front walk, Nana Mary and Papa appearing at the doorway to watch. Auntie, I learned how to ride a horse. He exclaimed excitedly. I mean I've been learning to ride one, but now I can do it on my own. Zia nodded, held her arms out for a hug, and Tom wrapped his chubby little arms around her as she scooped him up and kissed his forehead. Then you can ride a horse better than I can, she said. Tom smiled, but then the smile wavered slightly when he saw the man standing behind her. Zia knew he was probably torn between starting to pepper Regulus with questions and deciding whether or not he even liked the newcomer. That's him, he asked flatly. Zia looked back at Regulus. This is my friend Regulus Black, she told him, then added in a whisper. The wizard. Tom's eyes widened with understanding as he stared at Regulus, scrutinizing him for any detectable sign of his magic-ness. Regulus gave him a little wave. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie had progressed up the front walk and were now smiling expectantly at Zia, obviously waiting for her to introduce the newcomer. Nana Mary, Papa Charlie, this is my friend Regulus Black. Regulus, Mary and Charlie, Zia said, making all the introductions. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie both moved up the path to where Regulus was, both of them looking surprisingly happy. You're the first person Zia has ever introduced us to. So good to see that she has someone her own age to talk with, Nana Mary said, clasping Regulus' hands in both her own and shaking it warmly. We were afraid that she would never have friends, you know, Papa Charlie said, taking his turn shaking Regulus' hand. Regulus looked over at Zia and raised an eyebrow. She frowned back at him. Well, come in. We've got dinner all ready for you, Papa Charlie said, gesturing for them both into the house. You have a very interesting name, Nana Mary commented. Oh yes, my family has a tradition of naming their children after stars and constellations, Regulus told her. Fascinating. As they entered, Regulus looked around curiously at all the appliances, and seemed to be very interested in the design of the house. Then when Nana Mary, Papa Charlie, and Tom were ahead of them setting everything out, he looked over at her. So, you don't have any other friends? Too busy for that. I work and take care of Tom, she replied stiffly. You take care of that little kid on your own. Mary and Charlie help out, but yes, for the majority of things I take care of him. I see. Regulus looked at her thoughtfully as they entered the dining room. He was very good during the meal, making small talk easily with the older couple as well as making sure to include Tom. Zia couldn't help but be impressed by how well he handled himself, this close in contact with Muggles. He'd never actually interacted with them on a level as personal as this. At the end of dinner, she smiled as Tom tugged on Regulus' sleeve and asked to talk to him. In private, Tom requested. Certainly, Regulus said. Zia as well as Nana Mary and Papa Charlie watched as Tom tugged Regulus into the other room. So, Tom began. You were friends with my auntie, and I don't know much about you. Auntie tells me everything, usually, so you tell me what's happened here, he said shrewdly, eyeing Regulus. I met your auntie a while ago, and when I found out that she knows Muggles, I asked her if I could meet them. She didn't let me until now. Interesting. So you don't have any non-magic friends of your own? Tom watched Regulus amusedly, since it was very clear that Regulus had not been expecting this kind of intelligence coming from a 5-year-old. It was a common reaction of people besides his auntie to him. But Regulus recovered more quickly than others. Tom wondered if it was because he was used to unusual things since he was a wizard. I do not. My family isn't very supportive of those kinds of friends. Tom frowned. His aunt told him once that not all wizards thought non-magical people were as good as them. Regulus, family must be one of those types. So your family doesn't think much of, as you call them, muggles. No, but I wanted to meet them for myself, because I think it's unfair of me to judge people without knowing about them. From what I've seen, I like them very much. Regulus glanced back to the kitchen. Your family is actually a lot nicer than my own family. Auntie says that family is people who take care of each other and make each other happy, even if they're not all blood related, Tom told him. Watching Regulus' face carefully to gauge his reaction to this news. Regulus looked past Tom and into the kitchen, gazing at Zia talking and laughing with Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Your aunt is a smart woman, he told Tom. Yes, she is, Tom affirmed, eyes narrowing as he looked at Regulus. Mr. Black, if you hurt my auntie I will kill you. If you do anything bad to my auntie I will make sure you suffer for it. If you hurt my Nana and Papa, I will kill you for that too. Regulus looked down at Tom with surprise, and Tom smiled sweetly back up at him, making sure that Regulus knew he was serious. Auntie wouldn't be very happy with me if she heard me saying this, but I want it to be clear for you that these people are my family, who take care of me and make me happy. If you mess with my family, you will regret it. I understand, Tom. I wish my family was like yours. You love your auntie as much as she loves you, I can tell. Yes, Tom considered Regulus. Perhaps you could be a little bit part of my family, since yours isn't very nice. You could be a cousin maybe. I would like that, Tom. Okay, I will let auntie know that you're being added in. Thank you. And Tom, I know Zia is your real auntie, but since you say family isn't just about blood, I'd like to make a suggestion, Regulus said. Tom looked up at him quizzically, wondering what Regulus wanted. What is it? Zia watched as Regulus and Tom rejoined the group in the kitchen, everyone helping clean up after dinner by washing dishes and sealing away leftovers. She caught Regulus S.N. equally using his wand to clear up some old stains on the wood table, and raised her eyebrows, but he simply smiled. When everything was done, she and Tom went to pack up Tom's luggage. They'd stayed with Nana Mary and Papa Charlie overnight, but it was time to return to their own apartment. Tom was in charge of holding Hanavi's tank firmly in his hands so that they could bring her home safely, and she hissed a quick hello to Zia. Regulus helped bring everything downstairs, and after they said goodbye to Nana Mary and Papa Charlie, Regulus helped them to the bus stop. I've got to go now, there will be people wondering where I am. It was nice to meet you all. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie gave me your telephone number, whatever that is, but also your address which I do know how to use, so I'll be by to visit soon, if that's okay. I suppose that would be fine, Zia said, and Tom nodded his agreement. See you then, Regulus said, and after a quick glance around there was a snap, and he vanished. Tom fell asleep against Zia on the bus ride home with Hanavi's tank on his lap, and Zia kept an arm around him to secure him over the bumps, but let him sleep. When they reached their stop, she gently nudged him awake, and he clasped Hanavi's tank closer as they got off the bus and walked to their home. Leaving the luggage in the front room, Zia took Tom to his room and had him change into his pajamas, then tucked him into bed. Auntie. Tom was looking up at her with nervous eyes, and she wondered what was wrong. Yes, Tom. Is it okay if I call you Mum instead? Zia couldn't speak for a while, feeling her eyes brim with tears and an unexpected intensity of emotion. If you don't want me to, it's okay. You don't have to cry, Tom said, clearly concerned and anxious over her tears. Oh Tom, these aren't sad tears. People can cry happy tears too. So I can, of course. Curiosity. Regulus apparated into Grimmauld Place with a crack, and looked around his room. There was a tape, stry on one of the walls bearing the Slytherin crest, the house all his family had been in for decades. A wardrobe was against another wall, and he quickly hid his Muggle clothes inside it. His bed was against the wall opposite the door. He pointed his wand at the knob and locked it, then turned to sit on his bed. When he had first seen Zia in the bookshop, all he'd wanted to do was annoy her, since she was so serious. She didn't look very old, and he had wondered why she wasn't doing something more fun. It should have been easy to tease her. He raked his fingers through his hair, and laid on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Curiosity killed the cat, he thought to himself. He had been sure that when he met Muggles it would be simply a confirmation of everything he had learned about them. Hundreds of years of pureblood tradition should have meant that much, right? Yet all his time around them had shaken him. Changed him. Zia had a family. A real one. Her little nephew. The two older Muggles, they were all so happy together. So warm together. The boy's words came back to him. Auntie says that family is people who take care of each other and make each other happy, even if they're not all blood related, if that was family. Then his didn't fit the definition. He frowned as he thought about his parents, aunts, uncles, even his siblings. None of that warmth and kindness was there. To be honest, they didn't take care of each other, not really. Sometimes they looked out for each other, but he'd watched family members be disowned before for holding beliefs or opinions that weren't in line with the family values. If any of them knew about his own exploits, he would be out of the house faster than he could apparate. And as for making each other happy, if money made people happy then they would be rolling in it. But there wasn't any real joy. He smiled thinking of the kid, so fiercely defending his aunt and Nana and Papa. He didn't think he would have done that as a child talking to someone about his own parents. He opened the little slip of paper the Mary and Charlie had given him, with Zia's address, and stared at it. He wanted to be part of that family. Even if it was just a cousin, as Tom had suggested. He wanted all of them, even the Muggles. It felt strange to him. Just a year ago he would have cursed anyone who said he'd like to be in a family with Muggles. Now he was jealous. He wasn't sure what to do, how he would figure this out around his blood family. He didn't want any of Zia's little group getting hurt if his family found out. He fell asleep thinking about it, all of it. Licorice Black heard the crack that meant her brother apparated in, and wondered where he had been all day. Yet again, his friends said that he had gone somewhere with a girl, but none of them knew exactly where. Nobody knew who she was either. Her eyes narrowed, thinking about the description they had given of the stranger. Wearing Muggle clothes, carrying Muggle luggage, reading informational books about history. And apparently her brother was meeting this thing every couple weeks. She didn't like it. She waited a while, then went up to Regulus' room. Trying the door handle, she found it locked. Her brother only did that when something was bothering him. The girl, Licorice, pulled out her wand, and quietly unlocked the door. It wasn't difficult to get into her brother's room. She'd had to wake him up before, and finding the door locked was never a real obstacle. Slowly, carefully, she pushed open the door, managing to keep it from making a noise as she did. He was sleeping. She scrutinized him. He was wearing robes. He appeared to look normal. Going closer, she saw a little piece of paper on the floor next to his bed. It looked like he had been holding it, but it must have dropped down in his sleep. Stooping quickly, she snatched it up, frowning as she read it. Zia Gaunt, 176 Hardin Street. Apartment 9, 2nd floor, 2 doors into the left. An address. Zia Gaunt. It must be the girl. And the lovely set of instructions written below, how convenient. Smiling, she pocketed the little paper and left the room. Licorice fingered her wand. She should pay the girl a visit. Someone had to make sure Regulus was staying with the right people. She rotated quickly and disapparated with the sound of a whip snapping. A moment later, she was standing in the street near the address. A Muggle street. She looked at the building, and entered it. The stench of Muggle was everywhere. 2nd floor, 2 doors into the left. She rapped on the door 3 times. Zia turned as she heard the knock. They never had visitors except for Nana Mary and Papa Charlie, and she knew it couldn't be them. She stood and walked to the door, opening it a little. A woman was standing there, dressed in black. Dark hair and light olive skin. She was a beautiful woman, but there was something about her that made Zia feel uneasy. "It's late, we don't want anyth," Zia began, but the woman pulled out a wand and pointed it at her forehead. As the stranger advanced into the apartment, Zia was forced to walk backwards, eyes staying on the woman's. There was cold there. Nothing but cold. "I'm not selling." The woman looked around casually, keeping her wand pointed at Zia. It was very clear from her expression that she was disgusted with the place. She looked back at Zia. Muggle house. Muggle clothes. Everything in here reeks of filth. Zia's hand inched down to her wand as the woman inspected the apartment. In one swift movement, she drew it out and pointed it back at the woman. Their wands now pointed at each other. It didn't reek until you walked in. The woman looked surprised, but only for a moment. Oh, so you really aren't a Muggle. That's all right, it's good to weed out the blood pollution anyways, she said, smiling viciously. Zia was reminded forcefully of everything she had read about Bellatrix Lestrange. This woman seemed very similar in demeanor. My brother. What was he doing with dirt like you all day? Your brother? Zia asked as if she didn't know, but it was already obvious who the woman was talking about. Regulus. Had he sent her? She'd thought he handled meeting her family well enough, but yes. The woman's smile widened and she raised her wand. Zia wasn't sure what to do. She'd never been trained to duel. A tiny voice came from the hall. Mommy, who is this lady? Tom, get back into your room and hide. Do not come out unless I am the one coming to get you, and I tell you it is safe in snake language. If I don't come, get to Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Using any means necessary. Now, Zia hissed the instructions to Tom in Parseltongue. His eyes widened and he turned and ran back to his room. So you have a little boy. How cute, he mewed. Saint have seen his mommy about to get blasted and ran for it. Smart kid, really. Too bad it won't help him when I'm done with you. The woman said. Unconventional. Zia's eyes narrowed, looking at the woman with distaste. She had never met someone that she found nothing redeemable in, but this woman was cold all the eye through her eyes. Some part of Zia was pleased though, obviously the self-important. Woman didn't know enough about purebloods to know when someone was speaking the ultimate pureblood language, Parseltongue. Zia's protective instinct switched on even before the woman threatened Tom, but now it was in overdrive. This lady wouldn't be able to reach Tom, not even over Zia's dead body. He was too clever, and if she died, she knew it would at least buy him enough time to get out. You just made a mistake, Zia said coldly. I don't think so, the woman replied, and flashed her wand down with a whipping motion. She was clearly able to use nonverbal spells, and Zia knew this made her more deadly. But she wasn't going to give up. Zia ducked under the flash and flicked her own wand, whispering the words to the spell so quietly that it could have been nonverbal. The woman blocked it easily. But Zia had ducked into a space close enough that she didn't need to fight with just a wand. Bringing her foot up, she landed a hard kick to the woman's ribs, and heard a tiny cracking noise. The woman's face turned livid. Apparently she hadn't expected Zia to use Muggle fighting techniques. You filthy little. Before she could continue her insult, Zia slammed the heel of her palm into her chin. I learned a bit of Muggle self-defense, thought it might be a good time to practice it. How is it working? The most basic self-defense class, one time, but the woman didn't need to know that. The woman slashed her wand down, but Zia blocked the spell with a shield charm, then dug her elbow into the lady's side. Her opponent was agitated, clearly frustrated with the Muggle techniques being used against her, which only made Zia more focused. The less composed her enemy was, the more likely the stranger was to make mistakes. Regulus woke up to darkness, and pointed his wand to light the lamps in his room. He had dreamed of Zia and her family, and in the dream he was a part of it. The warmth he had seen and wanted to be a part of so badly had been his in the dream. Waking up it made him realize that he was willing to leave his current family behind to find a family like that. He felt into the pocket of his robes for the slip of paper with Zia's address on it, but his pocket was empty. He was certain that he had been holding it when he fell asleep, and searched for it in his bed, then on the floor. Nothing. He frowned. Accio Zia's address, he whispered, his wand out. Nothing again. Now he was worried, wondering where it could be. He stood and crossed the room to the door, and found it unlocked. He knew he had locked it. His insides chilled. Someone had taken the address, he could feel it. He walked out of the room and down the stairs, taking note of everybody that was in the house. Mom, Dad, brother, Lycoris was missing. It made sense. She'd always lick Ed sneaking into his room to mess with him. But the idea of her with that paper, the thought of her staunch obsession with bloodlines coming into contact with Zia and her nephew, made him sick. He knew what his sister was capable of. He shut the door to his room, and disapparated with a loud crack. Zia was winning. The woman had managed to land a few good curses on her, but the gashes and breaks he had were nothing compared to her opponents. The stranger was slowing down, and they both knew it. Zia had avoided hitting vital organs. She wasn't a killer, but the damage was still taking its toll on the lady. The combination of physical blows and the minuscule spell damage she had managed to land on the woman were effective. The woman's eyes locked on Zia's. She was getting desperate. Flicking her wand, the woman pointed it at the floor instead of at Zia. An enormous snake uncoiled itself from the wand and onto the floor. Zia guessed that it must be at least 12 feet long. She wasn't sure what kind of snake it was, but the triangular shape of the head made it plain that it was venomous. The woman looked triumphant as the snake reared its head back to strike. Zia smiled. "Hello, sweetheart," she hissed to the snake. The snake paused and lowered its head out of the strike pose. "You speak my language," it hissed back. The woman's eyes were widening, and it seemed that she understood now what was going on. "I do. If you would be so kind as to not attack me." "Certainly." The snake lowered its head in an unmistakable show of deference. "Would you kindly restrain this woman? She's in Enig. Shocked that she won't have enough time to raise her wand to you if you coil fast enough." "Gladly." In seconds, the woman was wrapped tightly in the snake's coils, unable to move her hand to perform any spells. "Parseltongue," the woman muttered incredulously. "Surprised a pureblood like you didn't catch it earlier," Zia said. "You know, I believe that you owe me an apology. Clearly your all-magic form of combat wasn't a match for a combination of magic and muggle fighting skills. I wonder if the same holds true for bloodlines. Barging in here, insulting me, fighting me, threatening my son. Did you really think I would lose to you after that?" The woman was silent, still seething and shocked. A sudden loud crack caused both women to whip their heads around to face the direction of the noise. Regulus stared from the woman bound up by the snake, to the girl standing over her. Zia looked furious. This is your sister, isn't it?" She stalked toward him, her wand out, blood dripping onto the flooring. "Yes, indeed it is," he said, eyes fixed angrily on his sister. "Hello, Lycoris. Having a good time?" His sister glowered up at him. "Traitorous brat," she spat. "Oh, who got you into this position, Me," he asked. Zia looked confused now. "You didn't send her here?" Zia asked him. "Send her? She got into my room and took your address from me. Didn't you, dearest sister?" he said, addressing the last part to Lycoris. He smiled heartlessly at her, finding himself pleased to find her in this state rather than finding the opposite. "She speaks Parseltongue, Regulus. You knew his, didn't you? It's the only reason you would have associated with this muggle-loving monstrosity, right?" Lycoris asked him urgently. He raised his eyebrows and looked back at Zia. "Do you?" "Yes, actually. So does Tom," Zia replied. His sister looked stunned and fuming, clearly not expecting him to have any other reason to associate himself with the girl. "How interesting. I noticed the pet snake, but didn't think anything of it earlier. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she answered, looking slightly pale, but obviously relieved that he wasn't behind his sister's appearance at her home. His eyes took in the torn clothes, the blood, the bruises, and on one finger a little sliver of white that looked like bone poking through bloody and torn skin. "I don't think so. I'll attend to you in your home," he said, looking at the damage done to the small apartment he knew was hers. "After I take care of this," he gestured to his sister. "Take care of me, Regulus? What are you?" Lycoris asked, looking at him with newfound fear. "Did you really think I was going to help you out after you attacked this woman? I know you instigated this, that much is obvious. What do you plan to do?" Regulus pointed his wand at his sister's forehead. "What? You don't like surprises?" Expansion. Zia had watched the back and forth between Regulus and Lycoris with a mixture of interest and wariness. It was clear that Lycoris was much more obsessed with pureblood supremacy than her brother, or at least it appeared that way to her. She was sure that Lycoris would never have come up to her and asked about muggles. And she wondered if the reason for Regulus' more accepting view of muggles stemmed from curiosity or something else. Zia also wondered vaguely if the women in the Black family were more apt to be that fixated on blood. Remembering that Sirius's mother and Bellatrix had both seemed more obsessive over blood status than some of the men. Maybe they were treated differently growing up. She knew that the family must pass down a lot of dark things to their children, murderous prejudice, murderous magic. Now, as she watched Regulus point his wand at his sister, she wondered what kinds of spells he knew that would have her so afraid. Tacita memoriam tormentorum, Regulus cried, his wand emitting a soft green glow. The spell seemed to seep into Lycoris instead of strike her, and Zia wondered what kind of spell had just been used. Lycoris stared at him, her anger blazing in her eyes. What did that spell do? She knew from her reading that the green color of the spell denoted that it was most likely darker magic, and was eyeing the brother and sister with a newfound sense of caution. And for good measure, Vade, he whispered. Another flash of light, but this time it wasn't directed towards Lycoris. It instead sank into the apartment itself. Lycoris disappeared with a loud crack. Is she gone for good? Zia asked him, to be safe. Yes, she won't be coming back here. I've cursed her pretty well for this. What did you do exactly? Zia was curious. Every time she thinks of what happened here, she will feel the physical pain of the experience so acutely that it will be as if it is being inflicted again and again. And she will not be able to communicate what happened to anybody in any way under any circumstances. It will be her own silent pain to carry around. She will also be unable to set foot anywhere near this place. She won't be back, he explained, beginning to flick his wand at broken items in the apartment and supervising the repairs. Good. Now I'm going to go get my child. I'm not sure I want to keep living here after what happened though, even if you did enchant it. I'll have to think about this. Zia turned and walked into the back rooms. It's okay, Tom, everything is all right. You can come out now, she said in Parseltongue, and Tom appeared as if out of nowhere, running up and wrapping his small arms tightly around her. It didn't take Veer long for her to see that he was crying quietly. She gathered him close to her. Is she gone? The horrible lady, he whispered, sounding terrified. Yes, she's gone and she's not coming back, all right sweetheart. She can't come back. Regulus enchanted this place so she can't. He came to help clean up. Tom looked up at her, his eyes narrowing. You're hurt, he said simply, and she noticed that tears were being replaced with what she could only describe as cold fury. It was eerie seeing that kind of emotion on a child's face, and she didn't like seeing it there. Easy fixes. I'm sure Regulus can set them all right. He can do that? Tom asked, clearly impressed. Zia laughed. He said he could, so we'll have to see. Won't that be interesting to watch? Yes. Can I do that? Make wounds go away. Magic can do a lot of things if you have the right kind of training, Zia told him. He nodded, and she could tell he was considering this with interest. She wondered briefly if he might go into a career as a healer. He'd be a very powerful one if he did, she was sure of that. Zia picked Tom up and carried him out into the living room with her. It hurt, her whole body hurt, but she didn't want to worry Tom more than necessary. Regulus was almost finished putting the apartment back to how it had been before the duel. Almost done here, just this. Regulus pointed his wand at the gigantic snake in the middle of the living room, coils now emptied of its victim, but Zia blocked the way. The snake stays. I'll just shrink it, she said. He looked at her in surprise. But this snake was conjured. It isn't, Regulus began, but then fell silent at the look on Zia's face. The snake may have been conjured, but it has its own life now. I'm not allowing murder in this apartment, she explained, pointing her own wand at the snake and carefully shrinking it to a manageable size. It was a skill she'd learned after Regulus' first demonstration on her packages. Tom watched the snake become smaller. Why was there a big snake? He asked curiously. The bad lady thought that a snake would be a good idea to hurt me. She didn't know that snakes are special to us, most people can't talk to them like we can. Zia explained to him. But if she wanted to hurt you with it, why would you want to keep it? He asked her. Zia stooped down to place Tom on the couch, and then scooped up the serpent in question. Then she sat next to Tom on the couch. Look at it, Tom. Watch it move. It's a very powerful living creature, don't you think? She asked him, offering the snake to him to hold. He took the snake cautiously. Sometimes, even when things were meant to harm us, they actually make us stronger if we look at them the right way. Instead of harming me, this snake did me a favor and helped me end the fight. There are lots of things we encounter throughout our lives that aren't pleasant. Experiences we have that we wish we didn't have to go through. But in the end, if we take those experiences and learn from them and use them, they can help us to overcome other problems. Tom watched the snake twining around his fingers as she spoke, and Regulus watched from the seat he had taken on the opposite couch. It was clear that he was interested in the conversation as well. So instead of trying to avoid things like that, you're saying that it's good to learn from them and keep the experiences to make us better. Exactly. Everybody faces hard things. It's what we do with them that matters. This snake is a living thing now. You can feel it moving in your hands. And it's something that has helped us. Wouldn't you rather let it keep living and influencing our lives than to, in essence, kill it? Hanavi could use someone who's a snake too as a part of the family, Tom said thoughtfully. It might be nice. We should ask it whether it wants to stay with us. I think that's a good idea. Hissing from the floor caught Zia's attention and she saw Hanavi. What do you think? Quote, I'd be happy to have another snake with us. We could discuss the best places in the vents for mice, Hanavi replied. We have mice? Tom asked. Not many, Hanavi hissed smugly. Why don't you ask the newcomer about this, Tom? Zia encouraged him. He turned his attention back to the snake in his hands. Okay, excuse me, I don't know your name, but I was wondering if you'd like to stay with us. There's another snake that lives here already too, so you wouldn't be the only one, Tom said to the snake. It raised its head to look directly at Tom. It's Itzli. I would be honored to stay here, the snake said. It turned its head to Zia. Thank you. Quote, no problem, Zia said. She glanced up and remembered that Regulus was still there, watching the conversation taking place in front of him in Parseltongue. His mouth was open slightly and she couldn't help but laugh at the look on his face. Just inducting a new family member, she explained. Tom looked up, clearly recalling something important. Can you really mend my mummy's injuries? He asked Regulus. This seemed to pull Regulus out of his daze and he stood. These ones, yes. Would you like to watch? Yes. Regulus kneeled in front of Zia, and motioned to Tom to come stand next to him to observe. It takes a bit of practice, but knowing how to fix injuries is really useful, Regulus explained, while Tom watched the wounds seal up with interest. My family's house elf usually does this for us, but I thought it would be good to learn anyways. House elf? Tom asked inquisitively. Of course, we've had house elves in my family for centuries. Ours helps with all sorts of things. Dishes, laundry, cooking, cleaning, household chores mostly. Why don't we have a house elf? Tom asked Zia. You're always busy working but you still spend lots of time with me and do all those things and I think sometimes you get very tired. I don't think we're the right kind of family to have a house elf, Tom, Zia explained. Regulus brightened at this. Why don't we pay a visit to the Office of House Elf Relocation in the Ministry of Magic? Then you can learn all about them, Regulus suggested. Can we? Tom asked, his little eyes wide and excited as he asked Zia. All right, Zia agreed. Relocation. Zia was not asleep. She sat slumped against the wall outside the door to Tom's room, worried sick that someone could come back, that someone could harm him. Even though she knew Lycoris could not return to the apartment, even though it was supposed to be safe now, she was unable to stop feeling jumpy. Itzli was in Tom's room, and she had returned him to his original size. The 15-foot snake was now coiled around her son's bed, keeping an extra watch over him. He was poisonous, and she knew that if she asked, he would deliver a bite to anybody that posed a serious danger to the family. Hanavi was next to Zia, but she was not in her tank. Zia had asked permission to enlarge Hanavi, and now she and Itzli were equally sized. Even with the two huge snakes in the house, Zia could not relax. You're still worried, Hanavi stated, eyeing Zia with a perceptive gaze. Even with the protective measures. How could I not be? I was attacked in my own home. And our family was threatened with death by a complete stranger, Zia spoke softly. I understand. I was thinking, Hanavi began, that perhaps it is time for a change. We've been in this apartment for 5 years. And now I think it would give you peace of mind if we lived elsewhere. Zia thought about the snake's words, and she couldn't deny that after what had taken place in that living room, she would not be able to feel safe there again. I don't know how we could afford it. I've been keeping money aside ever since I was able to repay Mary and Charlie, but I'm not sure it would be enough. Well, while you're out tomorrow, maybe you could see if the Ministry of Magic has any resources for this. I'll do that. Thank you, Hanavi. We're family, you don't need to thank me. I think that you should try to get some rest. If anything happens, I'll wake you. Hanavi twined herself into a loose circle around Zia, as if creating a nest with her body. I'll try, Zia replied. Minutes later, she fell asleep. But it was not peaceful. She woke up several times from dreams that she couldn't remember but knew were nightmares, and each time Hanavi gently reminded her that everything was still fine. When dawn came, Zia knew that her family would not be living in the apartment for much longer. She would lose her mind if they stayed. The next morning, Zia was dressed and ready by the time Tom was hopping into the kitchen for breakfast. It had been arranged with Regulus that they would go to the ministry earlier on in the day, and she could tell that Tom was excited because he was already completely dressed with his hair combed and shoes on. Mama, when will Regulus be here? Tom asked her, climbing up onto the taller chair she had placed at the table for him. He was still too small to sit in a normal-sized chair and reach the table at the right height. About half an hour, she said, placing a bowl of porridge and a spoon in front of him. I added the brown sugar and milk just the way you like it. She then sat opposite him with her own bowl of porridge. You don't look so good, he said. You didn't get much sleep, did you? You know lack of sleep is bad for your health, you told me so yourself. Yes, it is bad for your health, but I was having a difficult time last night, Zia said. She didn't want to scare him with her own fears, so she did not explain further. You were worried about us all, weren't you? Because of what happened. That lady, she scared you. You don't have to hide it, Mama, I know already. Tom looked up at her. And you have something you want to discuss, too. I should have realized you would already know. We can read each other so easily, she told him. Yes, I do have something I want to talk to you about. I would like to find another place for us to live. I thought that was it, he told her, eating his porridge calmly. I think that is a good idea. We should find somewhere bigger, so there's more room to play. Zia laughed. We will do our best, she told him. Minutes after they had finished dinner and getting ready for the day, there was a knock on the door. Zia walked over and opened it a crack to make sure it was Regulus. Then upon verifying that it was him, opened it all the way. How is everything? He asked. Zia noticed that he also looked like he hadn't slept very well, and realized that it was probable. Why hard to sleep under the same roof as his sister after what had happened? He was probably worried that his family would find out. If it was her, she probably wouldn't have been able to go back to the house. Good enough, she told him. Come in. He stepped into the apartment and she saw that he was wearing charcoal gray robes instead of muggle clothes, and carrying 2 parcels wrapped in brown paper. Tom bounced into the room excitedly, saw Regulus, and immediately went over to him. We're going to move, he informed Regulus. Then, tugging on his robes so that Regulus would crouch down to his level, whispered. Mama couldn't sleep very well last night because she's too worried, so it's for the best. Is that so? Regulus asked, directing this towards Zia. Yes, it is, she confirmed. We're not sure where yet. But that's the plan. I was thinking about moving myself last night, he said. I think it's time to all leave the nest. I see, Zia replied. Tom's face lit up suddenly. You should look with us. Maybe you could find somewhere close to where we move, he explained. Since you're family now too. Regulus smiled a little bit, which made him look less tired. I think that would be nice. I almost forgot. I brought these for you. Both. He held one package out for Zia and the other for Tom. You'll have to see if they fit. You don't have robes already, do you? No, we do not, Zia said. Robes weren't something she considered necessary for their daily needs, so she had never bothered to buy any. Well, you'll need them to fit in at the ministry. You helped me with muggle clothes. So I'm helping you with this, he explained. Tom opened his package and pulled out a child-sized set of robes in a deep gray-green with a pattern of little black snakes sewn around the edges. Zia looked at Regulus and raised her eyebrows. Pretty sure I know what your house was, she told him. He grinned. And you would be right. But I got these because Tom loves snakes, he replied. And they both watched with amusement as Tom grabbed the robes and skidded off to his bedroom to put them on. Take a look at yours. Zia unwrapped her robes and unfolded them so she could see everything. The robes were dark periwinkle, with silver swirls running through them. Are these dress robes? She asked. Regulus laughed. No, these aren't the same thing as dress robes. Everyday robes don't have to be black. You should go try them on. Zia took the robes into her bedroom, and put them on over her muggle clothes. The robes were high quality, and she wondered how much Regulus had paid for them. They fit well, so she went back out. Tom was already out in his robes. Regulus did a good job picking the robes, didn't he? They fit, Tom said enthusiastically. Now you both look ready for the ministry. I've set it up so that your fireplace is part of the flow network. I noticed you had one and thought it would be the best way to get there. Regulus pulled out a little pouch filled with shimmering light gray powder. And gave a small handful to Zia. You'll go first, Tom will follow after, and then I'll be last. All you have to do throw the powder into the fireplace, wait until it flames up. Then very clearly say, Ministry of Magic. You'll do fine. Staring cautiously at the fireplace, Zia threw the powder in, then did as instructed. She wasn't sure that she liked the feeling of traveling by flow. She had always had problems with motion sickness, and the strange rushing and spinning feeling was not sitting well with her stomach. When she arrived in the large fireplace at what had to be the Ministry of Magic, she stumbled out dizzily, feeling sick. Moments later, Tom appeared in the same fireplace, followed by Regulus. You look ill, Tom said bluntly. Zia smiled weakly. I'll be fine soon, don't worry, she said, wobbling over to brush the soot off of him. When she got her stomach back, she brushed herself off, then looked at Regulus to guide them. The office for House Elf relocation is on level 4. Just follow me, he said, and then led them to one of the lifts nearby. They traveled down a couple floors, then stepped out into a well-lit hallway and walked to an op-ed door bearing a sign that designated it as the relocation office. It was a tiny room, but well kept. A woman sitting behind a desk greeted them. Hello, how may I help you today? Are you seeking a house elf or reporting displacement? She is seeking an elf, Regulus said authoritatively. The woman nodded and began rifling through a stack of papers. Zia turned to him. What do you mean I'm seeking an elf? I thought this was informational. She hissed frantically. I happen to agree with what Tom said yesterday. I think it would be beneficial for you to have help. A house elf would be good for you, he responded. I'm going to help you find one to employ. The woman spoke then. We happen to have just got one in. It's young. The family bred 2 of theirs, then decided they didn't want the new one. Would you like to have a look? The corners of Zia's mouth pulled down into a frown as she listened to the woman talk about the elf. She could see why Hermione was so disgusted with their treatment. The elves were managed like slaves. Yes, Regulus said, before Zia could spit out a no. The woman went into the back of the office and came back with a small elf following her, dressed in a simple skirt and shirt set. The clothes being the mark of a dismissed elf. The little elf looked up at Zia with its huge round eyes, wringing its small hands together nervously. Zia crouched down in front of the elf. What is your name? She asked it. Posy, the tiny elf squeaked. Well, Posy, she began, glancing at both Regulus and Tom, I'm Zia. My family seems to be in need of a house elf. Our family isn't very big, and we don't have a lot of money or a large house, but if you'd like, we would love to have you. The elf looked at her, blinking slowly. Zia is letting Posy choose. The house elf asked incredulously. Yes, Zia replied. Posy is choosing Zia then. Posy is needing work, and thinking that Zia will be a good mistress, the elf responded. Zia smiled. All right then, you'll have to walk with us for now I'm afraid, since we will be searching for a new place to live, Zia explained. The elf nodded. The woman behind the desk spoke. "There is a fee of 3 galleons for this service," she said. Zia reached for her purse, but Regulus plunked the gold coins onto the desk easily and then led them all out. New additions to their family seemed to be coming all at once. And Zia wondered what other surprises were in store. "I'll pay you back," she said, again reaching for her purse. Regulus frowned. "No, you won't. 3 galleons is nothing for me, and after what happened because of my sister yesterday. I feel like I owe you a lot more than 3 galleons, he stated firmly. Then he led them back to the elevators, onto a new floor, and into another office. This is where magic-friendly homes are listed. While it is possible to buy a muggle house and adjust it for wizarding needs, it's often just easier to get one that's already had the necessary precautions taken on it. There was a little old balding man sitting at the desk, dictating something to a quill as he sorted through papers. Regulus approached the desk and the man looked up. "Excuse me, but my friend and I are both searching for new homes. Price isn't an issue, but security is. Do you have time to help us now, or should we make an appointment?" "Now is fine, let me pull out some e-files here and we can all take a look at what is available," the man said in a wheezy voice. He looked excited as he pulled various rolls of parchment off of shelves, and Zia thought that it was probably because Regulus told him price wasn't an issue. Her eyebrows pulled together as she turned to him, both Tom and the house elf standing by her legs. Tom was spouting out questions as fast as Posey could give him the answers, ranging from subjects like wizard food to wizard games. He seemed very interested in her description of Quidditch, which surprised Zia. She had never thought of Tom as the type to be interested in sports. But she had no objections to it. Satisfied that Tom was doing fine, she turned to Regulus. "Maybe price isn't an issue for you, but it is for us. We don't have a lot of money, Mr. Black. We can't afford anything fancy. Like you said, price isn't an issue for me. I've got access to more than enough money for both of us. And as I said earlier, after yesterday I feel like I owe you. You feel like you owe my family a new house. I think that's taking it too far." The little man was holding a stack of papers expectantly as she spoke, apparently waiting for the conversation to end. "If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't feel the need to move in the first place. You would feel safe in your apartment. I can't repay you for the peace of mind you've lost, but I can pay for a new house that will have extra security measures. Does that make sense?" "Yes, however, like I said, it's too much. How about you choose a place to live and pay what you can and I'll make up the difference. You won't get me to compromise any more than this, so it's either that or I pay for the whole thing." "Pick." "Absolutely not, for either option," Zia told Regulus. He rolled his eyes exasperatedly. "Honestly, Zia, I've got plenty of money, this is nothing," Regulus said. Then he turned to the man. "Sorry to make you wait. Please, show us what you have." The man pulled out several pieces of parchment, each with an image of the house for sale on it. As he began expounding upon the good points of each one, Tom interrupted him. "We want the houses to be close by each other," he said. "Is that right?" the man asked, looking from Zia to Regulus. "You heard the kid," Regulus said. The man frowned, thumbing through the stack of parchment. "I hope you realize that this greatly narrows your options." He wheezed. "That's fine," Regulus said. The man pulled 2 pieces of parchment out of the stack, and set them out on the desk. "These are the only 2 near each other with high security charms already in place. You may want to add your own, of course, everyone has their own taste. They're 2 large estates about half a mile apart," the little man said, then proceeded to point out the different protective charms on each home, the sizes and location advantages, and any other perks that were stated on the parchments. "They sound great," Regulus told him. Zia glowered at him, hoping that he was excited to purchase both a home and a summer home right next to each other. "But where are they located?" The man looked over the pieces of parchment and put his finger on the location. "Greater Hangleton," he puffed. "Decisions." Zia felt herself grow pale as she stared at the little man, holding out the parchment depicting and describing the 2 homes. Greater Hangleton was not exactly the best place for her to move. It was 6 miles away from Little Hangleton, which meant that it was 6 miles away from Tom Riddle Sr., and her Tom's uncle and grandfather who lived in the rundown shack close by. There were a lot of potentially hazardous problems with that place. Are you sure that that's the only place that has everything? She asked the man. He scowled at her, as if she had insulted him. Of course I'm sure. I'm the head of this department, I know the listings perfectly. Zia didn't know what to say. She didn't want to disappoint Tom, who had ceased questioning P.O.Z. for the moment and was now watching her reaction with concern. She didn't want to stay in the apartment they were in, but she didn't want to rely on someone else to pay for a house for them. Moreover, she absolutely did not want to get close to Greater Hangleton, with all the potential dangers there for her and her son. Ah, sir, thank you for all the trouble, but I think that moving isn't the best thing for my family right now after all, she said. We really don't have the means. You can just get him whatever he wants. The short man stared at her as if she had just snatched away a piece of candy that he really wanted. She wondered if he worked on commission, and whether he had a family depending on him for support and felt guilty for having him do all that work only to decline the offer. Regulus frowned at her and turned to the man. I have the means. I'll take both houses, Regulus said. Zia whipped around in her chair to glare at him. You don't know what you're doing, please don't, she began. But he silenced her with a raised hand. I'll pay now, he continued, pulling out a small pouch. All right, the worker said excitedly, and named the prices, which made Zia feel even sicker than she already was. No, 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 look, I'll take a small place somewhere in London if you have any. Tom opened his mouth to protest, and she looked down at him. Flow powder will be fine for visiting. It's not necessary to live close when it will only take a short time to get there anyways. Too late Zia, I've already paid for both, Regulus said. Zia stared at him in horror. Can I talk to you for a moment please? Posey, can you look after Tom and make sure nothing bad happens to him? Posey nodded as Zia dragged Regulus out of the office and down the hall a little ways. What is this all about? You were doing fine and then all of a sudden, he began, but Zia cut him off. Tom's father lives 6 miles away from Greater Hangleton. 6 miles. And his uncle and grandfather, same thing. You don't have any idea what kinds of problems this could create. She hissed quietly to him. He raised his eyebrows. Tom's father. Why isn't he raising his own son? And what's the problem with his uncle and grandfather? Aren't they your brother and father? It's a complicated story, but trust me when I tell you that it could end very badly if something goes wrong. Zia envisioned thousands of people killed by her son. Inferi coming out of a black lake, Horcruxes, Dementors, and thought she might throw up. Tom was doing so well, but this could wreck everything. And even if they were a family, even if he was her son in everything but blood and technical name, she was terrified that learning the truth would crush him. He knew he was adopted, that she wasn't his real mother. He knew his father was somewhere in the world, but he did not know that she had never been his aunt. Explain, Regulus said. That could take a long time, which we don't exactly have at the moment, she told him. Then tell me the basics. I promise I won't do anything to harm your family with any of the information. I'm not, actually, Tom's aunt, she whispered, very quietly. He started to laugh. That's what you're worried about. Zia, I don't really think that matters. Zia fixed her eyes on him furiously. He stopped laughing. It's not just that. His real grandfather and uncle are much, much worse than your sister in every single way. And his father was tricked into marrying his mother with a love potion. I am afraid that any of them could hurt him. His father might not be so bad. But the other two, they're dangerous. I don't think they're exactly sane. Regulus grinned at this, and it wasn't a carefree or cheerful smile. It was fierce and sinister. All the more reason to go. Let's take care of this problem early on. Don't you think it would be worse for Tom to find out later? I won't kill anyone, she said. And I won't let you. It damages the soul. Oh, it's not necessary to kill someone in order to fix this problem. I happen to be gifted with memory alterations, whether it's removing or adding, he explained, the look on his face becoming more resolved. We're going. Zia didn't know what to say to this. Regulus had a good point, and if he could add memories of her where they needed to be, it would solve a lot of the problems involved with the move. You mean you're going? She walked back into the office. Mama, is everything okay? Tom asked, looking up at her anxiously. You look kind of pale. I'm okay. I had some questions to ask Regulus before he moves. It's all settled now though. So I think we should get home. We'll have to look into houses later. Posey will start dinner. The elf standing next to Tom said in her squeaky voice. Zia smiled. Wonderful. We will need your skills, Posey. The elf smiled, her huge eyes widening, and with a crack she was gone. Zia looked over at Regulus, to whom the elderly man passed 2 sets of large house keys, then to Tom. We're next. She held her hand out to Tom, who held on tightly, then they exited the office. I don't see why you won't just, Regulus began, but was silenced when Zia shot him a look. Tom continued asking questions as they went back down to the enormous fireplaces that lined the entryway to the ministry. Zia was grateful for his inquisitive nature, because it kept Regulus' mind focused away from houses. She went through the grate first, landed in her living room feeling very much like she was going to vomit, then scrambled out of the way as Tom arrived followed by Regulus. Posey skittered in just long enough to snap the soot off of them and for Zia to realize she was wearing a pillowcase. They ate dinner, which was delicious, without mentioning moving. Then Regulus left. When she tucked Tom into bed that evening, she read to him until he fell asleep. Then she sat against his bed, staring out into the darkness. She was still unable to sleep. Finally, she stood and shuffled into the kitchen. Posey was there, still awake, and held out a fresh cup of tea. Zia took it and sat at the table. Posey, if something ever happens where we are in danger, will you take Tom somewhere safe? Your only priority will be to get him somewhere safe. Then the snakes, she said. Posey's huge round eyes stared up at her. What about you, mistress? I'm last. Everyone else out before me. Posey understands. Zia nodded and rested her forehead against the cool wood of the kitchen table, staring across at the wall. The snakes were enlarged again. Posey knew to get everyone out if something happened. It wasn't enough to make her feel secure, but it would be enough to hold them out until she saved enough money for a different place. She must have slept eventually, because the sun woke her the next day. Tom's tugs on her sleeves kept her up. Mum, you have to get ready for work. And I have school. Tom called to her urgently. She sat up immediately and bolted to her room. She put herself together as best as she could, then emerged with barely enough time to take Tom to school. At least Posey had breakfast ready for Tom. At work, she struggled to pay attention, her mind still focused on the break-in. But she did her best. On her way to pick up Tom, she grabbed the newspaper and flipped through it absently until her eyes caught the job page. Hiring. Night house cleaners. She bit her lip. She didn't want to leave Tom alone at night. But she also needed enough money to move. And they had Posey now. She turned it over and over in her mind. Tom noticed that she was thinking of something. But he made no comment on it. The next day, she spoke with Papa Charlie before work began. Zia, you know we would help set you up with a new place. There's no need for you to go to this length, Charlie said, shaking his head at her. It's too much for one person. You both do so much already. I can't let you do that again, she protested. I can do this. I'll be fine. He looked at her dubiously. But she didn't flinch. He shook his head and patted her on the shoulder. We think of you like a daughter, Zia, and Tom is every whit our grandchild. If we want to help you, it's no bother to us. We like to help, he said kindly. I know. I need to be able to do this, she said. Nothing he said then, and nothing Nana Mary said later changed her mind. 2 days later, Tom took over the spare bedroom in Mary and Charlie's house. The snakes went along, of course. Posey kept herself hidden even as she helped Nana Mary keep the house clean, and split her time between there and the apartment. Zia stayed in the apartment mostly. She worried that if they all ended up with Mary and Charlie, somehow someone would find them there. Zia worked. During the day while Tom was at school, she worked. In the evenings she and Papa Charlie picked up Tom and they rode the bus together. She ate with the family and read with Tom. Then after she put him to bed, she left for her second job. She'd been hired as one of a small team of housemaids for a very wealthy family in the area. They only cleaned at night, and if she worked hard enough, she could get her sections done in only a couple hours. Then she went back to the apartment and fell into fitful nightmares. She put aside all the extra money, but it wasn't much. 7 weeks later, she dragged herself inside Nana Mary and Papa Charlie's home. It was a weekend, and Tom had begged her to stay with him this time. She was tired all the way down into her bones, and it was only getting worse. She didn't make it all the way to the spare room, and instead curled up on the couch in the living room and fell asleep. Voices woke her the next morning, and she sprang up, embarrassed. Now, you're not working the next couple days, so there's no need to get up so quickly." Nana Mary's gentle voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Zia sat back down warily, and looked over. "What do you mean I'm not working the next couple days? Charlie's decided you need the next few days off." "Dear, you do need it." Mary pressed a cup of tea into her hands and smiled gently down at her. "Zia, you don't look well." Regulus' voice came from her other side. "What are you doing here?" She stared at him, unsure if she was just hallucinating all of this. She watched him and Mary share a look with each other. Since when had they become close? "Regulus has been over to see you every few days, but you're never here," Mary chided gently, now passing a plate of bacon over to where Zia still sat on the couch. "Sorry." She picked up a piece of bacon and sighed. "I'm just trying to." "Mum," Tom interrupted her this time. He climbed onto the couch and sat next to her. "We know what you're doing. We're all worried about you. Tom especially," Regulus said next. His hands were dug into his pockets, and his long hair was combed back away from his face. He was dressed quite smartly in muggle clothes. Charlie's influence, no doubt. She wondered just how often he'd been there. "Please stop working so much, Mama," Tom said quietly. "I miss you." The heartbreak in his voice was painfully obvious. She wrapped her arms around him and pulled him in for a hug. "I'm sorry," she said quietly, doing her best to keep herself from crying. "What will it take for you to accept my offer of staying in my summer home?" Regulus asked. Zia did her best not to glare at him in front of Nana Mary. She knew the summer home he referred to was in fact the house he'd purchased apparently for her. "That's a lovely idea, if you want your own space so much, and he has extra space. Surely this is a reasonable solution." Nana Mary clapped her hands happily, as if everything was all coming together. Zia worked even harder to keep the scowl off her face. "I couldn't possibly just." She swallowed as Regulus strode across the room and sat across from her, his eyes flashing. "What will it take for you to accept the offer? What will make you comfortable enough to accept?" His jaw was set stubbornly, and she knew that with Mary on his side, and likely Charlie too, she was now fighting a losing battle. "Let me pay you," she said weakly. "Rent. Fine. Done. Whatever you're paying on that apartment now, that's your rent," he said firmly. "Surely it's worth more than that," she protested next, but he shook his head. "You said rent. I said a reasonable amount. I'm not arguing any farther with you on this." He pulled out a sheaf of paper and scribbled onto it for several minutes. The scratches of fountain pen on paper were the only sounds in the room. Then he held it out to her. He'd written the terms of their agreement onto it. "Sign." "Go on, dear. This is more than reasonable," Mary encouraged. "Yes, Mama. Sign it." Zia sighed, picked up the pen, and scrawled out her name. Zia Gaunt. It was done. "Come along, Zia. Let's get you fed and cleaned up. Then we can start getting everything ready for the move," Mary said. Regulus offered Zia his hand and she took it. He helped her up and they all went into the kitchen. "Regulus, how are we going to do this?" she whispered as they fell behind Mary and Tom. "Posey can take you back to the apartment. And I can apparate back to the house. If you can get everything packed by this evening, we can start then," he said. "How would we be able to get everything packed by this evening?" she asked him, trying to mentally calculate how much they had and how long it might take to get it all together in trunks. "You're a witch, aren't you? And you've got a house elf. It sounds like Mary and Tom will take care of this end. You'll be fine. See, like I said, you'll be fine. Now let's eat," Regulus said with a grin. "Mary's cooking is amazing. Something familiar." "Posey, will you take us to the apartment?" Zia asked, looking down at the little elf. "Certainly, miss." The tiny elf grabbed her leg and took Tom's hand, then with a snap, they apparated. Zia felt as if she was being squished down into a little pinprick. Pressed in on all sides, then suddenly her body expanded back into place. They were all standing in the apartment. Everything was packed neatly into trunks, and even T.O.'s belongings were stacked neatly in the same pile. Zia wasn't sure when the elf had done it. The two snakes were shrunk to a smaller size than usual to fit into a smaller tank for travel. It's been too long, Hanavi hissed in Zia's direction. We used to speak every day. I apologize, Zia told them, flushing with embarrassment. I take it you've met Posey. Of course, she seems frightened of us though. She helps, but does not come near. Posey stared between them blankly. Oh, that's why. Tom burst out suddenly. Master, Posey asked, looking over at Tom. His eyes were fixed on the house elf interestedly. You told me house elves have to do whatever they're commanded to do, right? Tom asked her. Posey is following master and mistress's orders, yes. All right then. Posey, be able to speak and understand Parseltongue. Well, did it work? Tom asked in Parseltongue. Posey is understanding you, master. Posey is speaking like the snakes. Posey answered. Now that you understand them, perhaps it will help you to not be afraid of them, Tom explained triumphantly. Understanding things usually helps me not be scared of them. That's wonderful. There's not anybody who lives in this house who can't communicate with us still then, Hanavi said to Posey. Posey nodded, and Zia was happy that she looked slightly less afraid of the snakes. Okay then, the goal is to get everything moved over this evening. And I'd like everybody to help out however you can. I gave the notice that we would be moving to the apartment manager this morning, so it is all set for us to be gone. Ready? Yes, they all said. Then let's get started. Zia turned to the house elf. I'm not good enough at magic to move myself or objects any kind of distance with it. Can you help with that? Posey will do it, miss. Posey squeaked, and pointed at the box. With a small pop, the box shuddered for a moment, then vanished. It should be there now, miss. Thank you, Posey, Zia said. If we can get it all over like this, we'll be done in no time. The house elf began sweeping her tiny hands over parts of the room, and everything in her path shuddered then vanished. Zia moved to the back rooms, where she would start the cleaning. Instead of pulling out a bucket and sponge and scrubbing on her hands and knees, instead she pulled out her wand. Clean, she cried, waving her wand. She had never tried the spell before, but it seemed to work. A cloud of dust puffed up all around her for just a moment, then it shimmered into nothingness. Several smudges on the wallpaper worked themselves away. Tom, after observing Zia, waved his hand over the bookshelf, and using wandless magic left it polished and clean. Zia was only mildly surprised. Tom had a knack for using magic without the need for a wand, which seemed to mirror his unusual maturity and intelligence levels. With the three of them working with their various forms of magic, the apartment was emptied and cleaned in only a few minutes. The snakes were both in the tank, held by Tom. Regulus said to inform him when we finished, but I have no idea how to do that, Zia mused out loud. Posey is doing it, miss, Posey suggested. Okay, Posey. Thank you. No problem, mistress. With a crack, the elf was gone. Moments later, two cracks brought Regulus and Posey into the apartment. Didn't I say you'd be able to get it all done quickly? Regulus said, looking around the bare apartment. Let's go. We can side along. Apparate. All of us, even the snakes. Tom asked him excitedly. We might need Posey to take the snakes over, Regulus said, looking at Posey. Posey will do it, sir. Posey, the address for your house is number 16 Lock Court, Greater Hangleton. Okay, sir. With a snap, the elf, the snakes, and the box vanished. Our turn, Regulus said, taking Tom's arm on the left and Zia's arm on the right. With one swift movement, he spun the three of them around. The same squeezing sensation she'd experienced when Posey took them there pulled Zia in. Then they appeared in front of large mansion. This one's yours, Regulus said, grinning smugly. Mine's over there. He pointed to the silhouette of another sprawling mansion on the neighboring hilltop. It's huge, Tom whispered excitedly. I wonder how many rooms there are. What will we do with all of them? Regulus chuckled at his reaction, and Zia couldn't help smile. It's also very safe. Here is your key, but you'll also have to speak your name before you are granted entrance. There are other protective charms of course, but those are what you'll need to get in for now, Regulus said, handing Zia the key. What do muggles see when they look at these areas? Tom looked up at Regulus curiously. Just the hills. Hills and some cow pastures I believe, Regulus explained. I'm not entirely sure, but it's not actually limited to muggles. Anybody who isn't invited can't see anything here. Thank you for this. I don't know how to repay you. I don't think rent is enough to cover all this, Zia said, rubbing her forehead with the back of her hand. Good, Regulus responded. Let's take a look, shall we? Tom was so excited that it looked as if he was practically bouncing out of his shoes. Zia looked around at everything warily. She worried slightly that if they stood out there for too long, someone would come by and wonder who they were. Or worse, someone would come by who already knew who at least she was. She still wasn't sure how she felt about living in such close proximity to little Hangleton. She put the key in the lock, spoke her name, and after a few clicks and what sounded like large gears turning, the door to the mansion opened. Zia blinked as her eyes adjusted from the switch between the bright daylight of outside and the dim interior of the house that now belonged to her family. The door opened immediately into a small room that gave off the feeling of some kind of antechamber that people waited in before being allowed into the rest of the house. Looking around at the walls, she saw that there were no more doors. Where is the rest of the house? Tom asked. He turned, arms folded across his chest, looking at Regulus with his eyebrows raised. Zia tried not to smile when she realized that this was the exact same stance that she herself assumed when she felt that explaining was in order. She glanced over at Regulus and saw him grinning, glancing between the two of them. It took only a moment for her to realize that she had already been standing like that before Tom positioned himself to match. This is another part of the security, Regulus told Tom. How does it work? Zia asked, racking her memories to find something familiar to this. All that came to her was the wall of the cave where the Horcrux locket had been cached. That had to be opened with blood, but she was sure that a door to a residence wouldn't require something like that for entry. The house now recognizes you as its owner, as well as the rest of your family. What happens is you think about what part of the house you wish to go to, and a door leading to that place will appear. This only works automatically for those who live here. RS must be identified as guests and granted permission to pass this room. Additionally, no matter who the person is, nobody wishing to harm the occupants will be able to work the entrance even if they do have permission, Regulus explained. So basically, it's an inanimate form of a security guard. Tom asked. Regulus blinked. A what? He asked. Zia chuckled. She sometimes forgot that Regulus was still not very used to Muggle terms. Despite the continuing education he received from both her and now inadvertently Mary and Charlie. She never thought security guard was something that would be unfamiliar to him. She wondered if it was just that his family was so overly obsessive about staying Muggle-free that they wouldn't even use similar words. A security guard is a person who protects a place by making sure only the right people at the right times have access to it. Usually this includes being able to physically get rid of threats through force or using weapons, Zia said, trying to word it in an easy-to-understand way. This method seems less dangerous to the people involved, but more effective, Tom told Regulus in a matter-of-fact tone. Regulus nodded. Try it out, he said. Maybe think of the kitchen. All right, Zia said. The security feature reminded her of something, but she wasn't quite sure what. I'll call Posey first though. Before she could even say it, Posey appeared next to her with a snap. Posey is here, the elf squeaked. Zia smiled. Okay, I thought you should be here when we test this, Zia told her. Posey nodded, ears flapping as she did so, smile, pulling the corners of her mouth into a little grin. Zia closed her eyes, and concentrated on a kitchen she had never seen before. After a few seconds, she heard a gasp from Tom and opened her eyes. A new door had appeared in front of them, directly across from the entrance. She stepped forward and grasped the door handle then, wondering what the kitchen would look like, pulled it open. The kitchen was large, and to her surprise, furnished. A large solid oak table sat in the middle of it, surrounded by sturdy-looking chairs. They all stepped into the kitchen and the door closed behind them. I noticed that there were no other doors in the kitchen except for the one they entered through, and figured that each room in the house must only be accessible through that first room. It was an interesting setup. And she wondered who had designed and built the place. Tom was ahead of them now, flitting from one section of the kitchen to another, opening cabinets to examine the contents. There's dishes in here, pots and pans over there, silverware in this drawer, and it all looks really nice, Mama, he said, pointing out the cabinets where each resided. She walked further into the kitchen. A&D pulled open the cabinet filled with stacks of plates categorized into different sizes, but they all seemed to match as far as she could tell with them all stacked. She wasn't sure why anybody would need 7 different plate sizes, but pulled a medium-sized plate out too. Look at the pattern. It felt like it was made of glass when she picked it up, and then she pulled it all the way into the light. It was indeed made of glass, but she was surprised to see that it was like a stained glass window. The design was unusual and interesting, the black silhouette of a bird winging through a dark cloud. Ed's sky made up of different colors of glass carefully cut and put together smoothly. There were no ridges in the design, and she wondered if the pieces were put together using a permanent sticking charm. That's quite impressive, came Regulus' voice from behind her. She jumped a little, having not realized he was there. He chuckled at her reaction. I wonder why it wasn't mentioned that the house came with all of these things. Unless only the true owner could get into the other rooms, which might have been why the security features were so highly praised and only a basic description of the house was given. It would make sense, Zia replied, placing the plate carefully back on top of the stack. I wonder who the previous owners were. To leave all this behind seems rather strange, doesn't it? It does. Perhaps there was nobody left to inherit the home or its contents, so everything stayed here for the next owner, Regulus suggested. I wonder how long it was for sale, Zia mused. She felt tugging on the side of her robes and knelt down to face Tom. I've looked in all the other cupboards and drawers. There are a lot of things for cooking and baking kept here, but that's mostly it. Can we try other rooms now? Zia smiled at his eagerness to explore. Of course we can, as long as you're absolutely sure there's nothing else exciting for me to see, she said. Oh, I'm sure, Mama, he replied, already skipping back to the door. Zia, Regulus, and Posey followed him back into what Zia kept thinking of as the holding tank. After they were all through the door, it shut and she watched as the door vanished into the wall. Where to, Tom? She asked him. The bedrooms, he said immediately. I want to pick mine out. It would be beneficial to have a room with space for a desk so that I can complete schoolwork. It doesn't take much time for me to finish, but it would be nice to have a place for that. And somewhere to put all my books. But it also has to be close to yours, or I'd be lonely. Okay then, Zia replied. Speaking of lonely, Posey, where are the snakes? Zia couldn't believe she had forgotten to bring them with her. Posey clapped her hands together. They're in the conservatory room. It's nice and warm there, with lots of plants. Posey made sure that the plants were safe, since Posey is knowing how to identify different kinds of magical plants, Miss, piped Posey. Posey is thinking they are happy there for now. Thank you, Posey, that was very thoughtful of you. I'm sure they are enjoying having all that space and warmth, Tom told Posey. It's like having a very large and well-designed tank. I'm sure. Zia smiled at Tom's politeness and kindness to the house elf. He was always polite but guarded around strangers, but with those he considered family he was friendly and outgoing. Tom turned his head towards Zia now, gazing at her expectantly. Why don't you try this time, Tom? It should work for you as well, right? Zia glanced over to Regulus to confirm this. Yes, it should. Go for it, he encouraged. Tom nodded and closed his eyes. A few seconds later, a new door materialized to their left. And there it is. Well done. Tom opened his eyes again and stepped forward, reaching up to grasp the handle and pull the door open. This door did not lead to a single room, but instead a long, gently lit hallway. The hallway was wide, and the walls were painted with a large mural. It was very similar to the design on the dishes. The same dark clouded sky was depicted on the walls, but what was stunning to Zia was that the whole painting was moving. The clouds drifted slowly across the scene, sometimes letting through streaks of sunlight. And then, occasionally, the black silhouette of a bird would soar across a part of the painting, or sometimes even a flock of them. It was beautiful. Tom was stopped ahead of her, also gazing around at the living painting gracing the walls. Magic is wonderful, Mama. It really is, he said quietly, absorbing the whole scene. After a few moments of quiet contemplation, he walked forward, and found the handle of the first door in the hallway, and pushed it open. Zia followed him into the room and felt her jaw drop. She had never seen such a large bedroom in her life, or such fancy decorations. The bed, the furniture, all of it was made of a dark wood, and carved in a graceful way. The sapphire and white color scheme, as well as some of the other decorations, seemed to say that this was a room intended for a female. But those things weren't what caught her attention so much. It was the large, finely crafted crest that hung on the wall opposite the door. The crest of Ravenclaw House. Well, Mama, I don't think I want this one, Tom said, without lingering in the room for very long. But you should explore more. You might want this one. I'll try the next one. With that, he vacated the room, tugging Regulus along with him. Zia walked to the crest, examining it more closely. It was crafted exquisitely, and out of what looked like superior materials. Zia decided that it most likely cost a fortune to have made, possibly even a good chunk of what the house itself had cost to buy. The ministry office must not have known about any of this, simply the basics of it, like size and how the security worked. She had seen the details scrawled on a little scrap of parchment that was rolled up with the information on the house. Zia was sure that if the ministry knew about the contents of the mansion, it would have been priced much, much higher. She walked from the crest to a writing desk against the left wall, and saw a filled envelope sitting on it. Looking at the back of it, she read that it was addressed to whomever has acquired my home, and turned it over. Looking at the wax seal, she noticed that the image pressed into the wax was again the crest of Ravenclaw House. Zia carefully opened the envelope, taking extra time to make sure she didn't damage the seal, then pulled out the letter inside. Unfolding the parchment carefully, she began to read it carefully. If you find yourself in possession of this estate, congratulations to you. Ownership of my ancestral home could only be claimed by someone deemed worthy of it. And if you find yourself here, you have passed the enchantments set up to ensure that the place go to one such as yourself. This place has a rich history and many secrets for you to discover. I hope you will enjoy them. I'm sure you have noticed that it is all fully furnished and decorated. I assure you that this was all left behind on purpose. You may find more notes from me as you continue to explore your new residence and the grounds that accompany it. Respectful regards, Arlena Ravenclaw. Zia dropped the letter back to the desk in shock, and suddenly she realized what the security system reminded her of. The room of requirement in Hogwarts. She picked the letter back up and reread it several times to make certain she hadn't been mistaken. It seemed that Salazar Slytherin wasn't the only Hogwarts founder with ties to the Hangleton area. Places to go. The room of requirement style security system turned out to be more complex than Zia had assumed, but also infinitely more useful. The discovery of its extra utility came as a surprise. As Zia, Tom, and Regulus progressed through different sections of the house by flitting in and out of the holding tank room, it was clear that it would take quite a long time to explore all of it. Regulus had left to inspect the mansion nearby where he would be living, while she and Tom continued their exploration. They were in the holding tank again, and Zia found herself wondering how she was going to get to work in London every day, when a new door appeared. She looked over to Tom. Tom, what were you thinking of? I thought you were picking the next place, Mama, he responded, turning his face up to her, brows pulled together a tiny bit, head tilted to the side. Right, well, let's test it out then, she said, stepping forward and grasping the door handle. Pulling it open, she gasped. They had just stepped out of the door into an alleyway right beside the office where she worked as a secretary for Papa Charlie. It was brilliant, really, the house. It was as if it knew that she couldn't just suddenly appear in the middle of the street, so directed her to an unobtrusive yet nearby location to where she had to be. That's quite useful, Tom said, looking up at Zia. I only expected the room's range to include the house, nothing beyond that. His head turned from side to side, examining the shadowy alley and taking in the pieces of trash here and there. But how are we supposed to get back? Zia stiffened. He had a good point. As if they'd planned it. Both of them turned to face the wall of the alley they'd just come from. There, etched into one of the bricks, was the print of the Ravenclaw crest. "Remember how Diagon Alley works?" Zia asked Tom. He nodded. "Maybe it's something like that." She reached into the left sleeve of her robes with her right hand, where there was sewn a convenient pocket to stow her wand. She hadn't realized that both of them were still wearing the robes. And she looked around quickly to make sure nobody could see. Satisfied that the alley was unnoticeable enough that they didn't attract the attention of any passers-by, she tapped the brick with her wand. Nothing happened. The corners of her mouth pulled down into a frown. She really had thought that would work. "Hold on, Mama. With the security system you have to state your name before you can get in," he said and stepped forward and calmly told the brick his name. Tom Riddle. This time, the center of the brick ballooned out and took on the form of a doorknob. Tom grinned, and reached for the knob, pulling open a door that looked like solid brick wall, and revealed the holding tank room. They both stepped inside, and the door behind them closed. Zia gently ruffled Tom's hair. He looked up at her, still looking immensely pleased with himself. "What would I do without you?" she asked him. "That's something you'll never have to find out, Mama," he told her calmly. "Because we're a family." "Yes we are," she agreed, smiling. It was an unexpectedly touching moment, one of those times where you're not expecting to hear something so innocently beautiful. Her eyes were misting over, and she was doing her best not to cry. She decided that the best solution was to change the scenery. "Are you hungry?" "Most definitely. I was just about to ask you if you were ready to eat," Tom told her, reaching up and holding on to two of her fingers. His hands were still small and retained quite a bit of baby fat. Sometimes she forgot how young he really was. "Shall we go to the kitchen?" "NK we may need to get some groceries first," Zia mused, remembering that while the kitchen had dishes, pots, pans, and other tools for cooking, there was not food. With a pop, Posey appeared next to them. "Mistress, Posey is a good cook. Posey can make the dinner." The elf squeaked enthusiastically. "That would be wonderful, Posey," Zia told her, smiling with relief. It had been an exciting, but somewhat tiring day, and she was grateful for the elf's help. "Will you be able to handle groceries or should we go get some?" Posey gazed up at Zia with her large round eyes. "Mistress is still having some food left over from the place before this house, so Posey can use that," Posey informed her. "But Mistress might be having to get groceries tomorrow. Posey is not being able to go to Muggle shops. Posey can use things from the garden. But if Mistress would be accepting of it, Posey can make a list of other things." Posey looked ashamed, as if this revelation was somehow embarrassing. "Don't worry, Posey. Mama and I do quite a lot of grocery shopping together. Remember, you haven't always been here to help us. There is no shame in needing our help," Tom explained to her. The elf's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and they fell with unusually loud splashes to the floor. "Posey, are you okay?" Tom asked worriedly. "The young master is a good boy. Posey is grateful to come to this family. Master and Mistress are good and kind," she stated emphatically. "Thank you, Posey. That is kind of you to say," Tom replied. Zia smiled as the door to the kitchen pushed out of the wall. They stepped inside and she saw that Posey had already set the table, put the ingredients they had out to evaluate what she could make, and brought out pots and pans. The elf was quick. "Posey, did you do all of this to be ready for us?" she asked, looking down at the tiny figure now skipping towards the food, giant ears flopping slightly with the bouncing steps. "Posey is thinking you may be wanting to eat, so Posey is getting ready for you." The elf squeaked over her shoulder, now standing on a stool to reach the stove. "That was very thoughtful," Zia told her. Posey smiled and hummed while she worked. Zia was glad to see that she enjoyed the work, but frowned a little as she looked at the tattered sack she wore. She knew that elves weren't supposed to wear clothes, but even if she wasn't wearing normal clothes, she should be wearing something nice all the same. All through dinner, Zia thought about this, trying to come up with something that would work. She remembered how the Hogwarts elves had worn tea towels in a toga style, and Dobby a pillowcase before his dismissal from the Malfoys. There had to be something that would be good to use. After dinner, Zia brought the snakes into the kitchen. Hen from the conservatory where they had been busy reducing the overabundant garden gnome population, and sat down with Posy and Tom. It was something of an evening ritual they all shared, where Zia would sit and read books out loud to everyone for a half hour. In the beginning, she had read short stories to Tom, then gradually the reading became harder and longer. At this time they were progressing through a used leather-bound tome detailing the different species of dragons found all over the world. After the reading was done, Zia laid in her new bed, staring up at the ceiling. She smiled as an idea dawned on her. She knew exactly what they could use to dress Posy. The next morning, she woke early, and dressed in her usual Muggle attire. Tom greeted her in the hallway, also dressed. She wasn't sure how he did it, but he usually woke up when she did and got ready at the same pace. "Mama, I'd like to discuss something with you," he said calmly, looking up at her expectantly. They walked together down the hall to the door that would take them to the holding tank. "What would that be?" Zia asked him, smiling at how his hair was still a little messed up despite him being fully dressed and put together. "Well, I know Posy can't wear normal clothes, but what she is wearing now simply does not seem to fit with our family. I think she needs something nicer," he said. Zia chuckled. "I've thought of the same thing, Tom. I was actually thinking that when we get groceries, we might also stop at one of the shops to pick something up," she told him. He tilted his head. "Pick what up?" he asked, voice quiet. He surreptitiously scanned the room for traces of Posy. "Something to use for Posy's attire. I was thinking we might use a short curtain to work as a makeshift dress," Zia whispered back conspiratorially. Tom nodded, eyes lit up with excitement. "That is an excellent idea. I was wondering though," he began, pausing, "if maybe I could stay here while you go into town." "Yes. Day we found that little library and I thought I might look through some of the books in there to pick something out. We're almost done with the current one." "That is fine, although I would like you to keep Posy with you. I don't want you alone in here. I'll make sure Regulus knows where you are and what you are doing as well. I'm sure that can find me by thinking of where I am if you need me. Does that sound fair?" "Fair enough, Mama," he said with a shrug and a smile. They made their ways to the kitchen, and after they ate breakfast Zia explained part of the plan to Posy, who agreed to tea enthusiastically without even protesting her mistress's grocery trip. After sending notice to Regulus, Zia decided to walk to town to enjoy the fresh air. She pulled on a jacket as she exited the main front door of the mansion that was now hers, and adjusted her purse. Then she set off for the little town close by where she knew there was a small grocer. Closing her eyes, she breathed and the scent of grass as the wind blew into her face. The sound of hoofbeats approached from behind her, but thought nothing of it until she heard a familiar voice. "Hello miss, it appears that you're headed into town. Would you like a ride there?" the man asked. His voice was polite, and softened by kindness, but it was still familiar. Zia took a deep breath, and turned around slowly to face him. His dark eyebrows shot up instantaneously as he reined the horse in and saw her face. Looking straight up into his eyes, she spoke. "Hello Tom." Change. Tom Riddle Sr. didn't know what to say. He looked down at the woman who had appeared at his house nearly 2 years ago, and studied her. She didn't look older, but something about her eyes made her seem wiser, as if the time only affected her mind. He wondered what she was thinking as she gazed back at him, looking as if she was appraising him, trying to ascertain whether or not he had changed. He jumped down from the horse, holding its reins in one hand and smiled. Offering her his hand. "Zia," he said as she took his hand and shook it. "It's been a while." Her hand was both soft and rough at the same time, as if she worked hard but couldn't hide the gentleness. She had seemed so strong, so angry, the last time they met that he realized that he hadn't seen so much kindness in her. He wondered how he'd missed it. "It has," she replied, her eyes delving into his. Tom wondered if she was searching through his soul, looking through his memories and his feelings. He wanted her to see that he was different than the last time they had met. He wanted her to know that he hadn't taken her words lightly. He wanted her to trust him. He thought about his son, and wondered what the boy looked like, what his personality was. How he talked and how he treated others. Surely the child must be different than if he'd been the one to raise it, that much he knew for certain. What are you doing here? You do look as if you were on your way to town, he asked curiously, absent-mindedly patting his horse's neck. What reason could this woman have to be in the Hangleton area? I am on my way to town. I need to pick up a few things, she answered, cl. Early unwilling to give a straight answer as to why she was there. Well, I'm going there myself. I could take you on my horse, so you don't have to walk, Tom offered, gesturing at the animal. He watched as Zia eyed the horse hesitantly. Do you not like horses? It's not that I don't like them, I'd just rather walk. I like the feeling of being out here, she said. Tom chuckled to himself. He'd never encountered a person who'd turned down the opportunity to ride to town instead of walk, especially not a woman. The older ones were always eager to get off their feet for a bit, the younger one seemed to think it was an attempt at courting. The idea of Zia, all right then, I'll walk with you, he told her. Zia's shoulders seemed to slump a tiny bit, as if she'd been hoping he would go ahead. But a moment later she was back to her previous stance. Okay then, she said, and set off before he could say anything else. Tom followed her easily, leading his horse along with him. She didn't walk very fast, and occasionally she would pause to look at a flowering weed interestedly. Once she even bent down and reached out to touch one. He wondered what she was thinking, but she was quiet. After a few minutes, he heard the sound of hoofbeats behind them and glanced back to see a couple people approaching. Zia seemed engrossed in the examination of another weed, and looked as if she didn't notice. He reached out and poked her arm lightly. She looked back at him with a slight frown on her face, as if he'd interrupted something extremely important, but then he pointed back at the group coming towards them and she nodded. Thanks, she said and moved over closer to him. The people were next to them now and Tom recognized them as a few of the townspeople from Little Hangleton. They slowed down as they recognized his horse. And then him. Good morning, Tom. It was good seeing you the other day. Those tomatoes you brought over from your garden went into one of the best stews Darla has ever made. You should drop by for dinner sometime, one of the men said. I'd love to, Fred. I'll bring along some rolls and a dessert if you'd like, Tom replied with a smile. That sounds good. I'll talk to Darla and see when would be a good day. I'm sure the kids would also be excited to see you, Fred answered. Who is this young lady you've got with you? The man asked, giving Tom a wink. Tom looked over at Zia, who was standing near him. This is Zia, an old acquaintance of mine, he said. Fred reached down and held out his hand, which Zia took and shook firmly. The other two traveling with Fred, who Tom recognized as John and his wife Dolly, also put their hands out for Zia to shake. Nice to meet you all, Zia said politely, smiling in a friendly way at the three. Tom tried to keep from frowning as he realized that she'd never behaved that way around him. But he understood that he had never really treated her in a way that merited that kind of behavior, so he didn't have any right to complain. Well, we'd probably get going. Lots to buy today, Dolly said with a kind smile and a wave, and then they were off again, disappearing from sight over the hill. Zia glanced over at Tom, seemingly studying him further. He wondered if the conversation she'd just witnessed had helped his case at all. I'm glad you've made some friends. The last time I met you, it seemed you were the impression that things like friendship with those of a lower class than you was unnecessary and undesirable, Zia said, and then to his surprise she presented him with a little smile. He felt his eyes widened slightly and raked his fingers back through his hair. You seem to have made quite a bit of progress. To be honest, I wasn't quite sure how serious you were about becoming a better man. Tom looked her right in the eyes. In the beginning, I wasn't sure how serious I was either. But then I realized that I was dead serious, he told her quietly but firmly. She raised her eyebrows slightly at this pronouncement. After I thought about it, I noticed that I wasn't happy, and that perhaps living the way you wanted would help me with that. And she pressed, waiting for him to continue. And it did, he replied without saying anything more. He knew that he had a lot to be grateful to this woman for. Zia studied Tom, and knew that he was telling the truth. It was strange to her to see him this way, because she really had wondered whether or not he would keep to his word. At the time he'd seemed like he really did want to become a better person, but later she'd started to doubt it. But she'd known that she would keep to her word whether he ended up meriting the trust she'd showed him during that first meeting, or whether she decided he needed a good memory charm. She just hadn't been ready to go back yet. Still wasn't fully prepared. The way he'd spoken to her when he had first offered her a ride to town, as well as the conversation she witnessed between him and Fred, had helped her to see that a transformation had indeed occurred. There wasn't any way that he could have set up that exchange prior to their meeting, since he hadn't known she would be there, so it was safe to assume that it was all genuine. She was impressed and pleased. She decided to trust him. Well, perhaps I can tell you why exactly I am here, Zia told him. They had started walking again, but when she said this, he stopped abruptly and turned around to face her. The curiosity burning in his eyes was evident, and she wondered why it fascinated him so much. The truth is, I've moved into a house in this area. And a friend has purchased a neighboring one. You wouldn't know about it, since they are set up strictly for people with magic. His mouth dropped open comically and she pressed her lips together to avoid laughing. You mean, you're going to live nearby? And there will be more, he whispered the next part, more people with magic here. Yes, she replied, that's exactly what I mean. He stared at her, then smiled. Would you like to come for dinner? Liar, liar. Zia walked, for the second time, to the front of the Riddle house. It was still stern looking, but something about it was slightly different. Tom Riddle Sr.'s dinner invitation had been a surprise, but after consideration she decided to accept. It had been more of a surprise when the dinner invitation was extended to the friend she'd mentioned moving in nearby as well. Little Tom would be with Nana Mary and Papa Charlie for the evening. She may trust his father more than she had before, she still wasn't ready for father and son to reunite. So this is the muggle that is Tom's father, correct? Regulus asked, keeping pace beside her. They'd decided that walking would be the best mode of transport, and both were wearing muggle clothes, but their wands were still on them. Yes, I told you about the deal I made with him earlier, and as far as I can see he's made a lot of changes for the better. I haven't caught any lies so far, but I'd like us both to watch him. I guess you could call this part of an evaluation, Zia answered. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Caught any lies? He repeated questioningly. Yes, as far as I've seen he hasn't been lying about any of this, and his behavior seems to be modified quite a lot. I can't think of any way that meeting earlier could have been a setup either, it's just not logical, she explained. Regulus nodded, looking as if he'd just discovered something interesting, but Zia couldn't see what he would have picked out of that. You and your people projects, Regulus commented. What's that supposed to mean? Zia shot a sour look over to him. He laughed. Well, you rehabilitated me, it looks like you've had a similar effect on this muggle, he said bemusedly. Although I admit he's worked harder than I had your supervision at least. I suppose you have a point, Zia responded. Of course I do, Regulus said with a chuckle. But all the same, we should still be on guard, she added. Last time I was here it went, interestingly. Regulus raised one eyebrow, but said nothing further. They reached the door and Zia grasped the silver doorknocker, rapping on the door 3 times. She was surprised when Tom Sr. himself opened it. She was sure that the man he'd been the first time they met wouldn't have lowered himself to the task of opening a door. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This time, he'd known in advance that she would be there. She reminded herself to be on guard. I'm glad you could come, he said, offering his hand to her. Tom, this is Regulus Black. Regulus, this is Tom Riddle. Zia paused, then tacked on, Senior. Pleasure to meet you, both said at the same time, shaking hands, then they both stepped apart again. Zia wondered what was going on in their heads. In a way, both men were on opposite ends of the same continuum. Tom was raised by a wealthy muggle family and was taught to look down on lower classes. Regulus was raised by a wealthy wizard family and taught to look down on lower classes. Tom started out hating people with magic. Regulus started out hating people without magic. Zia was between them on the spectrum, cheerfully accepting of both worlds, as well as between them physically as they scrutinized each other. After a tense few seconds, the two relaxed and Tom officially invited them in. Tom led them into a different room than the last time Zia was there, and she saw that it was a magnificently set formal dining room. She'd never seen something so elaborate used for such a small dinner as this. Maybe for a special occasion, but never for a group of only 3. He helped her into a chair and then gestured at Regulus to take the chair across from her, himself taking a seat at the head of the table. Both of them were probably much more used to dinners like this than she was, and she was feeling slightly nervous. "So, you two are new to the neighborhood, are you?" came a voice from behind Tom. Zia looked up and saw Thomas Riddle, Tom Riddle Sr.'s father. The older man had the same aura of superiority that his son once had, and he didn't look pleased at what was sitting at his dining room table. He had many of his son's physical characteristics, simply pushed up to a more advanced age. A woman, with a similar attitude, came up and stood next to him, and Zia could only assume that she was Tom's mother. "Really, Tom, what have you been letting into our house lately? It's as if you've lost all sense of taste in people. Talking to the people from the village. Bringing things over to them. Playing with the filthy little indigent children. Now this," the woman asked him. Tom was looking straight ahead, his fist clenched around the glass he held in his hand, knuckles turning white. Zia could see now what kind of upbringing he'd had that made him the way he was. His parents were horrible. Glancing over, she saw Regulus staring very hard at the fork next to his plate. His hand twitched and she could tell that he was itching to go for his wand. She frowned. In one fluid movement she pushed her own chair back and glided gracefully to the 2 snobbish people berating them. It appeared she had far less patience with certain types of people than she thought. "I don't believe in being insulted by anybody who doesn't at least know my name, Mr. and Mrs. Riddle. I already know yours, so you two are currently at the disadvantage. Allow myself to rectify this situation. My name is Zia. I would say it's a pleasure to meet you, but at present it's not," she concluded, smiling cordially and holding out her hand. Both of them recoiled from her extended hand as if it was somehow diseased. Neither of the 2 men still seated at the dining table looked as if they were holding back the urge for violence any longer. Instead they both looked like 2 people eagerly awaiting the most important play of a Quidditch match. "Our son really has been associating with the worst sort, Thomas," Mrs. Riddle whispered, not at all subtly, to her husband. "Oh no, I'm pretty sure he was simply raised by the worst sort, if the way both of you are behaving now gives any indication of his overall upbringing. I haven't seen any sort of manners that I would expect from upper-class citizens," Zia told them. Mrs. Riddle's mouth fell open indignantly, and she looked to her husband for support. Mr. Riddle looked over at his son, most likely expecting backup, but Tom looked as if it was taking every ounce of his willpower to not laugh. Zia felt somewhat guilty, behaving this way in someone else's home. But these 2 were the rudest pair of individuals she'd ever met. Some part of herself simply wasn't able to stop. They didn't have the decorum to greet their son's guests with even false manners. "I don't think that there was anything amiss in the way our son was raised. He comes from an excellent family tree, he's never lacked anything. The only blight in his life came from no fault of his own. It was because of that poor little tramp. I've heard she's dead, and a good riddance to her. Even tried to lie to our son about being pregnant." Mr. Riddle spat at Zia, "And if by some horrific reality she was pregnant, there's no way that child could ever be welcomed into society such as ours. Probably would be born disfigured as well. I know I would never associate with a poor tramp like that, especially romantically, that's for sure." Zia's false smile widened with the effort it was taking her to keep her temper down. She was usually able to keep her calm, but the comments this man was making were a mistake on his part. "You shouldn't speak about matters in which you're ignorant, sir," she said quietly. The man laughed. "And you think you know more about it than I do?" he asked her. I know more about it than you do," she responded. "But in the end, I suppose I don't really care what you think. You're entitled to your opinions after all, no matter how false and ignorant they are in some respects." She was physically shaking with the effort to keep herself from slapping both of them hard enough to knock sense into him. Tom stood and pushed her back from them, his hand on her shoulder, placing himself between Zia and his parents. "You throw these 2 vagabonds out, Tom," Mrs. Riddle said to him. "I'm very disappointed," Tom said softly to his parents. Here I have guests over, and the only thing you two have done is insult them. This girl isn't the kind to get worked up over anything but unkindness, and look at what you've done to her." Zia hung her head, feeling very guilty as she calmed herself down. She didn't know why Tom was defending her. She'd been very rude to his parents after all, and in their own house. She replayed the conversation over in her mind. Suddenly, she snapped her head up to look directly into Mr. Riddle's eyes. "Mr. Riddle," she began calmly. He turned a disgusted face towards her. "May I ask you a question?" "You may ask one. In exchange for your leaving my house immediately," he responded. "Why did you lie earlier?" she asked him, eyes fixed directly onto his. "Lie? Me? About what?" the man asked her, immediately going on the defensive. "You said you'd never associate with a poor tramp like that, especially romantically," Zia stated. "You lied. How dare you suggest such a thing? I repeat myself, I would never dirty myself with filth like that," Mr. Riddle cried. Something strange was happening. Looking into Thomas Riddle's eyes, she caught images of what must be the Gaunt family. There was Marvolo, it must be. Then Morphin. The girl must be Merope. And then, maybe not that generation. But you did go after her mother, didn't you? She was much prettier, it seems. I'd always wondered what happened to her. Zia murmured. Riddle's face froze with complete shock. His wife looked from him, to Zia, then back at her husband. Thomas, the girl, she must be lying, right? There's no way you would have, she began. But her husband simply stared ahead, face draining of color. It appears I'm right. Well, I'll leave you to sort things out, and uphold my end of the bargain. Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Riddle, Zia said, then turned and marched herself back out of the house. She wasn't sure what had just happened, but it had been strange. Shortly after she exited through the door, she heard footsteps following her. "Zia, wait for me," Regulus' voice pierced through her thoughts. She looked back at him and saw that he was closely followed by Tom Riddle Sr. "What on earth did you just do to my father?" Tom asked as he followed, both men walking faster to keep pace with her furious speed. "How did you know about him and the woman? I've never heard of anything like that before, how did you know?" Zia shook her head, unable to answer his question. She herself wasn't sure what had just happened. "Allow me to explain," Regulus interjected, and both Zia and Tom turned towards him. "Think, Zia, have there ever been times where you just knew that someone was lying? Where you could just see right through them? Where you could get them to confess or at least expose the lies?" He asked her calmly. Zia paused. There had been the time when she was in the office after Tom got into a fight at school, and she'd been able to get the boys to say what had happened. What happened with Tom Riddle Sr.? Then what had happened today? There were other instances, small ones, but she'd never paid much attention to it. "Yes, but I don't see what that has to do with this," she said, not sure what was going on. Zia, although I don't really think she was aware of it, seems to have a natural talent for legilimency. Implications. It was a somewhat awkward situation. Zia looked at Tom Riddle Sr., then over to Regulus Black, wondering how exactly this had happened. The three were seated uneasily around the elaborately carved dining room table in Regulus' house. After the disaster involving his parents, Tom Riddle had insisted that he did not want to go back to his own house that day, so Regulus offered for him to stay there. She was grateful to Regulus for understanding that she was not ready for little Tom to meet his father, and to Riddle Sr. for easily accepting Regulus' offer. So there they were. "All right, since I'm completely clueless in most things having to do with magic, may I ask what exactly legilimency is?" Riddle asked tentatively. Regulus sighed. "You know, this really is against our laws, telling a muggle all this stuff. But I guess since you were married Oh, Regulus cut himself off at the look on Riddle's face. "I mean already knew about magic, it's not going to hurt anybody. The only person it would hurt would be me, wouldn't it?" Riddle muttered under his breath. Zia felt a little pang of guilt at this, and also a bit of pity. The man had not had a lot of good experiences with magic, surely it was natural for him to be revolted by it. Yet instead of trying to hurt them as he had the first time she had met him, he instead seemed curious. Cautious certainly, but curious. Was this some kind of trend that ran in families of rich people with class obsession? Maybe they were all secretly curious about the way the people they were supposed to dislike lived at some point in their lives, then had it squashed out of them as they aged. She wondered, if it was anything like how lower-class workers wondered what rich people's lives were like. Well, I think the best way I can explain it is that it's the process of picking through someone's memories. It's not mind reading, which is hearing someone's thoughts in the present as they happen. Legilimency involves going through layers of people's memories and often seeing flashes of them, little snatches of their past that may or may not be helpful to you. Really accomplished legilimens can tell when someone is lying to them, unless the person is trained to resist it. The full potential of it actually isn't known. Because it's such a difficult skill. It's much more complicated, and is extremely high level and difficult magic. Which is why I'm impressed that she, Regulus nodded towards Zia, was doing it without even knowing. I think I understand what you're talking about. She does seem to be able to see right through almost anybody. I include myself in that, and obviously she got to my father as well. But if you say that really accomplished legilimens can do the things that come naturally to her, then what would happen if she was trained in it? Riddle asked Regulus. I'm not sure. At the very least, she would be able to call up those abilities on command, and be able to do it more accurately and efficiently because she would know where her energies are meant to be directed. I can try to help train her. I've had some practice with it, but she's already above my level, Regulus explained. Zia sat calmly, observing the two men as they discussed her abilities. The tension had been there when they first met had basically evaporated. They would certainly be an interesting pair of friends. If I make these look like clothes, but the materials are things that weren't aid to be clothes, does it count as clothes or not? Zia muttered to herself. She had been gifted with a small towel and a small window curtain by Regulus and was working to fashion a new outfit for Posy out of these materials. Riddle and Regulus both looked over at her, then Regulus began to chuckle heartily at the unusual timing of her remark. Tom Riddle joined him and Zia smiled. Really, you two? I think it is a perfectly valid question. I have to go pick up Tom and I told him I'd have something new for Posy to wear when he came home. It might be good to make it not in the complete form of clothes, just to be safe. Regulus told her. She nodded and it was quickly finished up. I'm going to go now, but I'll be back after he's asleep, she said and left. She gently placed Tom down on his bed. He'd picked an interesting room to be his. It reminded her of how the ceiling of the Great Hall at Hogwarts was enchanted to look like the sky outside, except the effect was placed on all walls of the room as well as the ceiling and the inside of the door. Only the floor was exempt, giving the room the feeling of being suspended in midair. At night, it was like standing in a cloud of stars. It was incredible. The furniture was very simple and basic, done in sturdy oak wood. I love you, Tom, she whispered softly, then tucked the blankets over him and kissed his forehead. His face, when she'd shown him the makeshift dress she'd created for Posy, had been priceless, but had been usurped by his declaration that he wanted to make something for Posy to wear as well. So after they'd brainstormed out a list of materials he would like to use for his creation, she'd written his choices onto a list for them to either find around the house or get themselves. He was quite creative. E-list included materials such as sponges, a shower curtain, and even a tent. Zia wasn't sure what exactly his plans were for the materials yet, but she loved to encourage his creativity into positive channels. He'd started out so closed off from the rest of the world, it made her smile to see him so eager to do things for others. She turned to leave the room but felt a little hand tug on her pinky finger. I love you too, Mama, Tom whispered, then he curled up. Shortly after, she heard his breathing fall into the smooth pattern of sleep. She smiled, simply stood there for a little while to gaze at the stars all around her. Then located the door and left the room. I've heard that you're a reformed man, Tom Riddle Sr., Regulus Black said smoothly, studying the man sitting at an angle to him. Zia was still with little Tom, and Regulus couldn't hold it back any longer. It was a gradual change. Gradual, but powerful, Riddle replied calmly, fixing his own gaze shrewdly on Regulus' face. Regulus laughed quietly. People like us don't change that fast unless we have a very compelling reason to do so, he replied. Us? Riddle asked him quietly. Yes, I too am a reformed man. I wonder whose change was more drastic. I won't tell you what kinds of pastimes I was raised on, or what kind of participatory role you might have played, Regulus told him. He kept the ice out of his voice. Riddle's eyebrows raised. Oh, is this, perhaps, a veiled threat? You know where I'm going with this. I've had a lot of things to think about. I've opened myself up to being around people I'd never considered people. And although it has been new and difficult, I feel better about myself because I've been strong enough to break out of the mold I was raised in. But I wouldn't have done it if not for her, Regulus told him. It is the same on my side, Tom replied. And, what made your reason so compelling? Regulus sat back in his chair, studying Riddle, comparing him to himself. They were alike in so many ways. And yet so different. Zia, there it is, Regulus said simply. I'm going to say this now, and I'm only going to say it once. Zia and her son are no fools, and the boy is as protective over her as she is over him. You and I both know. They're not actually related, but they're a better family than mine is to me. Both of them decided to let me into their family, and I won't let anybody hurt my new family. In the wizarding world, there are families that follow the accepted practices of magic. There are also families that practice dark magic. Mine was one of the latter. I learned a lot from my old family, and I'll use it to protect my new one. I see. This is no veiled threat then, it's completely out in the open. Let me make myself clear to you now. I have no intention of harming any of you, and I think you and I both know that even if I did, the consequences for me would be much more severe than anything I could do to you. Zia is not someone that I would harm, and neither is my son. Regulus noted the emphasis that Riddle put on, my son. Before the conversation could progress, the sound of Zia's knock drew them both to their feet. As he opened the door to let her in, Regulus glanced over to watch the way Tom Riddle Sr. reacted to her reappearance. He would be friends with the man. Regulus, I was wondering, she began after they had all sat back down at the kitchen table. You said you didn't know much about legilimency, or what might happen if I were to learn it. Do you know someone who might know something more about this? I just do. NT want to accidentally harm someone if I try to learn it without knowing more information about why I might be strangely good at it. Regulus thought something like this might be coming, and so he'd already decided who would be the best person to talk to. The only problem was that he wasn't sure whether or not his old Transfiguration teacher would want to help him. He hadn't been a very well-behaved student in Professor Dumbledore's class. Nerves. Regulus took the letter with him down the stairs from the highest tower of his mansion and walked into the kitchen. Tom Riddle Sr. was sitting slightly tensely in a dining chair, repeatedly glancing over at Posey the house elf. For the time being, Riddle would stay with him. It was strange but also entertaining to watch the man's reactions to very common magical occurrences. It was obvious that Riddle somewhat distrusted magic, but was at the same time fascinated by it. Regulus knew the story by now, about what had happened to little Tom's father and why he had hated magic for such a long time. He pitied Tom Riddle Sr. Next week, Regulus muttered, reading the parchment that a big tawny owl had just delivered. He ran his fingers through his hair, staring down at the parchment. He was nervous, he wouldn't deny that. Dumbledore was one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, wizards alive, and Regulus had never done anything to gain his approval or support. It was a mark of how gracious the man was that he had written back and said that he would come meet Zia and little Tom. Especially since it would be such a short time until he visited them. Dumbledore had sent the letter back only 1 week after Regulus' original letter posted. He suspected that the quick response was due to curiosity. Zia's seemingly instinctive of legilimency was something he at least had never heard of, which meant that it was probably rare. An intelligent person like Dumbledore would naturally be drawn to a woman like her, driven by the desire to know how and why her legilimency was so effortless. Regulus admitted to himself that he was also curious about Zia's ability, and was looking forward to finding out what Dumbledore would discover about her. Posey, Regulus said, The elf looked up at him with her large eyes, attention drawn away from a cup of milk that she'd been slowly drinking through. "Yes, Master Regulus," she squeaked. Regulus held the parchment out to her, and she took it from him. "Can you take this to Zia?" "It's Dumbledore's reply," he explained. Posey bowed once, curled her fingers around the roll of parchment, then disappeared with a loud crack. Regulus looked up and held back a chuckle at the expression on Riddle's face. The man most likely never seen a house elf before, and apparently had never seen apparition of any kind before either. "Here it is, mistress." Posey is thinking that it was a quick reply. "Miss," the house elf raised up her small hand and transferred the letter into Zia's outstretched one. Zia took it and quickly unrolled it, reading through it several times, taking in the words and the look of the handwritten script. Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore's handwriting. This was a letter from Albus Dumbledore. And she was going to meet him next week. She sat down heavily on the kitchen chair, still staring at the parchment. Tom ran into the room and poked her leg. She looked down at him and smiled. "You look nervous," he said. Zia set the letter down onto the table and leaned down to pick him up and set him on her lap. "I am a bit nervous. We're going to have an important guest visiting us next week," she told him. His head snapped up and his eyes stared into hers. Sometimes she forgot just how young he was, but when he sat on her lap like this, legs dangling a long way from the ground, still small and with all his baby fat, she was reminded that he was just a little child. As she thought this, an idea popped into her head. "Important guest?" Tom asked her, interrupting her thoughts. His face was eager, and his voice slightly impatient. "Yes, a man who is going to help me understand magic better," she told him. "He teaches at the school you'll go to when you're older." Tom's eyes lit up. A magic teacher, at a magic school. He pushed for more details. "Yes," to both questions, Zia answered with a chuckle, and ruffled his hair. He smiled widely, and shifted back and forth energetically on the balls of his feet. "Wow, he must be really good at magic. You'd have to be in order to teach it, I'm sure," he commented. Zia nodded. "I should make him a thank you card for when he comes." "I know we have paper and crayons here somewhere," Tom said brightly, and with that he skittered off into another room. "Posey, could you get Regulus for me? I have a question I need to ask him," Zia said. Addressing the elf, she felt bad using Posey as a go-between for her and Regulus, but she just couldn't let Tom meet his father yet, and the man couldn't be left alone for long periods of time in a wizard's house either. Moments later, Regulus appeared with a crack. "Do you need something?" he asked her, smiling an easy, relaxed smile. "I need to ask you a question, and depending on what you answer, possibly a favor," she replied. Tom Riddle Sr. stared around him at the strangeness. He had wondered why Regulus Black had forced him to wear what he had assumed was a fancy bathrobe before they left the mansion. He was grateful that they hadn't traveled to this shop-lined street by walking through the streets of London. It would have been embarrassing. Now, however, he understood. First, he was wearing wizard robes. Second, he was wearing them so that he wouldn't stand out in the crowds of wizards and witches. Overflowing what Regulus had told him was called Diagon Alley. He followed Regulus as they weaved through different clumps of people, unsure of where exactly they were heading. Finally, they stopped in front of a large and spacious-looking shop. His eyebrows flew up when he saw what they were selling inside. "Well, you muggles get some things right," Regulus said, laughing at the look on his face. Tom forced his eyebrows back down and returned his face to a more composed expression. Regulus continued, "Anyways, this is where we're going. I was surprised when you said you were going to pay, you know. It seems that both of us come from families with money. You had quite a bit of muggle money with you to exchange." "Zia doesn't have much, does she?" Tom muttered quietly. "I know you paid for the place she's living in now." Regulus sighed. "She doesn't," he replied, looking forward through the shop window. "She works to support the two of them, and she tries to save what she can." "She's a strong woman," Tom said. "So, why are you paying for this?" Regulus asked, finally turning to look at him. "It's about time I got a present for my son," Tom replied. "And the woman who has been raising him." "Then let's go. I'll help you pick out the best ones." Zia watched as Regulus placed the two long thin packages on the table. Little Tom was staring at them with huge eyes, already understanding that this present wasn't like magical gifts he'd received before. She was also excited. She had always wanted to know what it was like. Her son reached forward and carefully unwrapped the package. He looked up at Zia. "I'm going to learn to fly," he whispered, eyes back on the broomstick. "We both are. Flying." Tom Riddle clutched broomstick in his arms and watched his mama talking to Regulus. She'd been acting slightly strange lately, eyes times far away and looking at something that he couldn't see, and he wondered what was going on. His eyes narrowed as he studied Regulus. He trusted the man, yes. As an uncle and a newly inducted member of the family, Regulus was doing well getting along with the rest of them. He'd put him on family probation if that changed. There was nobody that Tom cared about more than his mom. Not Regulus, not Posey, not the snakes. Not even Nana Mary and Papa Charlie, although he cared about them all very much too. His allegiance first went to his mama. She understood him better than anybody else. And she must have known that he needed something fun to do with her. He'd missed her lately, and he was sure she missed spending time with him too. And at last, she looked excited about something and not like she was hiding tiredness behind her eyes. She should know well enough that he could tell everything she was feeling no matter how hard she tried to keep it from him. Same as how she could always tell what he was feeling. "Where are we going to learn?" he asked her. She bent down and ruffled his hair. "I'm thinking it would be a good idea to see if the entrance room has somewhere for us to practice," she told him. He nodded. He'd been thinking the same thing. "Let's go now then," he said. She smiled at him, and he smiled back. "Of course," she told him, and he grabbed her free hand, allowing for her other hand to grab her own broomstick, then tugged her with him to the entryway. Regulus followed, and Tom knew that he was going to be the one to teach them how to fly. It was interesting to have a wizard around. Of course he and Zia were both magical, but this was one who had been raised among other wizards by a wizard family in the wizard world. Regulus knew about a lot of things that neither of them did. It was useful. Regulus had also been the one to help them find Posey, and Tom knew that once everything settled back into normalcy, or whatever sense of normal they had as a family of magic people, house elves and snakes, she would help his mum have less stress. Besides, Posey was helpful and good at answering his questions. The three of them stopped in the middle of the entryway and Tom watched the door in the wall close up behind them. It was an effective security system, he had to admit. He remembered how Regulus' horrible ex-sister had tried to attack them, and how his mama sent him away into one of the back rooms. He wasn't stupid, he knew that his mama had done it to keep him safe. He also knew that she'd been in a lot of danger. She could have been killed. And she had been hurt. One day when he was older and more powerful, maybe he'd find that woman. Licorice Black. He'd catalogued her name away in his head, to save it if a time ever came that he needed to remember it. His eyes narrowed. To save it for if a time ever came that he had a chance to destroy her. Except his mama wouldn't like that. His mama would tell him that killing something or someone wasn't okay unless it was the only way to defend himself. Tom took deep breaths to cleanse himself of the anger he'd felt towards that woman. She'd been raised differently, that lady. She didn't have a good family like he did. Regulus had said as much. Although Regulus didn't behave like his ex-sister, which is why he was part of a new family. Now, why would there be such a difference between the two, when they were both raised by the same family in the same house? Perhaps they were treated differently by their parents. Either way, he would have mercy and refrain from finding and killing Licorice. "Tom, do you want to do it?" his mama asked him, pulling him away from visions of torturing Licorice as she screamed for mercy. He allowed himself the visions, just not the actions. And now he would put those visions away and mentally burn them. It was simply a way of working through his anger, and he was calm now, so he didn't need them and would keep from thinking about that anymore. Everyone was safe and Regulus had done something to Licorice anyways. From the sound of it, whatever he'd done was torture enough. Tom was satisfied with that. "Of course," he replied, flashing another smile at her. He focused on thinking his desires to the room. "We'd like somewhere to learn to fly," he thought to himself. "Learn to fly on a broomstick," he added in case clarification was needed. A door swirled into existence in front of them. It looked different than the others he'd seen. All of them had been wood, done in a neat wood doorframe. This door was more of an archway. A stone archway, with metal gates. Strange. Where were they going? He looked over at the other two people standing next to him. Neither of them seemed to recognize the archway either. Well, the house wouldn't lead them somewhere dangerous, he knew that for sure. Well, maybe if they specifically wanted to go somewhere dangerous it would, but not for something random. His mama looked down at him, and he looked back at her. She smiled encouragingly. He was still clinging to her fingers, and so pulled her up to the gates with him. I can't reach the latch, Mama. If you unlatch it, I'll push it open. That way we can do it together, he said to her. Excitement was bubbling up in him now. Magic was always exciting, always new and intriguing to him even if it was something he'd seen before. He wanted to know how it worked, where it came from. Why it did the things it did. Why certain words made certain things happen when his mama or Regulus were using their wands. Was it just a wand that could channel magic, or were there other things that could do it? Okay then, she agreed, then reached out and flipped up the latch. He pushed the gate open and they walked through. They were in a short passageway. He knew it was Hort because there was light shining through from the other end of it. He picked up speed, and if she hadn't been walking quickly too he probably would have been dragging her through. What was out there? Where was the light coming from? Blinding. Tom closed his eyes and then shielded them with his hand to prepare for opening them back up. It was bright, brighter than in the house or the passageway, and his eyes needed to adjust. When they did, a huge grin spread across his face. Amazing. It was a room, but it wasn't. It was indoors, but outdoors all at once. It didn't take him very long to realize that this was some kind of gigantic greenhouse type of place. It didn't have the heat of a greenhouse though, or the glass. The ceiling of the place looked like it was bewitched to look like clear blue sky, with a bright sunny light filtering out of it. The room was gigantic. There were entire very large trees in it, and it looked like there were even birds living in them. There was a small lake in one part of it. Right in the middle was a huge grassy field. The field was drastically overgrown, probably because nobody had used it for so long, since the house had been empty for who knows how many years. Hundreds probably. But the moment they stepped onto it, the grass mowed itself down neatly to a more reasonable length. How did it do that? He could feel how wide he was smiling because it was starting to hurt his cheeks a little. When he looked over at his mama, she was smiling in the same way. Looking back at Regulus, who was standing a little ways away from them, he saw that the man was also smiling. Well, this place was amazing after all. The house spoils us, Tom said out loud to nobody in particular. I think you're right, his mama replied. I wasn't expecting a place like this to be in here. I don't think any of us were, Regulus said. The snakes said there was a conservatory, and I've seen that. This is a completely different place. Incredible. Zia looked around, at the room that the house had provided for them to practice flying in. She couldn't believe that it was really there, but with magic she supposed something like this was definitely possible. Rowena. Ravenclaw had created this place after all, and as one of the founders and presumably builders of Hogwarts, it was entirely plausible that she'd built this room herself. Zia looked around at everything in awe. The woman was definitely one powerful witch. Powerful and intelligent enough to create a room like this. Well, the house didn't give us this place just to look at. Let's get started with your flying lessons, Regulus said, reminding her why they were there in the first place. She looked down at Tom, who nodded in agreement, and they set off to the center of the field. Once they reached the middle, Regulus instructed them to place their broomsticks down on the grass. Okay, now place your hand out and say, up, confidently to your broom. It should come up to meet your hand. Up. Zia and Tom both said in unison. Each of their booms shot up straight into their outstretched hands. Regulus' eyebrows raised a little, as if he wasn't expecting them to do so well on their first try. Well then, now mount your brooms. I've brought mine so I can be in the air with you and help if something happens, he instructed. They all got onto their broomsticks. Zia was surprised at how comfortable the broomstick was. Then remembered that they had cushioning charms placed on them so they wouldn't dig in and hurt and kick off from the ground. All three pushed against the ground and Zia felt herself rising in the air. Hands clasping the handle of the broom, slightly nervous because she'd never flown before. Well, not on a broomstick anyways. Airplanes were very different than this though, there was hands down zero comparison. Then suddenly, it was as if all that nervousness melted away and there was freedom. All her life she'd wondered what it would be like to fly like this. To feel wind whipping her hair around her face and to look out at everything below her. She'd imagined it before, imagined floating, the feeling of being above other things like a bird. This was nothing like that. She felt herself fly higher, leaving everything on the ground. Worries, doubts, anything that weighed on her mind. Only light things stayed with her. Hope, family. She looked around at everything below her, including Regulus and Tom, although Tom seemed to be catching up faster than Regulus. Interesting. She'd been wondering how he would take to flying, it was never mentioned in the books. Apparently he took to it well. Because he didn't even look afraid. He looked completely in control, and loving it. The smile on his face was big enough to match her own. "What do you think, Tom?" she shouted down to him. "This is amazing. Why didn't we do this sooner, Mama?" he shouted back. She laughed. "I don't know. We never had a safe place to try before, maybe that's why." She shouted down again. She closed her eyes, feeling the air swirling around her. Another gift from Rowena, this room. This feeling, she supposed, was also a gift from Rowena since it wouldn't be possible without the room. There was even a breeze. Thud, tighten. Something had grabbed onto her arm while her eyes were closed. It had claws, but it wasn't very heavy. Some kind of magical creature. It would make sense for there to be magical creatures here. But what kind? "Mama!" Tom screamed, and she could hear the fear in his voice. "Zia, hold still. It's okay. Just hold still." Regulus shouted up at her. What was this thing? She opened her eyes and turned her face to look at the thing. One beady eye stared into hers. It blinked. A bird. It was just a bird. A huge bird, but still a bird. That would explain the lightness. And the claws. She looked down and saw that its talons were clenched around her wrist. She looked back up at its head. "An eagle," she murmured questioningly. The bird tossed its head and ruffled its feathers. "Not an eagle. Okay, but you're as big as one. And you kind of look similar to one." It puffed all of its feathers out at this comment. "Okay, sorry. You're just big, I guess." "Sorry." She examined it. It was charcoal gray, but when it saw that she was looking at it, the bird spread open one wing. The inside feathers of its wing were red, gold and blue. Looking better at its head, she saw two long black feathers gracefully arching up. It blinked at her, and cocked its head expectantly, as if waiting for her to identify it correctly. "You look like the bird on the Ravenclaw symbol almost." The bird let out a note. It wasn't a chirp, or a cry, or a caw, or a screech. It was a note. The bird was singing. The bird was. She gasped. "You can't be a phoenix," she whispered. The bird blinked again. "But aren't they all supposed to be scarlet and gold?" The bird puffed its feathers out again. "Apparently not. So you are a phoenix." The bird sang out a note. "Well, Arlen, a Ravenclaw. Apparently this house had bigger secrets than I thought you meant," Zia thought to herself. Learning. The phoenix remained fixed to her arm as Regulus and Tom both stopped their brooms in the air beside Zia. Both of them were still, as if trying to figure out how best to detach the strange bird from her, but at the same time noticing that she was very calm and seemed not to be frightened by it. After a few moments of quiet, Tom spoke. "What kind of bird is that, Mama?" he asked her curiously, his eyes focused on its talons. "This is a phoenix, Tom," she told him. "But in all the books we read about magical creatures, they were described as having red and gold plumage, not charcoal," he said, expressing the same thoughts that she just had brought up with the creature in question. It turned an eye on him, cocked its head and spread its wings, again showing the different colors. "Pardon, I didn't notice the other colors. However, all the same the book describes them distinctly as scarlet and gold. They make no mention of phoenixes of varied colors. Perhaps this is a type of phoenix that is even more rare than phoenixes are in the first place," Regulus stated, clearly interested in the bird in front of him. "It does have the typical shape of phoenixes, possibly accepting the talons which seem stronger than what I've seen in pictures. Dumbledore has a phoenix, perhaps he would. No. Dumbledore is the man who was a teacher at the magic school, right Mama? Tom flew closer to her, now appearing reassured that the bird was no danger to her and so by extension himself, and reached out, clearly intending to touch it. Tom, you don't know if this bird would like you to touch it yet, do you? I think you might want to find that out before you try, just in case, Zia cautioned him. And he looked at the bird quizzically. It gave an unmistakable nod, and he stroked it very gently and carefully with 2 fingers. It closed its eyes. And yes, that is Dumbledore. He's the one who was coming to see me. I get to meet him, right? He asked eagerly, still petting the phoenix. Yes, she answered. He'll be here tomorrow. Tom nodded and she could see the glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Anything new about magic was always sure to interest him. And someone who taught it, in his opinion, had to be a special kind of wizard. An elite, someone with skills beyond the ordinary. He did not follow the those who cannot do, teach, thought pattern of many people. To him it was, those who teach must do more. Zia knew this because he had mentioned how amazing teachers of magic must be. Hopefully he was not disappointed, although she couldn't see how he could possibly be disappointed by Albus Dumbledore. Well, now that we've figured out what kind of bird this is, and that it isn't dangerous to us, maybe you two would like to start learning Quidditch? Regulus asked, breaking Zia's thoughts. A slow smile spread across her face. Quidditch. Of course she wanted to learn how to play. It was the unobtainable sport that muggles could dream of but could certainly never try. Well, she wasn't a muggle and she was ready to learn. Quidditch is the sport played on broomsticks with the 3 balls and the hoops. Right? Tom asked. She remembered him sitting on her lap, enjoying the moving pictures of players flying in formations, scoring goals, getting hit by bludgers, and catching snitches as he read about the sport out loud to her. She tried to keep his reading broad, so had bought the Quidditch book to give him something different to learn about besides magical creatures, spells, history, and a variety of muggle books that he enjoyed picking out of the used bookstores and bringing home to read. Yes it is, Regulus replied. Teach us, Tom replied swiftly, and Zia chuckled at Regulus' face, which showed clearly that he hadn't been expecting that quick of a response. As with flying a broomstick, the books had never mentioned Tom Riddle and how he got along with sports, including Quidditch. They made him sound more intelligent and cunning-focused, pushed solely by his ambition and never distracted by something he could deem useless, like a sport. She knew he would have learned to fly at least, because it was a class taught at Hogwarts to all first years. But whether or not he enjoyed it, practiced it, or involved himself in any kind of sport involving it, were never mentioned. Apparently, the way he was with her, Tom was fascinated by it. She tried to picture him playing Quidditch on a team at Hogwarts, and smiled to herself. She could see it. The was more joy in her Tom than the twisted version of him that appeared in the books. She could see that the ambition was still in him, and knew that when he decided what he wanted to be when he was older that he would pursue it relentlessly. But she knew that he'd take time to have fun and relax and do things like play Quidditch. Well then, I'll start out by teaching you about the balls and the players, Regulus said. The rest of the day was consumed with experimenting playing in different positions on a Quidditch team, getting to know the balls, and getting better at flying in general. The Phoenix relocated itself to a position on Zia's shoulder, but other than that could not be moved away from her. She wondered if the bird had been a special pet of Rowena Ravenclaw, and had missed the witch for all those hundreds of years. After reading more out of their Quidditch book with a thoroughly tired but thoroughly pleased Tom, she tucked him into bed and went down into the kitchen. Regulus was sitting in a chair there, leaning back in it, his hair messy from the wind, chatting with Posy the house elf. To his right was Tom Riddle Sr. She had finally agreed to let him inside of her own house, under the condition that little Tom be in bed and asleep for the night. Riddle was staring interestedly at the Phoenix, which was perched on the back of the chair and seemed just as interested in him as he was in it. She wondered if it had ever met a muggle before. Thank you for today, Zia said to Regulus with a smile. Of course, I'm glad you both had fun, he said with a grin, the front legs of his chair hitting the ground with a thud. How much do I owe you? She asked, walking to the drawer in the kitchen that held the box that held a lot of the money she had saved up. Some of it was in the bank, but she liked to have a little stash of it on hand as well. Oh me, for what? Regulus asked her, raising his eyebrows. The broomsticks, she said. You can't keep paying for things for us, it's too much. We've got a new house now, an extremely nice one, and I think that more than makes up for what happened. All right, so how much do I owe you? To her surprise, Regulus started to laugh. I didn't buy those, he said. Then who? She began to question him, but was cut off by Tom Riddle Sr. I did, he said. She pulled out the box and began to undo the lock that secured it. All right then, how much do I owe you? Zia asked, undaunted. Nothing. They are gifts to you and my son, although it's not enough to make up for years of neglect, he murmured quietly. She sighed and put the box back. If that made him feel better, then she'd allow the broomsticks. But she didn't like having so many things paid for by others, it made her feel weak. Like she wasn't capable of taking care of her own son. She thought about a lot of things that night, before she fell asleep. Money, magic, raising children, time, Tom Riddle Sr. and Regulus Black. Most of all she thought of her son. In the morning, she was shaken awake by both Posey and little Tom, who were saying something that she couldn't quite make out. Slowly, as she woke up more, she recognized what they were saying and bolted out of bed. Albus Dumbledore is here. Of all the days to oversleep, it would be this one. Wandering mind, Zia gazed at the man standing in her kitchen. He had long, auburn hair and beard, and was wearing shocking yellow robes. His blue eyes twinkled kindly down at her, peering from behind a pair of glasses shaped like half-moons. It seemed to her that they twinkled more through the glasses than they did not. But perhaps that was because of the light reflecting off of the glass. He was very tall, and overall made quite an impression. Perhaps not necessarily an imposing one at first, but it was certain that he was impossible to miss. She walked forward and held out her hand. Professor Dumbledore, it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Zia, she said to him, in somewhat of a state of awe. He took her hand kindly and shook it. The pleasure is mine, he said politely. Regulus was also in the kitchen, she noticed now, but he blended into it much more than this eccentric-looking man. She had not been picturing Dumbledore like this, but Zia should have known that a much younger Dumbledore would most likely look quite a bit different than the one she had read about. Tom bounced Ed excitedly into the room a moment later, and stood at a place just in front of Zia's knees, staring up at Dumbledore with unmistakable fascination. Are you Professor Dumbledore, then? And you teach magic, at a school for magic? Tom asked excitedly, bouncing up and down a fraction of an inch as he spoke. He jabbed his small hand up, holding it out for Dumbledore to shake. It was clear that her son was a fan, and she wondered what kind of impact the yellow robes had made on him. I'm Tom Riddle, this is my mother, but you've already met. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled as they watched Tom's face, and he bent down and shook his hand dignifiedly. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Riddle, he said with a smile. And yes, to answer all of those questions. So, you must be especially skilled with magic. I can't honestly believe they'd have somebody teaching others how to do magic who wasn't unusually gifted, the child stated. It was not a question. It was a simple statement of what he himself took as an obvious truth. I'd certainly hope they wouldn't, Dumbledore said, agreeing with him. And you young man, your name is already in the enrollment books for our school, so I hope that you'll come when you turn 11. Tom nodded eagerly. Yes. Of course I will. I've got to learn everything I can so that I can do my best in the world, Tom informed him. I'm already quite a way ahead of the OT. Her muggle children my age in school there, so I'm looking forward to a different type of learning. The pursuit of knowledge is indeed a worthy goal, if I do say so. Myself, Dumbledore told Tom. The difference between this meeting and the meeting as outlined in the book was vast. Instead of suspicious and concerned, Dumbledore appeared pleased with the kind of attitude that Tom was presenting. Zia knew that it was all entirely genuine. Watching the kindly older man's way of speaking formally to her son made it clear to her that Dumbledore understood the child enough to realize that speaking down to Tom would be unproductive and an insult to his ability to converse. After a few minutes of question and answer between Tom and Dumbledore, Regulus stepped forward. Tom, I think we need to let your mama and Professor Dumbledore get down to business. Would you like to practice more Quidditch with me in the field room? Regulus asked the child. Tom tore his gaze reluctantly away from Dumbledore and looked at Regulus. Then he looked at Zia. Then one more long glance at Dumbledore and he walked to Tom. I think that's a good idea. Hogwarts will have Quidditch teams, won't it? I think I heard you say that once. I'd better get practicing so I can keep up, Tom said happily, and the two disappeared through the door. After a few moments, Dumbledore spoke. An interesting child you have, Mrs. Riddle, Dumbledore said pleasantly. He seems much more intelligent than his years would normally provide. Oh, I'm not Mrs. Riddle. I'm actually Tom's aunt, but I've raised him since he was very small. He's my son by love, not blood, Zia answered. Yes, he is much brighter than most children his age. I don't think I've ever met one his equal actually. He loves to learn about new things. And I've found that it really doesn't matter what it is he's learning about if he feels it's important. I see. Well, you have done an excellent job of raising him. I look forward to having him up at the school with us in a few years. Now about you. I received a letter from Regulus Black, not one of my more admiring students, to put it mildly, regarding your abilities as a legilimens, Dumbledore said, getting to the point. Yes, it appears that I perform legilimency subconsciously, which I didn't know was possible. I am not exactly experienced with magic, despite what my own years would normally provide, Zia said. Pulling the last few words from Dumbledore's statement about her son. Regulus is also a recent friend, and he said the person he thought could best help with understanding the legilimency issue was you. He's probably right. I have studied it fairly intensely. It's a difficult thing to do, for most wizards and witches. Even myself. I've never met someone who had any kind of natural talent for it before. Dumbledore told her, at least not to the level Regulus described you as having. One may have an easier time than others learning it, but never have I heard of it being so subconscious. Yes, well, I didn't have any idea that was what I was doing until Regulus pointed it out a few days ago, Zia replied. So it is subconscious, if I'm actually performing legilimency. Ah, well, let's try it out. Shall we? I'll sit here and you focus on my mind. Do you have a wand? Dumbledore asked as he walked towards the table and pulled out a chair, gesturing for Zia to sit across from him. I do, but I've never used it for this, she informed him, taking the seat designated for her. You won't use it yet. This is a test to see what you can do without one. I'd like to gauge your control and how well you can do this without one. If legilimency is indeed what you are doing, I will be able to tell fairly soon, Dumbledore said. I may want you to work with it later though, which is why I asked. All right then, I'm going to start now, Zia said, and focused on Dumbledore. Suddenly, she was seeing images racing in front of her, sometimes a still frame and sometimes a scene played out. They flew quickly at first, but as she continued to focus, they slowed and she had more chances to examine them. Dumbledore is a small child running through a garden. Then a scene where the child, slightly older, stared at a small blonde girl held in a man's arms. The girl was unconscious and looked as if she could die at any second. I'll kill them. The man was shouting a woman who was standing over the girl with her hands over her mouth. I'll kill every single one. Our daughter, the woman repeated through sobs, even as she pulled out her wand and bent down, trying to heal any injury she could see. The child Albus Dumbledore stared, eyes wide with horror, at what Zia realized must be his younger sister after she was attacked by the Muggle boys. It was sickening. She immediately pulled out of Dumbledore's mind. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to see something like that. I apologize, she said to Dumbledore. I shouldn't have done this. Maybe it's best that I don't learn more about this. Safer. No, I disagree. Although that was not a memory I would want shared, I did not take greater precautions. I admit now that I sorely underestimated your abilities. Feeling that Regulus may have been exaggerating somewhat in the letter. I see that he was not exaggerating. That was powerful. Even when I attempted to invoke occlumency, it made no difference. And this was without the use of a wand on your part? Dumbledore asked. She could see the pain in his face, but it was mingled with an intense look of curiosity and interest. I wasn't using a wand for that, no. Although it is the first time that I have intentionally tried to poke around in somebody else's private affairs. Previously it was, as mentioned earlier, subconscious, Zia assured him. She was sickened by what she had seen in his memories. It was almost too grotesque to believe, but she knew it was true. Any parent who saw their child in that state was bound to be horrified and angry. She pushed the memory out of her head, not wishing to think about it any longer. Then I think it is all the more reason why you should be trained in this. Why you must learn how to control this ability. So you do not do it on accident when you have no desire to, Dumbledore explained. Training will help you to contain this skill and unleash it when you feel it is necessary, and not at any whim. Understood. I will continue with the training then, Zia said slowly. But please, now that you know what I'm capable of, please take greater precautions. I don't want to see something painful for you. Certainly. I suppose that is all we can do for today, then. I still have time, so why don't we go to this field room of yours and watch those two practice Quidditch? Dumbledore suggested. Zia nodded. She was surprised at how easy and powerful it had been to enter Dumbledore's mind like that. Especially after learning that he had been trying to employ occlumency to keep her out during part of it. She was more surprised, however, that Dumbledore, who was extraordinarily perceptive and bright, had not asked her why she never went to a school for magic herself. As a teacher, he question was probably more likely to come up in his mind than in others. She had an answer prepared, but knew that it probably wasn't good enough. And until she could arrange for various things, it was also possibly dangerous to use it with people who had ways to find out whether or not she was telling the truth. Dumbledore, as skilled as he was certainly capable of finding that out and finding the right people to talk to. Possibly he could use his own ability as a legilimens on her to determine whether or not she was lying anyways. Perhaps she should learn occlumency herself. As they moved out of the kitchen and towards the door that would take them to the holding room just before the field room, a flurry of air and the sound of wings beating the air warned her of the incoming of the phoenix just before it settled daintily upon her shoulder. She suppressed a sigh at its timing. Fawkes, as far as she could remember, had never displayed such clinginess in the books, despite possessing fierce loyalty to Dumbledore. This bird was strange. Curious bird, Dumbledore said softly. Zia watched it turn an intelligent-looking eye towards him. Although it is colored unusually, it has the form of a phoenix. It is a phoenix, Zia replied. Even if it's not colored like they're described in all the books. I find it beautiful. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You are an unusual woman, Zia. It should be no surprise that you would have an unusual animal companion to match, Dumbledore said contemplatively. You have one too, Professor, Zia said in response. Indeed, and I fully admit it that I myself am quite unusual as well, though not, perhaps, in as much of a mysterious way as you, the man said. She bit her lip and stared straight ahead of her. She had to be careful around Dumbledore. If anybody could figure her out, it would be him. Test subject. Dumbledore reached into what looked like a normal-sized briefcase and extracted a large stone basin, then carefully set it in the middle of the kitchen table. Regulus and little Tom were out practicing Quidditch again, and Zia was amused by how much of a fan Tom was becoming. On his bookshelf now sat 3 large thick books, one about the history of Quidditch, another about how each of the balls was developed and works, and a final one listing out and explaining different techniques for play. He had read every single one within a week, and this was between his time at school and doing homework, as well as meals, sleeping, and spending time with her and Regulus. Although, Zia thought, the amount of time it took him to finish his work even at a grade level 5 years ahead of the norm was astoundingly small, so perhaps it wasn't so strange that he'd managed to read them all so quickly. A little cough came from the doorway of the kitchen, and Zia looked back to see that Tom Riddle Sr. was standing there, looking unsure as to whether or not he was allowed in. She had still not let him meet little Tom, but as time passed it became clearer that he really was different than before. Regulus and Tom moved between Regulus' house and hers freely, but Riddle was only allowed in whatever house little Tom was not currently occupying. Zia motioned for him to enter, and he took a seat at her right. Dumbledore sat across from her. Between them all sat what Zia was certain was the pensieve. This is a pensieve, Dumbledore explained, immediately confirming Zia's suspicions. I'm going to use this as an additional protection during this exercise. I was not fully prepared for the strength of your abilities last time. But I don't intend to make the same mistake. Allow me to place some memories in here. Dumbledore placed his wand at his temple and pulled it away, along with a silvery wispy thing that he then added to the contents of the pensieve. It swirled around, then vanished. Dumbledore did this several times before he placed his wand back on the table. So what you were doing, Riddle began, you were taking memories out of you and placing them in that thing so that Zia won't be able to access them if something happens. Correct, Mr. Riddle, that is indeed what I was doing, Dumbledore says, peering over his spectacles at Riddle. Tom Sr. blinked slowly and turned his face down slightly, breaking their eye contact, and Zia wondered whether Dumbledore himself was using a little legilimency on the man. Continuing, are you prepared, Zia? I am, Zia responded, watching him. Dumbledore's face was different this time, more concentration was etched onto it and she knew he was using occlumency with all his might. She gazed at him and focused on accessing his memories. This time, it was like a wall was there, barring her access. Her eyes narrowed and she felt herself mentally searching along the wall. And then found a weakness. The barrier crumbled and she for the second time found herself witnessing Dumbledore's memories. None of these were as serious or personal as the last time. Instead she was watching scenes at some kind of pub, Dumbledore with other people drinking out of large mugs, and a snowy castle that she realized was probably Hogwarts. Then she pulled back out of his mind. It's almost impossible, really, Dumbledore murmured, pressing his fingertips together and gazing at her fixedly across the table. You were able to do that even without a wand, or the incantation. I wonder what would happen if you were to use those. Zia bit her lip. She was actually afraid of what might happen if she used a wand and the spell to perform legilimency. If it heightened her ability enough, what might happen to the subject frightened her. The person could go insane, as so many had due to the torturing of Lord Voldemort. She stopped her thoughts and shuddered. The small boy who, in another reality, held that potential was at that very moment practicing Quidditch in a grassy area of their house. She wondered if he would still be interested in learning legilimency, how much of what he wanted to study would be different than it was in the books. Surely he would stay away from dark things such as Horcruxes and murder, but the things that had the potential to be used for good. Would he still want to know those things? She had a feeling that, like her, he already possessed some degree of legilimency without being trained. Her lessons continued for weeks. It became a regular occurrence to watch Dumbledore lift the pensieve out of the briefcase, place it on the table, and extract those wispy silver memories. He wasn't the only one now. Regulus had volunteered as a practice subject several times, and Dumbledore showed him how to extract the memories and add them to the pensieve for safekeeping. Even the snakes and Posy the house elf let her peek into their minds, as a test to see how far her skills extended to non-humans. Riddle Sr. watched much of the time, but never participated. He was more used to magic now, but she understood why he didn't want to be a guinea pig. After nearly half a year, wherein, I don't know if that would be a good idea, she said, voicing her thoughts out loud. I don't want to hurt anybody. Dumbledore considered her. That is true, he said. And she could tell he was thinking through possible outcomes of her working with additional power. Perhaps if there was a way to test it for a good purpose. Zia watched him closely, trying to figure out what could possibly be a good purpose for fracturing somebody's mind open. Mr. Dumbledore, Riddle stated from the side of the table. She'd almost forgotten he was there. Does your magical community have interrogations for criminals? Maybe that would be a useful purpose. Zia turned towards him, and Dumbledore did the same. It does, the older man said, eyes beginning to flash with some kind of strange excitement. He turned back to Zia. The Auror office might be interested in your skills, and possibly the Department of Mysteries. Just as he finished saying the sentence, a child's voice echoed through the kitchen. Zia whirled around to face little Tom, who was looking from her, to Dumbledore, to Tom Riddle Sr. What is an Auror office? And the Department of Mysteries? He asked. running across the room and climbing onto Zia's lap. He put his little arms in a protective hug around her and looked back at Riddle with narrowed eyes, assessing him but not addressing him in any way or acknowledging his presence verbally. The Auror Office is the Office of Magical Law Enforcement. The Department of Mysteries is a part of the Ministry of Magic that explores various things that aren't very well understood, Dumbledore explained calmly. I see, said Tom, his eyes still trained on Tom Riddle Sr. And who is that person? Zia took a deep breath. She wasn't ready for this. She hadn't had enough time to prepare for this meeting, to figure out what exactly to say or how to say it. But she saw no way to postpone it now, and supposed that it might be time to tell him anyways. Tom, this is your father, she told her son gently. I was planning on introducing you to him later, but since you've already met, I see no reason why I shouldn't tell you now. The child froze, staring even harder at the man. She wondered what he was thinking, and inwardly pleaded with little Tom that he wouldn't hate her for not telling him sooner. Tom stared at the man sitting to his mother's right, and narrowed his eyes. There were a lot of similarities between them, and he understood how he had come by a lot of his physical features. Similar hair and eyes, nose and mouth. Physically they were obviously closely related. He tightened his hold on his mama. The man had left the other mum alone to die. How could his mother possibly allow the thing into their house? How could she think this was a good idea? What if this man tried to harm her? Well, the answer to that one was very easy actually. If any person tried to harm her, he spent a few seconds imagining the various painful experiences for the perpetrator to go through. Yes, that person would answer to him, and it didn't matter who it was or that he was so much smaller and younger. He could wait and be patient if he needed to. Yet why would she let the man anywhere near herself? No, little Tom said slowly. He isn't. The other man's eyes widened, and looked towards the table. Tom watched this with a degree of satisfaction. It seemed that even words as simple as that were enough to cause it pain. He felt his mother run her fingers softly through his hair, the way she did when she wanted to soothe him. Her hands, he noticed, were shaking. He looked up at her and saw the same weary look in her eyes that was there so often, and that her face was growing pale. She looked sick. He was worried about her and reached a small hand up to put on her cheek. She smiled down at him, but it was a weary smile that matched the look in her eyes. What was she afraid of? And was this person part of why she'd been looking like that so often? I'm sorry, Tom, the man murmured quietly. I don't have a right to claim that title, do I? It was more of a statement than a question, and this response pleased Tom. This person understood exactly what position they were in. You do not, Tom confirmed. What have you ever done to deserve that name? The other one died giving birth to me after you left. You never cared to find anything out about me at all. How could you possibly be any kind of father to me? I choose my family, and you haven't been picked to be a part of it. The words were harsh, and he watched the man flinch as he spoke them. But he didn't care. He relished it, in fact. What would it take to earn a place in your family? The person asked. Tom considered him again. What would it take? He wasn't sure this person could ever earn a spot in the family. Then he remembered the conversation he'd just overheard. Aurors, Department of Mysteries, why bother going to those places when they had a test subject right here? It was cruel, perhaps, but if his mother went through the man's mind and deemed it safe, then he would accept it. Let mother use her skills on you. With a wand. If she looks through your head and feels like you're worthy, I'll allow you in. And I'll know if she's telling the truth. I can always tell with mama. You'll have distant cousin status, but you could work your way up, Tom explained. Now in his more businesslike mode. The man's eyes widened, and his mama froze completely, except for the shaking. Tom, I don't think that is a fair thing to request, you don. She know what could happen if his mama began, but the man himself cut her off. It's fair, he said. I'll do it. Tom smiled, for the first time during the whole conversation. Mama, get out your wand. Inside his head, Zia took her wand out, hand shaking slightly. Dumbledore was watching with interest. Regulus watched with what looked like a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Little Tom, when she glanced to his face, wore an expression of perfect serenity mingled with cruel anticipation. It was frightening to see such an expression on his face. She looked back at Riddle, pointing the wand at a spot between his eyes. Legilimens, she said quietly. It was like an explosion. She was watching his entire life rush through as if a movie in fast motion, yet she saw and understood every detail of it. Her head reeled, but she couldn't pull herself away. She was glued there, watching everything. It got to the love potion, and she thought she might vomit as she watched everything, felt the rushing emotions pass through. The drugged elation, the infatuation, then the shock, the pain, the bitterness, and she understood why he had hated that woman so much. It kept pushing forward until it reached the present, and she saw everything through his eyes. He was watching her. She was pale and frozen in place, eyes wide but glassy and empty, as if she'd jumped out of her skin and into his. As if Zia no longer existed. As if that was an empty shell. She watched Dumbledore shake her shoulder, watched Regulus try to speak to her, even Riddle was trying. Wake up, she thought. Wake up, Zia, in your own body. But she couldn't. Finally, she watched Tom climb onto a chair, reach out and carefully tug the wand out of her hand. Then the child pointed her own wand at her. Redditum, he said in a clear voice. She heard it with her own ears. She blinked with her own eyes. She felt sick. A pair of small hands went to both sides of her face. Mama, are you okay? Yes, she said. It came out slightly hoarse. How did you know to do that? He shrugged. I read, he said with a smile. And it just made sense. Well done. Dumbledore's voice floated across the table. You are an extraordinarily bright young man. And have a natural instinct for magic. Tom grinned, obviously extremely pleased with the praise. He still highly respected Dumbledore, and Zia hoped it would stay that way. Then his face became serious once more. What did you see? He asked, turning his face to examine Riddle. Everything, she responded. From birth to now, everything. She suppressed the urge to shudder at some of the memories she'd witnessed. What did you think about them? What do you think about him? Tom pressed. His memories were. They were interesting. She didn't want to go into any details about the more unpleasant events. He is safe. Tom narrowed his eyes, still examining Riddle as if somehow a trace of impurity might come out. All right then, the child said with a nod. Distant cousin. Riddle raked his fingers through his hair, clearly relieved at the outcome. I'll accept that, he replied, and held his hand out. Tom stared at it, clearly trying to decide if he wanted to touch it. Then put his hand out and shook Riddle's hand. Zia sat back down in her chair, massaging her temples. She was getting a headache. She supposed that would come from watching a lifetime play through her mind. There was a snap, and Posey appeared. Mistress is not feeling well, she asked. Zia was impressed. It seemed that Posey knew that instinctually, without having even been there before. I'm just getting a bit of a headache, Zia said, smiling down at the elf. Posey will make some tea for Mistress. It will help Mistress feel better, the house elf squeaked in her high-pitched voice. Tom's eyes widened with excitement. Will you be using magical herbs? He inquired, and his interest was obvious. Zia wondered momentarily if this was similar to potions. Did house elves ever make potions? She could see this as being the kind of thing a house elf could do. Posey is using some special herbs. Yes, Posey told him, nodding emphatically as she spoke. May I help? Tom asked, leaning forward slightly. If Master is wanting to help Posey, Master can help Posey, the elf responded. I want to, Tom said eagerly. Posey will be making it in the kitchen, so Master can stay in it if he is wanting to, she said. Tom hopped off his chair after carefully placing Zia's wand on the table in front of her. She looked at it warily, as if it might bite her or send her into a coma. Dumbledore placed his hand on her shoulder. The spell has ended, your wand is perfectly safe, he said reassuringly. She nodded and stowed it back. Regulus leaned back in his chair, looking between Zia and Riddle thoughtfully. Well, we've had a brief account of the experience from Zia, but we haven't had anything from your part of it, he said, addressing Riddle. It was strange, the man responded. Dumbledore was leaning forward now. Strange in what way? Dumbledore asked Riddle, strangely relaxing. For a while, all I felt was a floating, blank sensation. As if there was nothing there and I was completely free, Riddle said. Towards the end though, I could see again, and it felt crowded. Interesting. Zia, could we get more detail as to what you experienced? Dumbledore asked, turning back to Zia. I saw, quite literally, everything. It was all moving fast, but I heard, saw, and felt every detail. She suppressed another shiver. Eventually I got to the present, and I was looking out through his eyes. Do you think maybe that blank part was when you were going through everything? You were lost for about 5 minutes total, and if you joined into the present at the end, it seems that you were reviewing memories for a significant portion of that time, Regulus commented. That could be it, Zia said, considering this. It would make sense that while she was viewing Riddle's past, Hi's present would be paused to make room for that. The more she thought about that, the more plausible that theory seemed. I wonder if maybe it would work like that to eliminate current emotions and feelings throwing off the exploration of everything else, Dumbledore pondered out loud. That would make sense, because it really was like there was nothing there for a while. I didn't feel uncomfortable or worried at all. It was actually enjoyable, like I was getting a break, Riddle added. Maybe that would happen in this case to prevent someone from breaking out of your exploration due to shock or fear, Regulus said. I want to test this theory further, Dumbledore mused. Perhaps it would still be beneficial to make a visit to the Auror office. The Auror office? Riddle asked, clearly confused as to what this was. Magical law enforcement, Dumbledore explained. The interrogation department seems to have been getting either crowded or loose lately. I think a trip would still be a worthy way to spend some time. Zia shifted somewhat uncomfortably. In the wizarding world, the criminals she could face might be frightening, and have horrific pasts or experiences that she didn't particularly want to see. Are you sure about that? She asked hesitantly. Indeed, Dumbledore stated firmly. It would be an excellent place to both test your skills and help keep the innocent away from Azkaban. I see, she replied. If it was going to help someone stay away from that place, she was willing to go through at least a couple minds. Hopefully they wouldn't ask her to do a lot close together. She didn't want to find out how bad of a headache that would give her. May I go too? Tom's voice came from across the kitchen. Zia looked over at him. I don't think that would be the best idea, she said. Why not? He asked, mouth pulling down into a frown. These are people who made a lot of bad choices, and I don't want you be around that, she told him. I think he would be able to handle it, Regulus told her quietly. Her head snapped around to stare at him as if he was completely insane. Regulus stayed calm. Tom is very mature for his age, and very curious. If you don't take him, you can't honestly think that he won't research it himself. I think that I agree with Regulus. Your son is not the kind to simply ignore what you are doing. He would be concerned about what Hi's mother was dealing with and find out on his own. I think it would be best if you were there to teach him and explain to him, instead of him finding out in other ways, Dumbledore added, agreeing with Regulus. Zia examined the table carefully as she thought about their words. They both had a valid point. All right then, Tom, you may come with us, Zia said. Tom's face broke into a huge smile and he ran up to her and hugged her. Thank you, he said. I need to consider a variety of career paths for my future, and first-hand experience is always beneficial in the selection process. Zia's eyebrows lifted. You're already thinking about jobs. Tom, you aren't very old, you shouldn't be thinking about that yet. Have fun and do lots of things that you enjoy now, Zia told him. Mama, it is never too early to think about the future. Tom said very seriously to her. Plus learning about jobs is something that I enjoy now. All right then, Zia said, still somewhat uncertain. You take care of me really well. And I want to be able to take care of you one day, he said, sounding very happy. So you won't have to worry anymore. Regulus chuckled. You are a very put-together young man, Regulus said to Tom. I just want to be prepared, Tom said. I'm sure whatever you choose, you will do wonderfully, Dumbledore told him. You are very bright. I look forward to you attending school. Tom smiled a proud little smile. I look forward to it as well, he said. I wonder what house I'll be in. Zia bit her lip at these words. What house would he be put in? Judgment. Zia followed Dumbledore and Regulus through the doorway in the Ministry of Magic, with Tom holding onto her hand next to her. This was her first day with doing this, and she was apprehensive. Tom tugged on her hand a little. "You're going to be fine," he said, giving her a bright smile. "You're the strongest. Plus I'll be here to help you out if you need it like last time." She tried to smile back, but it wasn't very convincing. "Of course," Zia replied, and mussed up his hair with her free hand. He made a face, but couldn't keep back a giggle as he fixed it. They walked up to a woman sitting behind a desk. "Wands," she said, and each of them presented their wand to her. After a quick examination, she returned the wands and let them all through. A tall, thin man was waiting for them, dressed in what appeared to be acid green and white pinstriped robes. "So she's the one," he said in a somewhat nasally voice, peering down at Zia. His eyes traveled over the muggle clothes that poked out from around the collar of the robes she was wearing for the occasion, and his lips thinned slightly. "Indeed," Dumbledore said in a dignified way, although that was slightly counterbalanced by the flaming orange robes he was sporting that clashed magnificently with his beard and hair. "She is the one. Are you quite sure, Dumbledore?" the man asked, turning away from Zia to face Dumbledore. "Of course. Care for a demonstration?" Dumbledore asked him, eyes twinkling behind his glasses. The man's eyes narrowed. "Not on me," he replied. "We have some more worthy subjects waiting. We were planning to ship them out to A.Z. today, but when you told us about her abilities, we thought maybe that could wait." The tall man was now leading them all down various hallways to an elevator. As they stepped inside of it, a couple more people joined their group. "So, Alfie, this is the one Albus was telling us about?" a short little witch asked in an excited voice. "I've never heard of someone who was a natural Legilimens. I'm rather curious myself." "That's Perpetua Fancourt," Regulus whispered quietly to Zia. She didn't really know who that was, but nodded anyways. Regulus grinned. "She's an accomplished astronomer." "Right," Zia whispered back. The woman's name seemed vaguely familiar, but it wasn't well known enough for her to pick out right away. "Hello. I happened to be in town for the week, and in the ministry today, when I heard about you. Would you mind if I observed? I'm rather fond of collecting information about unusual things." A man's voice came from a place to her right. She turned and saw that the man was holding his hand out for her to shake. I suppose that's fine," Zia said uncertainly, taking his hand. "My name is Newton Scamander. Most people just call me Newt," he said brightly. Zia stared at him until she realized it was impolite to do so. Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, was standing in front of her. She had thought she was over the many surprises that came with being introduced to the wizard world that she'd only ever dreamed of all her childhood, especially after Dumbledore, but it seemed like she would never quite get used to it. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Scamander. I'm Zia," Zia said, smiling. Tom tugged on her hand and looked up at her, face very serious. "And this is my son, Tom." She left out their last names purposefully, to avoid any unwanted questions. Newt Scamander bent down and offered his hand to Tom next. "Pleasure to meet you too, Tom," he said with a kind smile. Tom smiled back and shook his hand. They met a few our people on the way to wherever the man called Alfie was taking them, and a little group seemed to be forming, composed of people who wanted to watch. Zia wasn't exactly pleased with this, but there wasn't much she could do. Finally they were ushered into a room that was more of a small stadium than anything else. Seating around, some of the walls tiered up, and people in the group were filing in, picking places to sit towards the front. Alfie motioned for her to let Tom go, and Regulus moved forward to take him over to a seat. She watched Regulus pull Tom onto his lap, then turned back towards Alfie. She recognized this room. It fit the description of the rooms where the hearings were held in the books, the place where the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. had been sentenced to Azkaban. The chair was there, with the shackles attached to the arms. Just what had she gotten herself into? "So what exactly will I be?" she began, but the man cut her off, completely ignoring her. "Bring in the first one," he called. The door on the side opened and immediately she felt cold and sick. A pale-looking man, probably around her own age, practically ran through the door and collapsed into the chair gratefully. Behind that door, she was sure, there were Dementors. She didn't need to see them to know. It was obvious from the way that cold had crept into the room when the door opened, and Fr. The way the man in front of her looked. Radley Wilkes, accused of torturing a Muggle woman who was out for a walk with her dog in front of his family's property. Pled guilty. Zia walked forward, wondering why she had agreed to do this. For the innocent ones, that was it. In case the ministry had got it wrong. In case this man in front of her hadn't actually committed that crime and was innocent. She was here to save people from Azkaban. She pointed her wand at the man's forehead. He looked up at her with wide eyes, looking terrified. It's not supposed to hurt, she told him, feeling sorry for him. He seemed to relax a little at her words. Legilimens. She moved through the man's life swiftly, just as she had with Riddle, the images moving so quickly that it amazed her how her mind could keep up at all. Everything went fast until she hit something strange and fuzzy at the edges, like it had been patched over somehow. There it was, the images of a woman being tortured, and it was horrific to watch in this slow motion warp. She wanted to claw her eyes out, but couldn't move. Something wasn't right with it though. It felt somehow out of place. She couldn't move forward in time. She moved around the edges of it with her mind, slowly prying at them until the memory flapped loose, then disintegrated off like it had never been there originally. Zia viewed the memories underneath, the speed returning to the same lightning-fast pace as at the beginning, and found herself looking into her own eyes yet again. Silence. Then Regulus' calm voice floated out from the audience. Redditum. Zia was back in her own body, feeling tired. The headache was back as well. She turned, slightly unsteady on her feet, to look at Alfie. Innocent, she said quietly. The audience broke into titters, and she even heard a couple laughs. A few phrases stood out to her. And he even pled guilty. A mudblood wouldn't have been able to tell, someone said. Clearly lying. Another one came. Knew it was impossible, whispered one more. She frowned. She was tired, and her head was pounding, and all for what? For people to ignore what she'd just done. There was a false memory, Zia added slowly. I removed it. The man is innocent. Veritaserum, someone, Alfie called, and somehow there was a little bottle of clear liquid in his hand a moment later. Let's test her out. Zia took several steps back from the man. Excuse me, she asked. I'll explain in simple terms. This is a potion that forces you to tell the truth. I'm only asking that you drink a couple drops of it, so we can ask you some questions about your experience. Alfie said, stepping towards her. Verify whether or not you actually do what you say you do. Regulus looked as if the only thing preventing him from standing was the fact that Tom was on his lap. She could see how tense his muscles were. Tom looked as if the only thing keeping him from standing was the fact that Regulus had an arm around him. Both were frowning, although the look on Regulus' face couldn't match the cold fury spreading like spilled ice water across Tom's. A look she had always wanted to prevent from crossing that face. For some reason, she felt like this was set up somehow. Like even if there hadn't been a false memory and she'd proclaimed him guilty, they would still have brought out the Veritaserum. As if she was some kind of experiment. She looked over at where Dumbledore was sitting, wondering if he would have done something like this, but the frown on his face and flashing eyes behind those half-moon spectacles he always wore told her no. What if I don't want to? She asked the tall man, who was now approaching her with long purposeful strides, holding the uncorked bottle out in front of him. You don't really have a choice, he replied. This is really the best way. Or there's this, Zia said. Maybe it was how tired she felt, or the headache, maybe it was the rude blood-purist comments that had rained down from the seating. But her patience was spent. The tip of her wand was between Alfie's eyes only moments before she spoke. Legilimens. Muddying the waters. A group of maybe 4 or 5 teenage boys OD around a younger-looking and smaller one, all of them dressed in robes, but only the young one's face showed an expression of fear. He looked up at the circle around him from face to face, and she could see in his eyes that he was simultaneously pleading silently for them to let him go and looking for a way out. The floor and walls that she could see were made of some kind of stone, and the place was lit with torches if the yellowed and slightly flickering light was something to go by. The group was in a hallway, one of the Hogwarts corridors, and as much as she wanted to be anywhere but there, Zia was forced to watch what Alfie, as a teenage boy, had done for fun. It wasn't the first time, but none of the memories got easier to live through, especially since she could feel the enjoyment he got from it. It made her feel sick. So, how would you all like to see a demonstration of that new curse I learned? We've got ourselves a subject now, not much of a loss if something goes wrong. One less mudblood in the world would make it a cleaner place, Alfie spoke, lifting his wand. His friends chuckled. Go on then, unless you've been bragging over nothing this whole time, another one said, voice dripping with superiority. Pale blonde hair had been the first hint that the boy was an early member of the Malfoy family when he'd first appeared in Alfie's memories, followed by his attitude and confirmed by his name. I will. Crucio. Zia winced inwardly as she watched the smaller boy crumple to the ground, twitching in pain. If she could stop it, she would, but this was the past. Several excruciating minutes later, Alfie finally stopped. Another boy whipped out his wand and performed a memory jinx on the victim. It seemed to be standard procedure for this group. It was almost like what she imagined the Death Eaters would have done in school, the way Alfie and his group operated. Memories pushed forward faster, and more like that one appeared between Alfie's classes and growing up. They twisted as she watched the Muggle-born victims become Muggles and the boys become men, but never did the cruelty vanish or the sporting way they tortured and got away with it. He often Ed his ministry of magic ties to keep from the consequences of his actions, all of the men did. She witnessed his disturbing excitement when he had heard about her from another wizard in the ministry. The excitement was mingled with disgust towards her being so clearly Muggle-influenced and mainly revolved around his plan to pass her off for questioning and possibly Azkaban. She'd watched him set up the whole thing, planting the false memories into the head of the man she'd searched to purposefully throw her off. Stowing the Veritaserum away in a pocket of his robes. Alfie's mind was filthy, and by the time she was looking at herself, she wanted nothing more than to claw her way out. She was released from the experience by Tom. As she fell back into her own body, she felt his small fingers curl around her hand and guessed that he'd got himself released from Regulus' grip and had found his way to her. Alfie's mind might have been disturbing, but she'd experienced a lifetime of magic and all 7 years of his schooling. She'd learned. Her wand whipped up and she found herself using a simple but powerful binding spell she'd learned from Alfie's mind to twist ropes around his ankles and wrists before the man was fully back to the present himself. His mouth opened slightly as he stared at her. Tom plucked Alfie's wand up from the ground swiftly as well as the bottle of Veritaserum out of the man's right hand, and placed the vial in Zia's palm as he moved to stand back beside her. His childlike face was still venomous, and she'd caught the flash of satisfaction that had crossed it as he'd watched the ropes work tightly around Alfie. Well, that was certainly enlightening, Zia murmured quietly to Alfie. It appears you've been getting away with a lot of things you shouldn't be for quite a while now. She raised her voice as she spoke the latter part so that the rest of the audience could hear. You filthy mudblood. How dare you accuse me of, Alfie began, but Zia's calm smile in reaction to his words made his voice cut off. I don't plan to accuse you of anything, Zia responded as she uncorked the bottle of Veritaserum. The people in the stands were deadly silent as they watched her. She wondered if it was out of fear or curiosity. I think you should confess to them yourself. She swirled the contents of the potion vial around as she watched Alfie's face. She walked to where the head of the trial was sitting. It was an elderly witch, who was quite round and dressed in robes of an orange color that unfortunately made her look more like a pumpkin than a person from a distance. The small green witch's hat she wore did nothing to help. May I have permission from the council to use Veritaserum on this man? She directed her words to the woman. The witch paused, looking as if she was in deep contemplation over the question, then nodded slowly. I believe that as the purpose of this experience was to test your skills, this would constitute as a further demonstration of your gift, and as such I will permit you to use Veritaserum, the woman said. Proceed. Zia poured 3 drops of the clear liquid into Alfie's mouth. All right, Alfie, let's set you free, she told him with a tight smile. She waited momentarily for the potion to take effect, then when she saw Alfie's eyes cloud slightly, she knew it was time. When was the first time you used the Cruciatus curse? I was 15, Alfie responded immediately, face breaking into a slack smile. The people in the room gasped collectively. Used it on some mudblood first year while I was still at school. He never knew why he was so scared of me. The memory jinx worked a little too well, but watching his face whenever he saw me, Alfie let out a chuckle. How many times have you used it since then? Zia continued. Corners of her mouth turned down slightly as she spoke. The man was disgusting. Too many to count. He responded with another laugh. The potion was making him a lot less inhibited. As he spoke as he probably would have been without it, but it served to reveal just how clearly messed up his mind was. More than 50 times, that's for sure. Have you ever used it on a muggle? A muggle? Try many muggles. Too priceless to watch to use just once on one of them, he responded. Of course, as the head of that department it makes it really easy to keep from getting caught by the ministry. Another collective gasp from the seats. Are you a Grindelwald supporter? She asked. Yes. The audience gasped. And do you go to those meetings alone? Of course not. Where's the fun in that? I go with. His mouth kept moving and his facial features were animated, but sounds no longer came from him. Alfie didn't seem to notice. Stop. This has no bearing on the purpose of why this woman is here, a man shouted. Standing fully on his feet and shaking back a sheet of pale blonde hair, wand out. Afraid of getting caught, Mr. Malfoy? Zia asked politely. Mysterious. Zia sat on one side of the solid oak desk, scrutinizing the moving photographs placed in rows in front of her. A tiny man wearing plain black robes and large thick glasses that magnified his eyes too. Several times their original size sat across from her. His fingers were tented in front of him, his mouth was slightly pursed, and he perched on the edge of the chair he sat on as if ready to take flight at a moment's notice. He watched her intently, waiting for her to speak. She leaned a little closer to one of the pictures and noticed that the inhabitant was attempting to walk out of it whilst shielding his face, and poked at the edge of it in an attempt to keep him within the frame. It worked, and he turned to face her indignantly, shaking a tiny photographed fist. Unfortunately for him, this action revealed his full face and she immediately recognized it. After about another minute, she pushed several of the photographs forward towards the tiny man. These I recognize from Alfie's mind as participants in many of his activities, she stated. The man turned the photographs around towards himself. Merlin's beard, if they hadn't already verified your abilities using both Alfie and Mr. Malfoy, I would have thought you were lying, he said in a much squeakier voice than Zia had anticipated. Who'd have thought? So many upstanding names, many working for the ministry. Well, it makes some sense, eh? They were using their influence and power to cover up their work, Zia responded. She thought back to the proceedings in the dungeon. The pumpkin witch, as Zia had come to think of the woman, had to her own surprise and especially Malfoy's, asked her to use the Veritaserum on him as well, to cross-verify what Alfie had said. Fortunately for Zia and unfortunately for Mr. Malfoy, under the influence of the truth potion, he'd confessed to quite a lot. You'll pay for this, Malfoy had yelled back at her as he was escorted out of the dungeon with Alfie by armed guards. You've ruined my reputation. You will take responsibility. You ruined your own reputation every time you chose to participate in illegal activities, and now you will take the responsibility you avoided for so many years, was all she had said in response. He'd screamed back several more threats and insults before his voice was cut off by the heavy doors closing behind him. She admitted to herself that the threats did worry her. She was sure that his family and influence reached farther than she knew and did not want harm coming to her own family. To little Tom, Zia glanced to the side at the small child in question, who was sitting quietly on a chair reading a book. This trip to the ministry was turning out to be much longer and more involved than originally planned. Dumbledore was off somewhere in the ministry, discussing different ideas regarding her abilities and possible uses for them. Regulus was out purchasing lunch for them all while she was occupied identifying suspects. She'd explained Muggle money to him several times, and thought by now he'd have figured it out. When he stated that he still wasn't confident in purchasing Muggle things, she'd resorted to drawing him a diagram on a spare scrap of parchment so that he could refer to it while shopping in Muggle stores. Is there anything else you need from me? She finally asked the bug-like man sitting across from her, who was still rifling through the pictures, occasionally emitting sounds of surprise. He looked up with a slight jerk, as if he'd forgotten that she was there. Oh, well, not at present I don't believe. We may ask you to see Own back in to do more examinations or look at more pictures when we obtain them, he piped out. Of course we will give you notice beforehand so that you may prepare yourself. You could become our Saint valuable asset when it comes to stopping Grindelwald. All right, well then I suppose we'll be going now, she responded, shaking the man's hand. Then Zia turned to Tom and gently touched his shoulder. He looked up and grinned at her. Picnic time, he asked excitedly, standing immediately and placing the book on the chair. He'd borrowed it from the tiny man. Zia, who hadn't had the chance to see the name of it before, was amused to find that he'd been reading the tales of Beetle the Bard. She was positive that Tom would have questions about it for her later. Yes, as soon as we find Regulus it is picnic time, Zia responded, taking his hand in hers and leading him out of the office. They walked through several hallways, up a flight of stairs, and finally reached the elevator that would take them to the atrium. The second time it stopped, a tall, lean-looking man entered and leaned against the opposite wall. He wore deep purple robes and a matching hat, all with gold trim. His face was somewhat sharp, and his eyes were deep and piercing. He also sported a well-groomed goatee. Your demonstration earlier was unlike anything I've ever seen, the man said, scrutinizing her those dark eyes, face unreadable. Quite unusual, your abilities are. Zia felt rather than saw Tom move in front of her, and knew he was wary of the stranger. She herself felt rather wary of him as well. There are lots of unusual things in the world, Tom spoke. Especially when it comes to magic. From his voice, Zia could tell he was on guard. Something about the man made it clear that he was not a person to trifle with. Yes, there are. Which brings me to my proposal for you, he directed the last section at Zia. I am the head of the Department of Mysteries. This explained some of the man's formidable aura. He was an unspeakable. Several things clicked together in Zia's mind. That must be an interesting job, Zia commented casually. Yes, it is. After seeing what you can do, well, I'd like to offer you a position in my department. After all, you're somewhat of a mystery yourself, aren't you? The man asked her, eyes glittering now. Before Zia could respond, the elevator doors opened. Ah, you're done already. Perfect. I've got lunch, and the smell is making my mouth water already, Regulus stated brightly. His cheerful attitude faltered slightly when he caught sight of the man who was in the lift with them. Spaulding, he said in a courteous tone, but it was clear that he didn't like something about the man. Young Regulus Black, how is your father doing? The man asked, in the same stiff polite tone. You and he are friends, I'm sure you can ask him yourself, Regulus responded tightly. We've really got to be on our way. Have a nice day, he finished, and with those words he shepherded both Zia and Tom out of the elevator, walking much faster than normal. They didn't slow down until they were out of the ministry and several blocks away in a park. What exactly was that all about? Zia asked. That man, what did he want with you? Regulus asked, face serious. Tom looked from Zia to Regulus curiously, but his face was pinched into a serious expression mirroring Regulus. He offered me a job, I think, Zia responded. Regulus, face darkened. Spaulding, doesn't have the most sterling history and reputation. Be careful of him. Note from Pneuma. Hi everyone, it's Pneuma here. I've always promised my readers that I wouldn't let a story go unfinished, and I'm here after a few years of chaos to reaffirm that promise to you all. I'm planning on finishing this tale for you all this year, so keep an eye out for that. I'm also planning on doing some editing and revising to make sure it all flows better and reads the best it can. I'm so grateful to everyone who hasn't given up on me, Zia or Tom. You are all truly the best. I know I've dropped the ball here for a while, but I won't let you down. Dinner conversation. Author's note. Hi everyone. The story is going to get darker quickly from here, and I thought I'd prepare you. I will likely be putting out chapters in clusters now that I've finished editing all the old chapters. There are some things were added and timelines have been shifted slightly. If you've been following along, it might be worth a reread if some of the things you read confuse you. Thank you to everyone who has waited for so long for me to continue this story. And thank you to anyone who is just joining us. Enjoy. 2 months after the debacle at the ministry, Dumbledore was back in her kitchen. Zia and Riddle Sr. sat in their usual places. This time Tom and Regulus were also there. This time they'd added Newt Scamander to the group. Posy the house elf clapped her hands, and the meal the elf had spent the entire day preparing sailed across the room and landed dish by dish neatly in the center of the table. Posy liked cooking for larger groups. Now that we're all in one place, I'd like to discuss the ministry's proposition. And perhaps make one of my own, Dumbledore said. He leaned forward at the table and looked towards Zia. His auburn hair was slicked back and cut to shoulder length, and his beard was trimmed into a smart goatee. It looked strange to Zia seeing him like this, but she made no comment. Dumbledore could probably regrow his hair and beard in an instant if he wished. Maybe it was easier to eat with it all shorter. Go on then, Regulus, digging into a plate of sausages and heaping them onto his plate. I don't want Mum to do it, Tom said immediately from his chair. He stabbed a chunk of potato with his fork. She already works for Nana. And Papa, she quit the other job already. She doesn't need more. I'm not sure the ministry plans to give me a choice, Tom, Zia said, scooping up a ladleful of stew and heaping it into her bowl. The letter from Theseus said I was being conscripted. My brother sent the letter. Newt asked from his place at the table. Zia pretended not to ice him, sneaking bits of his meal into the inside pocket of his robes. She'd already warned him about setting nifflers loose in the house. Yes. Has anybody else been conscripted? Riddle Sr. asked. Can they even do that? It isn't like this is another war. Zia stuffed a forkful of carrots into her mouth to keep her face from giving anything away. World War II was on the horizon within the next few years. She was pretty sure that the whole Grindelwald thing turned into a magical war at about the same time. She wondered if her presence would change anything. She had already informed the minis. Try of several Grindelwald supporters in their ranks thanks to Alfie. Not that I'm aware of, Regulus said. I'm afraid I have a confession to make, Dumbledore said next. They all turned to him. He sighed and patted his mouth with a napkin. I had a hand in setting up that letter from Theseus. According to my contacts, if the Auror office hadn't sent the letter you would have received a similar one from the Department of Mysteries. Spalding. Regulus savagely speared another sausage with his knife. I guess the Auror office is better than that. I can't be an Auror, Zia said next. I don't have nearly enough practice at magic for something like that. It's more of a consulting position. Dumbledore reiterated the contents of the letter. You'll be pulled in when they want someone examined. I don't want Mum to do it. Tom said again, more insistently this time. He stood up on his chair to bring his height over the rest of them. It sounds dangerous. Which brings us to my proposition, Dumbledore continued now. Tom turned to him, hands held stiffly at his sides. It better be good after you set this up, Tom grumbled. He tapped his bare foot on the seat of the chair. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled back and he smiled kindly at Tom. I would like to offer more classes to Zia. She trains with me already regarding her legilimency, however for whatever reason it appears she never went to school. I can set up classes for her with some of my colleagues and former students, he explained. Zia bit her lip, thinking it over. She'd learned some things from swimming through Alfie's mind, but it was like trying to hold water in her hands. Some things she retained, others slipped away, and she'd never actually practiced any of it herself. That would help with some things, Zia mused out loud. At least I could learn to defend myself. Can I sit in? Tom asked now. His arms were relaxed again and he leaned slightly towards Dumbledore. She could tell that his curiosity was now winning out over his irritation. He wasn't old enough to go to school or get a wand yet, but he still devoured any information about magic that he could find. I don't see why not, Dumbledore chuckled with a shrug. Children watch their parents use magic every day. All right then, I guess if Mama has to work for the ministry then at least this will help make up for it, Tom grumbled. He sat back down in his chair. Do you have any moongrass? Newt asked as everyone turned their attention back to the meal. His hand was in his pocket again. Zia raised one eyebrow at him, and he smiled sheepishly. She didn't know exactly what he'd brought with him, but she assumed the moongrass was more for the creature's benefit than Newt's. We is having moongrass in the greenhouse. Posy will get it. The house elf squeaked. There was a pop, then another pop, and Posy held a fistful of some kind of glowing silvery blue plant out to Newt. Before he could take it, a tiny hand darted out and somehow managed to scoop up the entire bundle. It disappeared back inside his robes. Tom and Zia both leaned forward upon catching sight of it. "What is that?" Tom asked. "A sprite," Newt admitted, scooping. A tiny creature that looked kind of like a blue-eyed lemur with oddly gauzy wings out from his robes. "Would you like to hold her?" Tom reached his hands out eagerly as Newt placed the sprite across them. It wrapped its fingers and tail around Tom and chittered at him as it stuffed its face with moongrass. "Their saliva has medicinal properties. She's very light," Tom commented, bringing the creature closer to his face. Newt looked over at Zia. "I've met one other person who had a natural gift for legilimency, but it wasn't quite like yours," he said. Zia looked over at him with interest. "What was theirs like?" "Hers is more hearing thoughts as people think them," he explained as he held out a stray tuft of the moongrass to the sprite. Zia shuddered, glad that hers wasn't quite like that. It wasn't exactly pleasant living through someone's life, but she'd hate knowing what everyone else was thinking all the time. "It must be exhausting," she said. Dumbledore was watching Newt with a curious expression on his face. Zia looked between the two, sure that there was something unspoken about this person that Dumbledore and Newt both knew but didn't want to say. She decided not to bring it up. "I wouldn't like it," Newt said with another smile. "I'm not really a people person." That evening after Zia put Tom to bed, she rejoined the adults in the living room of her house. There was an enormous fireplace in this room surrounded by overstuffed furniture. It was cozy. Regulus pointed his wand at the fireplace, and a crackling fire sprang to life in the grate. Thanks to the snapping of the fire. It was also good for conversations that perhaps shouldn't be held in front of Tom. He was mature for his age, of course, but he was still a child. "On to the second half of my proposition," Dumbledore said cheerfully. His hair and beard fell almost to his knees again, and he swept both out from under himself as he took a seat in one of the armchairs. "Aside from teaching Zia more magic?" Regulus asked. He lounged across a love seat, taking up the entire thing by himself. Newt was perched on an ottoman, the sprite on his lap. His briefcase was placed carefully at his side. Zia kept glancing at it every so often, and had asked Posey to check on it now and then as well. She didn't want any of Newt's friends getting out and into her house. She didn't think her kitchen would do well with an rumpet adding to the decor. "Well, this is more of a request." Dumbledore conjured a cup of tea and took a sip of it. "Biscuit." He conjured up a tin of cookies. Zia took one and nibbled at the side. "What request?" she asked. She watched Riddle politely decline the cookies and edge a little farther away from Dumbledore. He still wasn't fully comfortable with magic even though he and Regulus were housemates now. Not that the location mattered all that much. They were all over at each other's houses so often that they were practically common ground. "The Ministry and I are not always on the best terms. However, we are working towards the same goals. I'd like you to report back to me, essentially, the things that you pick up from your time working with them," Dumbledore said. He took another sip of his tea and fixed his glittering blue eyes on her. To say the Ministry and Dumbledore weren't always on the best terms was putting it mildly in Zia's opinion. However, none of the truly problematic spats happened until Book 5, which was set decades into the future. Before that, they'd gotten along tolerably. "I can do that," Zia answered. It was an easy answer this time. Dumbledore was, in her opinion, better at looking at all the angles of a situation and coming up with the best plan than the Ministry. Like sun. Zia shivered and pushed the collar of her thick winter coat up as high as she could to provide a couple more inches of protection from the cold. In the pocket of the coat there were several packages clustered together, shrunk down from their original sizes. She crouched down in the alleyway, wincing as the snow crunched beneath her boots. Peering around the edge of the dirty brick wall, she watched the two men striding down the street in her direction. She edged farther back into the alleyway, as far as she could go, and thought hard about getting home. The men wheeled around the corner just as the doorway back to her home solidified itself. She threw herself backwards towards it, fumbling for the doorknob and whispering her name as quickly as she could. A pair of wands lit up, pointed in her direction, but she was through the door already. She ooted just as jets of light beamed through the alley. Her heart raced and she sank to a sitting position with her back to the door, one hand over her chest as she counted her breaths to calm herself down. Regulus skidded into the room. "Wand out again?" he asked. She nodded. He started pacing back and forth. "You can't go out alone anymore. It's too dangerous. It's almost Christmas. Soon after that is Tom's birthday." "I had to get some things," Zia grumbled. "I'm okay without presents this year, Mum." Tom entered the room in his pajamas, barefoot and carrying a book under his arm. She sighed. He was turning 9 soon, but acted much too old for his age. "Especially now. We're celebrating. It's been a long year," Zia protested, clambering to her feet. She patted the packages in her pocket. Still there. Still safe. She pushed past both boys into the kitchen and sat down at the dining table. Posy plunked a mug of hot tea down in front of her and she pulled her mittens off and wrapped her hands around the cup. Breathing in the steam, she allowed the tension to seep out of her muscles. She'd been working for the ministry for over a year now, rooting out Grindelwald supporters using her legitimacy. At first, she hadn't minded. Now it was different. The first time she'd been followed while out shopping for groceries, she'd been out with Tom. Her shadows then had done nothing but observe. Yet it was unnerving knowing they'd found her doing something so mundane. They did nothing but observe for weeks after that. She'd wondered at first if they were sent by the ministry to make sure she was safe. There had been several threats directed at her specifically from Grindelwald's people. When they started attacking, that ended her hope that they were there for benevolent reasons. Almost every time she left the house she expected an attempted attack. But the holidays were coming, and she wasn't going to let anything ruin that for her family. Christmas was always spent with Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. This year Regulus was attending with them again. Riddle Sr. had been invited, but decided to spend his Christmas with some of the villagers. He'd muttered something about peeing in to see his parents at least for the holiday too. Privately she wondered if he was worried that Mary and Charlie would see the growing similarities between his features and Tom's and ask questions. Tom ran into the kitchen and was greeted by a cup of hot cocoa courtesy of Posy. Regulus followed him in. Riddle Sr. was having dinner with Darla and Fred that night. The two villagers took him under their wings similarly to how Nana Mary and Papa Charlie took her and Tom in. When she found out that the couple had lost their 2 oldest sons to the war, she thought she understood a little bit of why. There were so many families with missing sons. She knew the history, of course, as a former history teacher. Living it was different. "We can celebrate without you putting yourself in danger," Regulus said, interrupting her thoughts. "I'm not going to live in fear. I did enough of that after someone paid us a visit at the old place to last me a lifetime," Zia said firmly. She sighed and breathed in the tea's aroma again. She never told any of them all the details of what she did for the ministry. Only Dumbledore knew just how dark some of the memories she had to pick through got. He was teaching her how to use the pensieve to take some of the worst and step away from them and observe as an outsider. She would manage the fear. She refused to let what she did impact her family. "Not living in fear isn't the same as just being safe," Regulus retorted. "Please, Mum." Tom looked straight into her eyes and she sighed. "All right, I won't go out on my own anymore." As Tom grew, he looked more and more like his father. The two of them, she wasn't sure exactly what their relationship could be classified as. Tom acted like Regulus was his uncle the majority of the time. Hi's attitude towards Riddle was more strained. They'd discussed it before, but as Tom got older, the conversations got more difficult. It was clear Riddle Sr. was trying to have a positive relationship with his son. But neither of them seemed to know quite how to get over each of their previous hurts. Riddle was still drawn to magic, but still terrified of it. She'd seen what happened in his memories, and couldn't blame him. Still though, he and Regulus were roommates. He was around Zia and Tom frequently. He'd watched Dumbledore and met Newt. He'd watched some of the classes Zia took with a variety of professors from Hogwarts. He knew that not all magic users wanted to hurt him, but at the same time his past still haunted him. That past showed up in Tom, the son he hadn't wanted born to the woman who ruined his life. On Tom's side there was resentment for all the years where there was nobody there. 2 days later, he brought it up again. "I don't want to forgive him. I still don't understand why he's here now when he didn't want to be then," Tom confided to her. They were working together to magically animate a carved wooden toy he'd made. It was one of the rare times they were alone together in the house. People are always growing and changing. What someone is 1 year is never what they are even 1 year later, she told him as they put the finishing touches on the wooden figure and placed it on a tiny broomstick. He looked over at her. I know that, but some people don't change in the right direction, he said, sitting back. His hair was combed neatly back, but his cloths were slightly disheveled from play and he was barefoot. She sat back on her hands and looked up at the enchanted blue sky that was the ceiling of his bedroom. That's true, but they always can. We can't control whether they make that choice or not, we can only control our own choices and growth. But we can wait and watch and encourage. Why don't you wait and watch a little and then decide for why? Ourself if he's changed in the right direction. She said at last, you don't want me to just be friends with him already. When people hurt you, it's okay to step back and wait and watch. We like to say that everyone is our friend until they show us otherwise, right? Well, he started off showing you otherwise. The toy broom lifted off the ground, hovering with the small figure perched atop it. It was more practice for Zia's remedial classes, but she always tried to turn the practice into something fun. It's okay to wait and watch and decide. Forgiveness never means letting yourself be hurt again. It means letting go of the hurt from before. What if I don't want to let it go? Tom's eyes were on the floating Quidditch player figurine. He always tried not to look at her when he was hiding how upset he was about something. You can't fly until you let go of the ground. You could be missing out on something by holding on. But it's okay if you're not ready. Even birds start off grounded. Her words must have been a cue for the phoenix, although she had no idea how it could hear them. Phoenix song floated through the house. Whenever the phoenix sang, the entire house seemed to go still to listen to it. Now was no exception. Sounds like she agrees with you, Tom said when the song was done. His face was relaxed again and he was smiling. That's because I'm usually right. Now, Avenue, you decided what you're doing for gifts this year. The conversation turned to easier subjects. Tom was planning to make most of his gifts this year again. He was creative and Zia tried to foster this as much as possible. She wanted him to have plenty of outlets for his creativity that were productive and safe. His book collection grew with his interests. He had several books about Muggle mechanics right next to books about magic. He had woodcarving tools that Nana Mary and Papa Charlie had given him as a birthday gift 1 year, and small carved figurines had homes all over their house. He'd had to learn healing charms quickly thanks to this particular hobby. He had books on Quidditch, and his broom was always kept neatly in its stand in his room when he wasn't practicing on it. He so rode horses with Charlie when they visited. When it came to hobbies, he was well-rounded. The problem was that even though he went to school with other children, they weren't his age. Nor did he read to interact with children that were his age. As much as she tried, she couldn't persuade him to befriend other children. She didn't consider tutoring his peers for pocket money friendship, despite a previous attempt by him to convince her otherwise. She wondered if it was enough that at least now he didn't use them as sadistic playthings. He saw them as people now, but he still had no desire to interact with them in any capacity other than for what he considered mutually beneficial arrangements. Sometimes she wondered if that was how he saw everyone else around him. As people, but only for something if they could benefit each other. Then he'd say or do things that reminded her that he did care. Pick her a bouquet of wildflowers so she knew he thought about her when she was gone working for the ministry. Quietly fixing things around the house for Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Talking for hours with the snakes. Helping Posy do dishes or laundry. Building something with Regulus just to spend the time. Every now and then he even shared a tender moment with Riddle Sr. that made her question even his own declaration that he didn't like the man. He was even making his father a Christmas present this year with the help of Papa Charlie. Can I go a couple days before everyone else, on my own, so I can work on some things? Tom asked her. She bit her lip, thinking it over. She knew. Regulus had placed several protective charms on Mary and Charlie's house, but there was only so much they could do. They were also very careful about how they got to their house. Using the room of requirement-style transportation that her house provided, combined with Regulus apparating, they'd always managed to get there without followers. I don't know. With everything going on, she felt that they were already pushing it. Going for so long over Christmas. I think it's best we all go together. Devastation. Tom padded through the house quietly. It was night, and his mum was asleep already. He knew things were dangerous outside. And he knew she couldn't go out alone anymore. He overheard things that the grown-ups didn't want him to know. He knew that there was a bad wizard out there. He knew that bad wizard was after their family because she was helping catch his supporters. He couldn't do anything about it. It was all so frustrating. He was too young to go to Hogwarts. Too young to learn how to really defend his family. He didn't even have a wand. He practiced what he could anyways. At night when the house was asleep, he snuck to the secret room. He hadn't told anybody else about it. In that room were other books. Books his mum probably wouldn't buy for him. Books on special kinds of magic. Different kinds of magic. Dangerous magic. He practiced some of it in that room. He didn't have a wand. So it wasn't quite the same, of course. But there were some things that he could do. Manipulate objects around himself and use them as weapons. Bind things with magic. Make people hurt if he needed to. When he finished, he walked out to the main hallway. He knew he wasn't supposed to go to Nana and Papa's house before it was time for the whole family to go. He looked over at the box where his unfinished Christmas gifts were tucked away. It couldn't hurt that much if he just went there, could it? It was only 2 days early. 2 days couldn't make that much of a difference. He grabbed the box. He left. Zia searched the house room by room, frantic. Tom was gone. Nobody knew where he was. None of the house's occupants had seen him. She went back to his room, searching for at least a clue to his whereabouts when she noticed that the box he was keeping his Christmas gifts in was gone. She stared at the empty space and her heart slowed. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Tom had never done something like this before. He was a child, of course, and still got into mischief. But he'd never outright done something he knew would scare her like this. She pulled on her coat as she half ran to the doorway. Regulus appeared shortly after, summoned by Posy thanks to Zia's franticness. I think he's with Mary and Charlie, Zia said breathlessly. Regulus nodded once and they let the room do its job. Zia burst through the doorway that they'd established near the farmhouse where the elderly couple resided. In the distance flames and smoke billowed into the sky. A pit formed in Zia's stomach. It was their house. Regulus grabbed her elbow without saying a word, and apparated them to the doorstep. Wands out, they extinguished the flames. One hand holding her wand out in front of her, the other pressed over her mouth. Zia kicked open the front door. The living room furniture was smashed and burnt. She moved into the side bedrooms. They were all in a similar state. She turned to enter the kitchen. But Regulus blocked her way. Zia, he began to say something, but she shoved past him. They clung to each other in front of the kitchen table. It was the only untouched piece of furniture in the house. No charring from the fire. Not one splinter out of place. But this was the worst room of all. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Both of them had expressions of determination on their faces. Their eyes were still open. Faces turned against the floor. Mary was slightly behind Charlie. Their hands were linked. On the table just behind them was Tom's box. Zia shook as her eyes combed over the scene again and again. It was as if her brain refused to finish processing it. Regulus tugged at her arm, but she didn't move. She was trapped in that moment of horror, eyes unable to move. Away from the sight of the people she considered her surrogate parents in this world, lifeless in front of her. A loud pop came from behind and she jumped and whipped around to face whatever made the sound. Dumbledore stood there, next to Posy, who upon catching sight of the scene burst into loud sobs. "Can you fix this?" Zia whispered. It was a plea. Dumbledore looked at her kindly, but shook his head slowly. "Magic can't fix this." Now the tears came. Zia couldn't do anything else but cry and stand there numbly. The Dawkins family was gone. This never should have happened. They never should have been involved in anything having to do with the wizard world. It was her fault. Worse, she wasn't even sure what had happened. Tom couldn't have done this, could he? He loved Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. She refused to believe he could do this. Still, some part of her, the one that worried, the one that Knew what Tom was supposed to grow up into, wondered. What if he could do this? What if he had? It's obvious that this was. Regulus lowered his voice and whispered something to Dumbledore, who nodded. We need to know exactly what happened here, Dumbledore said. I'll have to look at their last memories. Zia looked over at him. How? He hesitated to say anything else, and she understood. Legilimens. Tom, you aren't supposed to be here for 2 more days. How did you get this far without Zia knowing anyways? Nana Mary chided her grandson fondly. She wasn't mad, not truly, but she knew that Zia must be going insane with worry. I'm going to call her and let her know where you are. Don't tell Mum. I need to work on Christmas presents. Tom exclaimed, holding the box up in front of himself. Mary shook her head and smiled. Your mum is worried sick, I'm sure. I need to let her know where you are and that you're safe. I'm surprised at you, Tom. Charlie stepped up next to her and ruffled Tom's hair. I guess you're right, Tom grumbled. We can at least have breakfast first, Mary said next. Tom brightened and skipped inside the house. They all moved into the kitchen. Mary set to work scrambling up some eggs. Charlie sat down next to Tom at the table and they pulled out one of the would-be gifts. Mary hummed to herself as she prepared breakfast. She smiled when a knock came at the door. It was probably Zia. Those two were so close that it was like they could read each other's minds sometimes. She was proud of Zia for raising such a smart and kind boy. Mary glanced over at Tom and smiled. It was nice having a family. Her heart still ached for her son who would never come home. That would never go away. She wished that he could be there with them all. She dried her hands on a towel, but never made it over to open the front door. With a click, the door unlocked itself. 2 tall figures she didn't recognize strode through the door as if they owned the place. Mary didn't recognize either of them. One was a man, and the other was a woman. They held sticks of wood out in front of them like a knight might carry a sword. She didn't know what it was, but something about those sticks sent chills down her spine. Well, look at what we have here, the woman said. Her voice was accented. A house full of muggles. Really? This is where she goes. Disgusting, the man said. Mary heard Tom stand suddenly. The chair scraped back and clattered to the ground. She reached for him, but he darted past her and stood defiantly in front of both her and Charlie. Get out of here, he said. His voice was calm but cold. It sounded strange coming from her, Tom. And what can you do to make us? The woman laughed. Mary watched as Tom raised his hands. A flash of something shot away from him and beamed towards the 2 intruders. The man waved his stick around and whatever it was Tom did vanished. Understanding dawned on Mary. Magic. These people had some kind of magic. She hadn't thought it was real, but it did explain some things. The sofa lifted next and sailed across the living room towards the intruders, but again the man waved his wand. It burst into 100 splintered pieces. The man started to laugh. That's some pretty strong magic for a boy so young, he commented. More furniture sailed towards them. More blasts of light. Nothing touched the 2 as they continued to advance. Charlie had regained his head already, and ran forward to grab Tom. Mary moved into action just after her husband. She had a feeling this might be the end. All they could do was protect their grandson. Nothing would change the fact that he was theirs just as much as they were his. Run, Tom. Charlie pushed Tom behind himself. Mary caught the boy and pushed him behind her body, shielding him. No, Nana, Papa, you can't fight them. I know, but we can give you time. Run. No, we're old. We've lived long lives. You still have a lot of life left in you. Go, Mary said gently, her eyes pleading with Tom to listen. She wasn't afraid to die. They would get to see their son again, she was sure. This was okay. Tears gathered in Tom's eyes, but he nodded once then ran. Charlie reached for her hand. Together they ran towards the attackers. 2 rays of bright green light illuminated the room. Zia sobbed as she watched Dumbledore scoop the silvery memory into a small vial. They'd just watched it again using the pensieve. She cried every time. Mary and Charlie had died to protect Tom. She, Regulus, and Dumbledore had searched the entire area for her son. All they found were the corpses of the 2 people who had attacked the house, left in the barn. The Aurors came next. None of them found any further clues. I'm sorry, Zia, Theseus had said to her. We should have protected your family. What you were doing first put you in danger. Zia hadn't said anything. She didn't blame the Aurors. She blamed herself. For the trees. Are you sure me learning all this is going to help me save my mum? Tom asked Mr. Forrest. Mr. Forrest fixed his piercing eyes on him again. If you don't learn everything I have to teach you, how can you expect to be strong enough to save her? You couldn't hold off the 2 dark wizards that attacked your family. You yourself would have died if I hadn't saved you, Mr. Forrest said, shaking his head slowly. Tom sighed. It was true. After all his hours of illicit practice, he hadn't been able to do much of anything against 2 adults with wands. Just before Mr. Forrest's arrival, he'd been sure that he was going to die. How do you know for sure that this Grindelwald person has her? Tom asked again. He wasn't sure how far he trusted the man. But Forrest had saved him. Mr. Forrest sighed again, massaging his temples. His blonde hair was slicked back like always, but a couple locks fell into his eyes. Tom was pretty sure his questions irritated his mentor, as Mr. Forrest preferred to be called. They'd never irritated his mum. I showed you the images, didn't I? Mr. Forrest said next, gesturing behind himself at the crystal ball set onto the table. Yes, but then why the question? It's been an entire year and we haven't found my mum. We keep going to all these different places where you say Grindelwald could be keeping her, but she's never there. Tom grumbled. He was almost 10. It had been a year since he'd seen his mum. A year since he'd seen any of his family. A year of being drilled constantly in strange complicated magic by Mr. Forrest. He missed having fun with his family. He missed his home. Grindelwald is a very intelligent wizard. He likely has spies everywhere watching everything. You have to pee. Practice harder and get better, otherwise we will never catch up to him, Mr. Forrest said sternly. Tom tried not to cry. Mr. Forrest didn't like it when he cried. Why did Dumbledore betray our family like this? Why would he work with Grindelwald? I thought he was a good person. Tom whispered. As did I, Tom. As did I. Don't worry. I'll help you get revenge on him. Then we'll save your mum. Mr. Forrest's hand went up to the chain of the necklace he always wore. Tom had never seen the pendant, but whatever it was, Mr. Forrest must really be attached to it. Okay. Desperation. Zia clutched the cup with shaking hands. Christmas had come and gone again. That made 2 Christmases she'd spent away from Tom now. She looked around the house blankly. There was no life here. She woke every day, of course. She took care of the snakes. Posy. The phoenix. But it was still empty. It had taken months for the first rumors to trickle through to Dumbledore, and through him to her. Grindelwald himself had Tom. Nobody knew why. All they knew was that he kept Tom with him everywhere he went. And it was definitely Tom. There was one picture, just one single picture, but it was clear enough to recognize him. She'd been to so many different countries trying to track them down, but every time she thought she was getting closer, the trail went cold. Aurors from all over the world were tracking them, but it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Tom was being influenced by the current greatest dark wizard. Every day. How much worse could he end up after spending so much time with a man like that? I've made a mess of things. She whispered out loud to herself. She thought of her parents. She thought of the Dawkins. Everyone around her died. Say should never have tried to change anything in this world. She shouldn't even be in this world. She'd failed to protect her family in the future. Magic can't fix this. That was what Dumbledore had told her after they found them. It was true. But perhaps there was something that could. She didn't know if it would work, but maybe if she removed herself from this world, things would go back to the way they were supposed to be. A future that was certain. Tragic, yes, but with a guaranteed happier ending. And Mary and Charlie would not have to be involved at all. She'd had the idea before. Many times. But she'd always held out hope that she could find Tom. Bring him back and fix all of this. Now she was fairly certain that it was impossible. She wasn't a great witch. She was hardly even a witch at all. She couldn't stand up to Grindelwald. She wasn't strong enough for that. She stood, letting the blanket she'd been nested in fall to the floor in a heap. She ignored Posy's question about where she was going and left the house. She didn't care anymore if Grindelwald's friends were watching her. She'd welcome them in fact. The cold outside hit her and she shivered, but she didn't break her stride. Even as her body got colder, she continued her path to the cliffs just outside of the village. It was a long drop into rocky waters. When she reached the highest point of the cliff, she looked down. Freezing cold spray somehow reached high enough to sprinkle across her face. The waves dashed against the jagged stones. Below, she stepped closer to the edge. This isn't the way. Hands grabbed her arms and dragged her back away from the edge of the cliff. She fought them fiercely, trying to lunge forward towards the air before them. The grip on her tightened. Zia, this is not the way. She fought fruitlessly for several more minutes, then drooped. She looked up to see who it was who had stopped her plan. Tom Riddle Sr. What are you doing here? I followed you. Why? Riddle looked back at the edge of the cliff, and said nothing. Instead he practically picked her up off the ground and walked her farther and farther away from it. When they were several hundred feet away, he stopped. He let go of her arms, waited a few more moments as if testing whether or not she would run. Then ran his hand back through his hair. When I first got back after my marriage, it was different. Everyone was talking about it. The entire town. Me running away with the tramp's daughter. His eyes weren't on her, but off in the distance. He spoke quickly, as if afraid that he would stop speaking if he slowed down. I became a joke to everyone. My social standing, my reputation, and even my former fiancé were all gone. My parents treated me like I was rubbish. Zia didn't say anything. She'd seen Riddle's memories. She knew what it had been like for him, to a certain extent. But as always the memories trickled away save for just a few prominent ones. She couldn't think his thoughts though, and this told her more about his feelings than even watching the events happen had. I planned to end it all, at that very cliff in fact. I was on my way out of the house to go get the job done when you showed up. I'm so sorry. Zia began through chattering teeth, but he cut her off. Don't be. If you hadn't been there at that point in time, I would have done it. Now here I am for you. He pulled his coat off and plopped it over her shoulders, then grabbed her arm and dragged her quickly behind him. He headed straight for Regulus' house. Upon arriving at the door, he knocked 7 times in a distinct pattern. The door opened and he pushed her through it in front of him, and steered her into the living room where a fire was already burning. Regulus rushed in without saying anything, and shoved her in front of the fireplace. Why did you try, Riddle? He asked as Regulus dried her hair off using a towel. She was still shivering despite being in front of the fire. I was trying to fix things, she said, staring into the fire. And losing you would fix things how? Regulus asked next. When we get Tom back, how do you think he'd feel returning to find his mum and his grandparents gone? It's not like that, she muttered as she shivered with cold. She moved closer to the heat. Oh, would you like to try explaining that? Not really. She pressed her lips together, refusing to speak further, but her chattering teeth ruined the effect. She wasn't going to drag any of them into this. It was her problem, not theirs. Besides, what would they think of her if they knew what she'd done? Who she was and who she wasn't. Zia, you need to talk to people about things. You try to do everything on your own, but it hasn't ever got you anywhere, has it? Maybe it's time for some help. What would you tell Tom? I don't know. I don't know what I'd tell him. She started crying. She missed her son. She missed her parents. She missed Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. She missed having a family. Regulus threw one arm around her and pulled her into a side hug. Riddle patted her back awkwardly. Look, you helped me when I needed to change my perspective. You helped me find me friends and a chosen family. You've seen my past and all the good and bad that went with it. Regulus feels the same, I'm sure. Now it's your turn. Let it all out, Riddle said firmly. Regulus nodded beside her in agreement. She focused on calming her breathing enough to speak again. Maybe Riddle was right. Maybe it was time to let them in on her secret. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you, she said, once she could speak without sobbing. She started from the beginning. The whole beginning, not just the beginning of her life in this world. Both men sat mostly silent as she spoke. Neither of them looked repulsed, so she supposed that was a good thing. She wondered if they thought she was insane. This all seems completely impossible, Regulus said slowly. But at the same time it makes sense, Riddle murmured thoughtfully. You believe me? Zia asked, looking between them for any trace of dishonesty. There was none. Of course, Riddle said. Then he made a face. Although I'm not sure how I feel about my former life as the father of an insane dark wizard. At least you were in the books. Regulus protested. I was apparently not important enough in my former life to be much of anything. Well, at least you didn't end up murdered by your own son, then used to bring him back to life. Riddle jabbed back. Zia sighed. All right, well, now you know everything. It makes sense why I would try to, fix everything right. She took a deep breath as she looked back towards the door. Both men immediately sobered and looked back at her incredulously. Not at all, they both said simultaneously. But, I'm the reason Nana Mary and Papa Charlie are dead. 2. M is with the former most evil dark wizard learning who knows what and possibly becoming worse than before. And the future of everything is completely unknown now. None of this is good. She was on her feet. Melted snow dripping across the carpet as she paced. I shouldn't even be here. I don't belong here. I don't belong anywhere. Riddle caught her by the shoulders and looked her directly in the eyes. Then gently but firmly shook her once. You raised Tom to be better than that. He's a good kid, no thanks to me obviously, and that's because of you, he said. His expression was fierce. Even if he's with Grindelwald, I doubt even that man can undo all the years of love and care Tom had with you. Tears gathered in the corners of Zia's eyes again. We need to find him, she whispered, trying to blink the tears away before they escaped. We will. I think it's time to pool our resources, Regulus said next. It's time to bring Tom home. Grindelwald has had him far too long. But even the Aurors haven't found anything, Zia said weakly. Regulus marched through the room and into the dining room, then reappeared with several blank rolls of parchment and quills. I don't mean the Aurors. Dumbledore's been keeping an eye on things, and he usually has leads before anyone else. I have contacts at the Ministry and in some more unsavory places too, Regulus said. His cheeks tinged pink for just a moment. But then he was businesslike again. Time to write some letters. Ah, well, at least I know how to write. Otherwise I'm mostly useless in all this, Riddle sighed and released Zia's shoulders. He grabbed a roll parchment and quill. Zia followed suit. Time to put together the Order of the Phoenix, Zia muttered under her breath as she began to address her first letter. Perspective. Is it possible that your mother was also working with Grindelwald? It wasn't the first time Mr. Forrest asked the question. The longer they were unable to find his mum, the more Mr. Forrest asked questions. Tom didn't think his mum would work with a man like that. Especially not if she knew he was going to hurt Nana and Papa. But what did he really know about her? Dumbledore too had seemed like a good person. Yet he'd been taken in by the Dark Wizard. My mum was helping stop him, Tom said. It wasn't the first time he'd defended her, but his answers were coming less quickly. She met with Dumbledore all the time. She left the house to do things that she didn't talk about with anybody else. What if? I've done some research into your background, my lad. Quite a stunning lineage you possess, you realize that. Mr. Forrest looked out from the high balcony they stood on at the mountains spread out before them. Mist swirled around the peaks and obscured parts of the trees. It was cold where they were now. What do you mean? I know my dad. He's just a muggle. Mum told me a bit about her sister, but it didn't seem all that special. Did you know that speaking to snakes is a rare gift even amongst wizards? Mr. Forrest turned his icy eyes back to look at Tom, and he shifted under the gaze. Somewhat. I think it's a family trait. Mum can do it too. This information actually seemed to surprise Mr. Forrest, which was something Tom had never seen before. Curious, considering she has no relation to you at all whatsoever, Mr. Forrest said next. Tom's hand twitched as he held himself back from the furious magic that wanted to pour out of him. She's my mum. She's a random woman with no background who adopted you on a whim. She was never even your aunt. Forrest's eyes were blazing. Now, Tom recoiled, scrutinizing him, desperately searching for a hint of a lie somewhere on his face. There wasn't one. He took several steps back. It wasn't possible. His mum, she was family. She'd always been there. Not always, a little voice said in the back of his mind. In the beginning you were alone. Why wasn't she there then? What lineage do you mean then? If she's not, if she, then who am I? A descendant of Salazar Slytherin, one of the most powerful wizards of all time. He too could speak to snakes, you know, Mr. Forrest said, his eyes still boring ahead so intensely that Tom wondered if he was picking apart his soul. Mum does too. She has to be related to me. That was rather a surprise, but it changes nothing. That woman is not related to you. In fact, there is no trace of her even existing before 1927, Mr. Forrest replied. 1927, the year Mum adopted him. She couldn't possibly have just come into existence like that though, so someone had to be lying. Was it Mr. Forrest or his mum? How much did he really know about the person he respected the most in the world? The person who was everything a mother should be to him. He narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized the man in front of him. Whatever he didn't know about Mum, he knew even less about Forrest. He said nothing in response to Mr. Forrest's latest statement. Perhaps it was time to come up with a plan. He had to get away from Mr. Forrest. It was necessary in order to figure out what the truth was. He needed perspective. Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore arrived first. It hadn't taken much for him to believe Zia's tale, especially after she gave background information that she shouldn't have had. She was fairly sure he was convinced that she was a seer rather than a denizen from another world. Why he believed her didn't matter as much as that he did. After her explanations, and several questions from him, he withdrew to begin formulating plans. Newt Scamander came next. Several of Regulus' shady contacts arrived shortly after. Then several more of Dumbledore's friends. Then more. Wizards and witches from all over the world took over her living room. Nobody could get into any of the other rooms in the house unless given permission. Thanks to Ravenclaw's Room of Requirement-style house plan, for which Zia was grateful. Some of Regulus' friends were the kind that liked to take things that didn't belong to them. The living room expanded in size as more people joined their ranks. When some of their guests needed a place to stay, a new doorway appeared on the main room that revealed a set of what were essentially small hotel rooms. Several of the international witches inquired as to how Zia had charmed the house to work this way, and she just shrugged and explained that she'd purchased it that way. It certainly made things easier. Posey was constantly on the move, preparing meals and taking care of all the guests. She seemed to enjoy the busyness. A pang of guilt flared in Zia's stomach. Without Tom there, she probably hadn't been the best mistress for the house elf. She'd mostly been dragging herself though each day in a daze. Once the majority of the group was gathered there, the process began. Zia was tasked with examining every single person there to make sure they were all trustworthy and not in league with Grindelwald. It was exhausting going through so many minds, and it took an entire week to complete. Then came the meetings. He recruited in France openly, a witch from the United States said. Her face pulled into a sad frown as she spoke, but otherwise she kept calm. He may try a similar tactic elsewhere. Not if he went to Nurmengard directly after. He took another lad with him then. Why is he collecting these boys? Credence was a powerful young wizard. Powerful enough to live with an obscurus even into his teenage years. Newt Scamander spoke now, his eyes fixed on the table in front of him. It seems that Grindelwald is looking for powerful young magic users who he feels he can mold. Is he trying to create some kind of army then? A witch with a heavy Russian accent asked from one corner. This comment said of a round of debate in the group as Peo. PLE argued over whether this was a sign of worse things to come. We will remain vigilant, and we will find him, Dumbledore said finally from the center of the group. With our numbers it is only a matter of time. He seeks support. That has not changed. He will reveal himself somewhere. Even when he does, how will we get the message to the rest safely and quickly? Owls are easily intercepted. It may not be safe to use flow powder. Portkeys are generally monitored. There's always a risk of interference in any form of communication, even in person. He used Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate Makusa. A witch from the United States spoke next. The group went quiet. What about the Patronus charm? Zia said finally. Dumbledore nodded as he studied her shrewdly. It was how the Order of the Phoenix members had communicated. And she wondered if he knew she was using that knowledge to help them now. If we can find a way to get messages through Patronuses, I'm not sure that could be duplicated. The Patronus charm is difficult magic. High level. Can you even create a Patronus? A man from somewhere in South America spoke next. Zia looked down. She had never tried to create a Patronus before. She had no idea if she could do it or not. Can anybody here create a Patronus? Another wizard asked. Dumbledore lifted one eyebrow and several hands raised. Besides Dumbledore, and the other professors, I mean normal people, why don't we take some time to teach everyone, and if not enough people are able to produce one we can scrap the idea. One of the teachers, who had a French accent and taught at Beauxbatons, proposed. I propose a vote, all in favor of taking a couple days to see whether or not we can get enough people able to produce a Patronus to utilize them. The U.S. witch, Zia was almost positive she was an Auror, asked in a firm voice. Americans and their obsession with voting, the Russian wizard grumbled under his breath, but he still raised his hand to support the motion. It was a majority. The discussion turned more businesslike after the first vote. Roles were divided up based on location and skill level of those in attendance. Plans were made. A lot of it hinged on the ability to get messages back and forth safely. Zia knew that the Patronuses could work, that they did at some point decades in the future, but she had no idea how. She could only hope that Dumbledore would be able to figure it out. The best she could do would be to learn from whatever teacher she was grouped with and produce one. The first day they practiced, she didn't even produce mist. Several of the others in her practice group managed it, but the majority of them were like her. She tried not to feel discouraged, after all it wasn't as if Harry got it the first time either. Still, she wanted to feel like she was progressing somehow. Getting closer to a way to find her son. The whole purpose of getting everyone here was to find Grindelwald. To find Tom. She stayed up late that night, practicing. The second day they practiced, several more of them produced mist. Some of them produced more mist than others. She was still unable to produce anything. By the fifth day several members of her group had produced animal-shaped Patronuses. One person's was a mongoose. Someone else's was a fox. A leopard. A house cat. Regulus had managed to produce a bat. She had nothing. On the sixth day, Dumbledore pulled her aside before the training started. They went into the kitchen, where there was nobody but Posey. He motioned for her to sit at the table, then sat back and appraised her. His fingers steepled together atop the table. I heard from Mr. Black that you are the only remaining student in your class who is unable to produce any kind of Patronus, he observed. He pulled his wand out and conjured up a plate of cookies. Then he pushed it towards her. Why might that be? I don't know. Zia took a cookie and broke pieces of it off without eating any of them. I'm trying. I'm working hard. It just isn't working. Quote, what sort of memories have you been using to try to conjure it? Whatever I can think of. I see. He let her pick the cookie apart in silence for several minutes before he spoke. What is your happiest memory, Zia? He leaned forward and looked intently at her. He tapped his long fingers on the table slowly as he kept his eyes on hers. I don't know. Every time I try to think of one, all of my happiest memories have people I've lost in them. My parents, Mary and Charlie, Tom, he's gone, and I can't find him. Lost like the rest, Zia kept her eyes on the crumbs of the cookie, fighting the stinging pricking feeling at the corners of her eyes. She'd already cried so much. She didn't want to lose her composure again. It's impossible to truly lose someone. We can always find them in everyone they touched. Whether they're there in memories, or in something more concrete like the way we speak or think, certain things we do, they're still here. You carry all of those people with you, Zia. They're never far. Dumbledore pushed the plate of cookies towards her again. Tears spilled down her cheeks when she realized what he'd done. They were Mary's special recipe gingerbread cookies. The recipe she and Tom had spent an entire afternoon learning in the Dawkins kitchen. The recipe she'd taught to Posey, since they were Tom's favorite. She reached out and picked up a gingerbread woman holding hands with a gingerbread child. Posey had decorated the cookies to look like Mary and Tom. Zia looked at all the other cookies, and saw that there were little decorated versions of Charlie, Regulus, Riddle Sr., Dumbledore, and Newt on the plate too. The only one missing was herself. She back at the cookie she'd crushed. In front of her eyes. The pieces pulled back together to form the whole cookie once more. It was her. She looked back up and realized that Dumbledore's wand was out. He nodded once at her. She pulled her own wand out. Your happiest memory, Zia. She closed her eyes and focused. The cookie clutched in one hand. She raised her wand. Expecto Patronum. She opened her eyes just in time to watch a massive shape spring from the tip of her wand. Sliver and glowing in the dimmed light of the kitchen. It pranced around the room, tossing its horned head, sending its mane rippling back. An enormous pair of wings stretched out, then settled at its sides. She wasn't sure if it was a flying horse or a unicorn. I wonder if Newt may be able to identify what your Patronus is, Dumbledore said as it reared up once, then faded away. Now all we have to do is figure out how to communicate with them, she said, staring at the place where her Patronus had just been. Then I can help. I believe I have some ideas regarding that. Berlin. Author's note. Hey everyone. I apologize for not updating this in such a long time, but I promise that this story has not been forgotten and will be completed. The world has gone a bit crazy and my life has been a little bit crazy too, but I hope reading this story has helped some of you pass the time and given you something fun to do. Without further ado, here's the next chapter. Germany. He's putting together a rally in Germany. The words were spoken in a low clear tone, but still seemed strange coming from the mouth of a silvery mink. Upon delivery of the message, the mink Patronus flickered, then faded away. It had taken them 3 months to get the Patronus delivery system to work. Dumbledore had poured all his energy into the project for weeks while the P.S. perfected their ability to produce a corporeal Patronus. Once he'd puzzled out how it could be done, it had taken the rest of those months to ensure that everyone in their cohort could actually use the method. It was worth it. The information carried by Patronus tended to travel faster than the owls had before. Most importantly, it was essentially impossible to intercept or tamper with. This strategy, combined with their enlarged network of help, proved effective. At last, they knew where Grindelwald was going to be. Hopefully Tom would be with him or at least close by. Zia's grip on her wand tightened. Her eyes were still on the place where the mink had just been, the words echoing through her mind. Grindelwald was putting together a rally, after being in hiding for so long. She wasn't sure if this was the Dark Wizard's usual pattern or if it was a deviation, but to her at least it felt like an invitation. It felt like Grindelwald was daring them to come. And like a fool, she would take the bait. Because he'd had her son for far too long, and she wasn't going to wait for another opportunity to get Tom back to come around. She looked over at Regulus and Riddle Sr., then to Dumbledore who was with them in her kitchen. Her home had become the base for anti-Grindelwald activities without her realizing at first, but she didn't mind. It kept her close to the information. I'm going, she said firmly. Of course you are, Dumbledore agreed. Regulus turned to Dumbledore. She's not ready for that. Even trained Aurors haven't been able to touch him. His hands moved wildly as he spoke. I'll never be ready if we wait for me to be good enough at magic to best him, Zia said patiently in response. I want my son back. And she won't be alone, of course. You and Riddle and Newt will all be there as well. Along with several others in our network, Dumbledore stated mildly. Zia rubbed her thumb over her wand as she waited for Regulus' response. Of course I'll be there. Regulus looked over at Zia and sighed. As will I, though I doubt I'll be very useful, Riddle added as he pushed his fingers back through his hair. He looked over at Zia and smiled wearily. It's for my son though, and I won't stay behind. She took in the shadows under his eyes and realized, in that moment, that she wasn't Tom's only parent anymore. It had happened so slowly and she'd been so wrapped up in her own worry that she hadn't fully realized. Riddle Sr. loved his son. Like a parent loved their child. She looked over at Regulus. He too had dark circles under his eyes. Another member of her chosen family. Her heart still ached whenever she thought of Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. It ached when she thought of her own parents. But she still had a family. How could she have forgotten? The preparations moved swiftly. Bags were packed with a flurry of waved wands and help from Posey. Plans were made in whispers. The quiet determination tinged the air so heavily it was palpable. Zia took one last look at her home. The snakes, Posy, and even the phoenix were gathered together, watching her. "I'm going to get him back," she promised. None of them made a sound, but she could feel their resolve. It matched her own. Love will win this round. She exited the house and met with the small group that was leaving with her. There were 7 of them. A lucky number, she hoped. Dumbledore held a portkey out. Each of them placed a fingertip against the empty tin can, and waited. Zia looked at Regulus across from her, and then at Riddle Sr., who stood off to her right. They nodded back at her. They had a grizzled witch with them, and 2 fierce-looking wizards who might be Aurors. They waited the remaining minutes in silence, then with a lurch, the portkey whisked them away. The portkey was worse than flow powder. Zia's stomach churned, and when they landed abrupt and hard, her knees gave out and she almost dropped to the ground. Fortunately Riddle Sr. seemed to be much less prone to motion sickness and grabbed her elbow to keep her upright. She straightened herself, took a few deep breaths of air, and looked around. They were somewhere forested, and a ramshackle hut was situated a few paces away. That must be their safe house. It had to have some kind of expansion charm on it, otherwise there was no way they'd all fit inside. They marched over to it, and all of them crammed inside. There was no expansion charm, at least not here. Nobody said anything about it though, so neither did she. Dumbledore tapped his wand on a knot in one of the rotting wood panels, and muttered an incantation that she couldn't quite catch. The floor of the hut rippled, and she steadied herself with a hand on the wall, then almost shrieked when the floor seemed to drop away entirely. They all plummeted down through open air, jostling each other awkwardly as they free fell. Then suddenly, they all froze in place, still suspended in the air, as a deluge of water crashed over the group. She was drenched from head to toe, her hair dripping down all around her, clothes sopping wet and hanging down in front of herself. She watched droplets of water fall away into the black nothingness below them. She looked around at the others in their group. None of them looked surprised at the sudden shower aside from herself and Riddle Sr. "Look like we all passed through my improvised falls of truth just fine," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. A rush of hot air blew up at them, and his clothes and hair returned to their dry states. Then, as if someone had hit an unpause button, their fall continued through the darkness until they froze again, then gently lowered to the ground. Below, Zia stood, looking around at the enormous meeting room that was springing up before her eyes, lit by torches floating through the space. The 7 of them had joined a massive group of witches and wizards. Zia looked around at the group of nearly 30 individuals, all looking towards Dumbledore expectantly. "Well, when do we leave?" Someone she didn't recognize shouted from the back of the group. "The meeting is at 8, which is in 1 hour. That gives us enough time to prepare. Everyone should have been debriefed on the plan, seeing as we've been preparing for Grindelwald to hold a meeting for months now. You have your assignments, let's get to work. Potioneers, there. Charmers, there. Attendees, get ready," Dumbledore said authoritatively. The group split into segments, and Zia watched as all those who would be attending the meeting got into line. She, Regulus, and Riddle Sr. took their places at the back. First, they would take the polyjuice potion to transform into the image of a witch or wizard known to have Grindelwald's sympathies. Then they received a charm that was designed to make them forgettable, similar to what Muggles might experience if they saw the leaky cauldron. Her stomach churned as she picked up her vial of polyjuice potion and looked at the churning contents, but she didn't hesitate to gulp it down. She would do anything to get her son back. Her skin bubbled, and she doubled over before sinking to her hands and knees, dry heaving as her whole body seemed to shift. It was worse than she imagined, and she clamped a hand over her mouth, holding back the sick feeling until it finally passed. When she rose and looked into the mirror set up to help the attendees familiarize themselves with their disguises, she saw the face of a wizened old man looking back at her. She passed behind a screen and changed into a set of robes that were about the old man's size, then moved on to the charmers. The charm was a much less horrible experience, although it did feel like she'd been bathed in ice-cold water for moments until it settled. 15 minutes before 8, Regulus gripped her arm in one hand, and Riddle Sr.'s arm in the other, and apparated them to their designated section of Berlin. 10 minutes before 8, a black ribbon snaked through the streets around them, undulating through the sky like a great dark snake. She reached up and skimmed the tips of her fingers against it, and felt herself sinking through darkness once again until she stepped forward into an enormous amphitheater. They took their seats in various locations amongst the crowd. Nobody paid any attention to them. 5 minutes before 8, a man appeared in the center of the stage, flanked by 2 women. Grindelwald. Her eyes scanned the audience, desperately searching for Tom, hoping that she would spot him there. 3 minutes before 8, she suddenly felt her entire body stiffen and freeze into place. The only thing she could move was her eyes. She tried to catch the eyes of someone else in the audience, anyone she recognized as one of their group, but she couldn't find any of them. The charm meant to protect them had turned into curse. She strained against the spell, trying to will herself to somehow use wandless magic, to come up with some way to escape whatever was holding her in place. "Caught one, Uncle Gellert," a voice said from behind her. If she hadn't already been frozen, the sound would have been enough to do the job. "I sensed them using my legilimency like you and Queenie showed me. Someone isn't who they look like. Excellent work, Tom. Bring them here, so we can show our audience how hospitable we are to unexpected guests," Grindelwald said, clapping his hands. Facing fear. Author's note. Welcome back everyone. I know it's been another long wait, but we are drawing closer to the end of this story, and I would like to thank everyone who has been here from the beginning and all those who have just found this story now. Without further ado, let's jump in together. Zia felt the unseen vice of powerful magic grip her around her middle. And she might have had to fight to keep from feeling sick as she was jerked forward if not for being completely immobile. The audience was oddly silent, nobody willing to speak as she was deposited in a heap in the center of the room. Heat rippled through the air around her and she knew that some kind of spell had been cast, and judging by his outstretched wand, it was one of Grindelwald's. Ein turned the words, Uncle Gellert, around over and over again. The familiar title raised bile in her throat and picked at some place deep inside her that railed against her son using that term for someone as vile as Grindelwald. That man wasn't Famil and never would be. Grindelwald stepped forward, his arms outstretched, his eyes on the audience. Zia kept her eyes on him. Tom was still somewhere behind her. And she couldn't turn her head. She'd heard him, they were finally in the same room, yet she still couldn't see him, or talk to him, or any of the things she dreamed of for the years they'd been separated. She poured every ounce of her fury and grief into that stare. "It seems that not everyone in our audience is who they seem to be," Grindelwald called to those in the stands. "We know that there are those who oppose who we do, who believe that moving forward the way we always have is the right way. That progress is not necessary or desirable, that avoiding war and pain and loss is not worth any price. Could our guest be someone here to put a stop to our noble efforts?" The audience broke its silence, and many of them booed at Grindelwald's words, clearly already pulled in by his charisma. Zia remained silent. "Others though, we know there are many who support our cause but are too afraid to openly show it. Perhaps our guest is simply one of those," Grindelwald continued in a placating tone, sweeping his hands over the audience. More boos, this time accompanied by jeers and taunts. "What each of these has in common though, is fear. And as you all know, one of my aims is to release our magical brothers and sisters from such tawdry emotions." The crowd began to cheer wildly, knowing that something exciting was coming. Grindelwald was nothing if not a showman, and knew how to pander to his audience. He pointed his wand straight between Zia's eyes. "Would you like to tell us who you are? Either way we will find out. You must be released from your fear one way or another. I simply wish to give you the option to do so bravely instead of be stripped of your disguise like a coward," he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Zia wondered if any of them ever did. She felt the grip of the spell loosen, and pushed herself slowly to her feet. She drew her shoulders back, and stared back at him defiantly, chin raised. "My name is Zia Gaunt, and I'm here to take my son back from you," she said. Her words were loud and clear and carried across the entire audience. "Take your son back from me? Why, that implies that I've taken a child from his family. Surely everyone here knows I would never do such a thing," Grindelwald said, his smile curling up higher on his face. She glared at him. "I don't believe that anyone here is dense enough to believe why. Oh, you wouldn't do such a thing if you believed it would help you get what you want. Your intentions are neither noble nor lofty, you're just very good at twisting your words, Zia replied. A blast of light exploded in her face, shot from Grindelwald's wand, and she felt a rippling flow over her skin. He'd removed her disguise. He wouldn't. The voice that argued back this time was not Grindelwald's. She spun to face its source and laid eyes on Tom Riddle Jr. for the first time in far too long. He'd grown taller. Of course he had. Taller, and lost a touch of the babyish face he'd once had. It was a face on the edge of adolescence now. Not quite there but soon. Her heart battled between overwhelming relief and overwhelming worry. As she absorbed the defiant and disgusted expression on his face, worry triumphed and her heart sank. Tom. Her voice broke on the word, and she knew that a few stray tears were streaking down her cheeks, but she couldn't help it. Her son was right there, right in front of her, looking as if he'd like nothing more than to exterminate her himself. Flashes of the man he might become, the inhuman thing she'd refused to see in him but could now see disturbingly close to the surface, sparked before her. Voldemort. This was a look that Voldemort might wear on his face. Never her Tom. What had Grindelwald done? This Tom but not Tom stepped toward her, features fixed in a cold expression as he stared her down, approaching slowly but somehow menacingly. He looked down on her from his place partially down the steps of the amphitheater, and in those moments nobody spoke. She could feel the tense excited interest pouring out of the audience as they watched the events unfolding before them. She could feel snatches of Grindelwald's triumphant smugness. Uncle Gellard never took me from my family, Tom said slowly, accusingly to her. Because you were never my family. Isn't that right, Auntie? Although we both know I don't have any such relation. Zia Gaunt doesn't exist. Who even are you? Zia closed her eyes. She'd known from the beginning that what she'd done was foolhardy at best, claiming to be related to Merope or any of the Gaunts at all. At the time it had seemed the only way to convince the orphanage to let her adopt Tom, and she'd continued to move forward under the power of that lie. Despite the truth of everything coming out to Regulus and Riddle Sr. It had never been something she'd shared with the one person affected by it the most. Because somewhere, in the back of her mind, some part of her had always feared that nothing she'd done would matter. Or that if the truth did come out, it could undo any progress she may have made. That Voldemort would grow out of Tom Marvolo Riddle no matter how much she loved and cared about him and raised him to be more than that. Do you want to know? She asked, her voice quiet. Her son glared down at her. I deserve to know. Then I'll show you everything, she said. She took out her wand and pointed it to her own forehead. Eyes still on his. He drew closer, almost as if instinctively understanding what she was offering, and placed his hand over hers. Legilimens. The word came from both of them. Their voices, together as they hadn't been in so long, was the last thing she heard before she plunged into darkness. True family. Zia smiled up at her parents, giddily dancing around her bedroom in a fresh nightgown. As her mom and dad twirled in a clumsy waltz, her mom giggled as her dad dipped her low, then pulled her back up with a chuckle. One more chapter, she squealed, tapping on the cover of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire enthusiastically. Just one more. I've already read 2 tonight. Mom's voice needs a rest. Mom said with an indulgent shake of her head. Dad, please. Sweetie, you know I can't do the voices nearly as well as Mom, plus it's already past your bedtime. Mom was on the floor, the phone still in her hand, staring across the kitchen at the fridge. Or maybe through the fridge. Zia heard a voice still emanating from the phone's speaker, but Mom wouldn't raise it back to her ear. Or maybe she couldn't. Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay? Her mom's face was pale as she turned away from the fridge. Something in the look, the expression, clutched at Zia's heart and squeezed. Mom opened her mouth and closed it several times, as if she couldn't find any words. Then finally raised the phone up. Zia took it. Hello, she said, holding the speaker to her ear. Is Mrs. Rookral okay? Who is this? I'm Zia. My mom is. Well, I don't know. She's alive if that's what you're asking. Who are you? I'm Officer Grant with the Sheriff's Department. Mr. Rookral, your father, there was an accident. Cancer isn't as bad as it used to be though, right? They've made so much progress. Lots of people survive. Sweetheart, you're not allowed to die, Mom. Dad's already gone. You can't. We'll fight it, and it will be okay. It's going to be okay. Honey, I just want you to know the possibilities. There is no possibility. I don't care what they said or what stage you're at. Anything can happen. Graduated with top scores. Here's my gown and cap, and here's the diploma. Zia set the cap and diploma onto her mom's lap, but knew that her mom wouldn't be able to tell. Not really. Her mom hadn't been responsive for a couple days. The Spice nurse kept telling her it was any day now, but that maybe mom had been holding out to see her graduate. I want you to know it's okay. If you want to go now. I know you're in pain and I've been selfish. I just wanted to keep you a little longer, and I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. She slid her hand into her mom's cold one. For one brief moment, she felt a slight pressure as if her mom was gripping her. And then it was gone. And so was mom. Ms. Rookrell, you are a good history teacher. I want you to know that your abilities have nothing to do with the administration's decision. And I hope that this won't affect your desire to teach in the future. You are our newest and least experienced teacher. Cuts had to be made. I would be happy to write you a letter of recommendation to help in your job search. Principal De Vere said. He was smiling an uncomfortable smile down at her. She sighed. So, you're laying me off? She asked, to clarify for him. He hadn't come out and said it exactly. Unfortunately, that is the case, he replied, looking away from her and up at the corner of the ceiling. She nodded slowly. I understand, she said and nodded again. I would like to adopt him. Both the woman and Mr. Dawkins looked to her, faces clearly registering their shock, but Mr. Dawkins seemed more adept at dealing with unexpected situations, and quickly recovered. The woman looked at her. How old are you? She asked. 20. Are you married? I am not. The woman nodded as if this settled the matter. We do not adopt out children to women who are unmarried, much less a woman so young. The woman stared at her, apparently taking in her outfit for the first time, and Zia saw the resolve deepen in the lady's eyes. The only exceptions would be for family. Zia looked evenly into the woman's eyes, and told the biggest lie she had ever spoken in her entire life. I am his aunt. My sister was his mother. Wipe my memories, or leave me the way I am, do whatever you want. Whatever you think is right. Zia stood there staring at him. He looked up into her eyes. I won't harm you, or my son. You have that promise. Her mouth fell open slightly, and his lips turned up at the corners, showing slight amusement at the expression he saw on her face. It wasn't the same cruel kind of smile as before, and she wondered who exactly Merope had fallen in love with. If you leave me the way I am, though, I have one request. What request is that? Zia was apprehensive, wondering what it could be this time. Come visit me again. Check my progress. I will be a better man. But like I said, do what you think is right. She hesitated, and looked him in the eye. Honesty and sincerity. She turned around and walked to the door of the little room, opened it, and walked down the hallway to the front door. He followed her, pulling the door open before she could. I'll be around. It's a complicated story, but trust me when I tell you that it could end very badly if something goes wrong. Zia envisioned thousands of people killed by her son, in fury coming out of a black lake, Horcruxes, Dementors, and thought she might throw up. Tom was doing so well, but this could wreck everything. And even if they were a family, even if he was her son in everything but blood and technical name, she was terrified that learning the truth would crush him. He knew he was adopted. That she wasn't his real mother. He knew his father was somewhere in the world. But he did not know that she had never been his aunt. Explain, Regulus said. That could take a long time. Which we don't exactly have at the moment, she told him. Then tell me the basics. I promise I won't do anything to harm your family with any of the information. I'm not, actually, Tom's aunt, she whispered, very quietly. He started to laugh. That's what you're worried about. Zia, I don't really think that matters. People are always growing and changing. What someone is 1 year is never what they are even 1 year later, she told Tom as they put the finishing touches on his wooden figure and placed it on a tiny broomstick. He looked over at her. I know that, but some people don't change in the right direction, he said, sitting back. His hair was combed neatly back, but his clothes were slightly disheveled from play and he was barefoot. She sat back on her hands and looked up at the enchanted blue sky that was the ceiling of his bedroom. That's true. But they always can. We can't control whether they make that choice or not, we can only control our own choices and growth. But we can wait and watch and encourage. Why don't you wait and watch a little and then decide for yourself if he's changed in the right direction? She said at last. You don't want me to just be friends with him already. When people hurt you, it's okay to step back and wait and watch. We like to say that everyone is our friend until they show us otherwise, right? Well, he started off showing you otherwise. The toy broom lifted off the ground, hovering with the small figure perched atop it. It was more practice for Zia's remedial classes, but she always tried to turn the practice into something fun. It's okay to wait and watch and decide. Forgiveness never means letting yourself be hurt again. It means letting go of the hurt from before. They clung to each other in front of the kitchen table. It was the only untouched piece of furniture in the house. No charring from the fire. Not one splinter out of place. But this was the worst room of all. Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. Both of them had expressions of determination on their faces. Their eyes were still open, faces turned against the floor. Mary was slightly behind Charlie. Their hands were linked. On the table just behind them was Tom's box. Zia shook as her eyes combed over the scene again and again. It was as if her brain refused to finish processing it. Regulus tugged at her arm, but she didn't move. She was trapped in that moment of horror. Eyes unable to move away from the sight of the people she considered her surrogate parents in this world, lifeless in front of her. A loud pop came from behind N.S. He jumped and whipped around to face whatever made the sound. Dumbledore stood there, next to Posey, who upon catching sight of the scene burst into loud sobs. Can you fix this? Zia whispered. It was a plea. Dumbledore looked at her kindly, but shook his head slowly. Magic can't fix this. When she reached the highest point of the cliff, she looked down. Freezing cold spray somehow reached high enough to sprinkle across her face. The waves dashed against the jagged stones. Below, she stepped closer to the edge. This isn't the way. Hands grabbed her arms and dragged her back away from the edge of the cliff. She fought them fiercely, trying to lunge forward towards the air before them. The grip on her tightened. Zia, this is not the way. She fought fruitlessly for several more minutes, then drooped. She looked up to see who it was who had stopped her plan. Tom Riddle Sr. What are you doing here? I followed you. Why? Riddle looked back at the edge of the cliff, and said nothing. Instead he practically picked her up off the ground and walked her farther and farther away from it. When they were several hundred feet away, he stopped. He let go of her arms, waited a few more moments as if testing whether or not she would run, then ran his hand back through his hair. When I first got back after my marriage, it was different. Everyone was talking about it. The entire town. Me running away with the tramp's daughter. His eyes weren't on her, but off in the distance. He spoke quickly, as if afraid that he would stop speaking if he slowed down. I became a joke to everyone. My social standing, my reputation, and even my former fiancé were all gone. My parents treated me like I was rubbish. Zia didn't say anything. She'd seen Riddle's memories. She knew what it had been like for him, to a certain extent. But as always the memories trickled away save for just a few prominent ones. She couldn't think his thoughts though, and this told her more about his feelings than even watching the events happen had. I planned to end it all, at that very cliff in fact. I was on my way out of the house to go get the job done when you showed up. I'm so sorry. Zia Egan through chattering teeth. But he cut her off. Don't be. If you hadn't been there at that point in time, I would have done it. Now here I am for you. He pulled his coat off and plopped it over her shoulders. Then grabbed her arm and dragged her quickly behind him. He headed straight for Regulus' house. Upon arriving at the door, he knocked 7 times in a distinct pattern. The door opened and he pushed her through it in front of him. And steered her into the living room where a fire was already burning. Regulus rushed in without saying anything, and shoved her in front of the fireplace. Why did you try? Riddle asked as Regulus dried her hair off using a towel. She was still shivering despite being in front of the fire. I was trying to fix things, she said, staring into the fire. And losing you would fix things how? Regulus asked next. When we get Tom back, how do you think he'd feel returning to find his mum and his grandparents gone? It's not like that, she muttered as she shivered with cold. She moved closer to the heat. Oh, would you like to try explaining that? Not really. She pressed her lips together, refusing to speak further, but her chattering teeth ruined the effect. She wasn't going to drag any of them into this. It was her problem, not theirs. Besides, what would they think of her if they knew what she'd done? Who she was and who she wasn't. Zia, you need to talk to people about things. You try to do everything on your own, but it hasn't ever got you anywhere, has it? Maybe it's time for some help. What would you tell Tom? I don't know. I don't know what I'd tell him. She started crying. She missed her son. She missed her parents. She missed Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. She missed having a family. Regulus threw one arm around her and pulled her into a side hug. Riddle patted her back awkwardly. Look, you helped me when I needed to change my perspective. You helped me find me friends and a chosen family. You've seen my past and all the good and bad that went with it. Regulus feels the same, I'm sure. Now it's your turn. Let it all out. She laid eyes on Tom Riddle Jr. for the first time in far too long. He'd grown taller. Of course he had. Taller. And lost a touch of the babyish face he'd once had. It was a face on the edge of adolescence now, not quite there but soon. Her heart battled between overwhelming relief and overwhelming worry. As she absorbed the defiant and disgusted expression on his face, worry triumphed and her heart sank. Tom. Her voice broke on the word, and she knew that a few stray tears were streaking down her cheeks, but she couldn't help it. Her son was right there, right in front of her. Zia felt twice as old as she stared ahead slack-jawed at her son, who was staring back at her with wide dark eyes. The out-of-place woman and the boy she'd raised and loved as her own, face to face, eyes locked. She'd lived so many lifetimes through the eyes of others, some of them incredibly dark and disturbing, others mournful and tragic. But somehow her own stole her energy far more than any of the others ever had. She willed him to understand her choices. To understand why she'd done what she'd done. More than anything else, she willed him to understand just how much she loved him. They were family, even if they weren't related by blood. He was her son no matter anything else. Looking back over her life, their lives, she knew nothing would ever change that. Even if he started walking down a dark path, she would be there trying to show him the light until the day she died. Because that's what being a mum meant. Tom's hand twitched as he pulled her wand away from her forehead, and she sank back to the floor. He stepped around her and she dropped her forehead to the cold stone below. She'd shown him everything, but it hadn't mattered. Her son was gone. Well, son, what did you find? Grindelwald asked gently, even expectantly. There was no way he could possibly know the whole story, but Appa Rentley, whatever of it he did know made him confident. Whatever he'd told Tom in all the time they'd been apart, whatever plans he had made, he seemed very sure that he would not fail. Don't call me that, Tom said sharply. Zia lifted her head back up as gasps rang through the audience. Grindelwald's face flickered with a cold expression for just a moment before settling back into carefully cultivated arrogance. Was I wrong then? Is this woman truly your aunt? No, she never has been, Tom responded. Well then, I think that settles this, Grindelwald said, reaching his hand out towards Tom. Tom stepped back from it, shaking his head. No, it doesn't, because it doesn't matter that she was never my aunt. Zia's my mum, and she's been my mum from the beginning, he said firmly, and moved to stand in front of her, shielding her from the man who was now advancing in their direction. That's impossible. Your mother died in childbirth. This woman is still lying to you. Don't be stupid, Tom. Don't let her fool you. Grindelwald waved his hands and an image of Merope Gaunt reflected over the audience. This was your mother, and your uncle and your father are all right here. A shout came from the audience as two men stood. Zia didn't recognize either of them, but despite not knowing the faces they currently wore, she knew who they were. Riddle and Regulus. The one who must be Regulus had his wand out. But both of them were sprinting towards the stage in the next moment, shoving aside any audience members who did not dive aside fast enough. As they ran, their enchantments melted away. Riddle, who looked so much more like his biological son now than before that it was painfully obvious they were related, skidded to a stop at Tom's side. Regulus took place at the other side. Three of them between Grindelwald and Zia, who shakily pushed herself back to her feet behind them. Impossible. This is all just a lie. It's not, Tom said, his eyes flashing as he stared at the man in front of him. Family is people who take care of each other and make each other happy, even if they're not all blood related. My mum taught me that, but you tried to get me to forget it. I won't ever. Again. He looked back at Zia and smiled a little. Sorry Mum. He did take that child from his family. Someone from the audience shouted. That's what this all means. No, of course I didn't. Grindelwald turned back to the audience earnestly, but the dam had already been broken with that first shout. Yes he did. He killed my grandparents and stole me from my mum. Tom shouted back. It was in their final memories that Mum saw. He murdered Nana Mary and Papa Charlie. The audience went wild. Grindelwald stared around as the audience members began to fight within themselves. So, many of them still clearly believed he was innocent, but others had erupted. Zia had no doubt that some of those who had erupted were more of the Order of the Phoenix in disguise, but couldn't tell which might be which. Grindelwald rounded on the four of them now, his wand outstretched, a look of cold fury etched into his face. You, he spat, his eyes fixed beyond Tom, Regulus, and Riddle and straight on Zia. You did this. She raised her own wand and stepped forward. Her legs still shook, but adrenaline was holding her up now. You took my son, was all she said back. Orange light erupted from the tip of his wand. And she knew that she wasn't fast enough to counter it. But someone else was. You've done enough to this family, Gellert, Dumbledore stated as he stepped into the center of the amphitheater. His own wand outstretched. I think it's time you direct your magic towards someone else for a change. Albus, Grindelwald breathed, his gaze finally ripped away from Zia. Come Gellert, let's settle this once and for all. Dumbledore said calmly, his eyes never leaving Grindelwald's. As you wish Albus. Strong fingers closed around her upper arm, and as a shower of sparks erupted all around them, Zia felt herself jerk away from all of it with a loud crack.